You, sir, are late.
Fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off. Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the Oh, that was... No! Fuck you! No! Woman, don't hurt her! Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I... Son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Shoulda mentioned your name when Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm printing everything. I can't do it. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the prop.
Get a 24-inch cock around. Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing. Oh shit! Really fucking shitty to me. Oh Jesus, fuck. Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one. Fuck them kids. How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide. His sister drank his ball. By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. What's up? What up, Jimmy? How you doing? Yeah, Childa, you got scammed. Don't worry, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes we fire off a little bit earlier than we intended to. And, you know, just the worst happens. Here, I'll see if I can replay it now. So, quick warning about the Tangier. It does still have limits on it. And unfortunately, those motherfuckers at Tangier deleted all my settings that I had previously. So I've been scrambling to fix everything. So not all of it is fixed. Not all of it works. As far as I'm aware, the maximum limit on the free TTS is 40,000 points, which is more than it previously was. It's all a little bit more expensive. I haven't sorted out prices and points and shit like that. But I think I can get some of this to work. So you did this earlier. Chill, dude.
You, sir, are late.
See, there we go. Okay. At least some of it's working. It's still a fucking mess, though. But today's a good day. I picked up some Guild Wars 2 expansions on discount. On sale. Thank you, Steam, for being fucking amazing. Nice dirt cheap. I don't know my kick details. I'm at work soon, so I have to deal with Twitch. Yeah, so extension is not active on Kick, unfortunately. Not active on YouTube, unfortunately, because, well, YouTube doesn't allow for those extensions yet. I think YouTube is actually upgrading certain streaming things. I've heard some whisperings going on, but I don't know how true that is. And, well, Kick is like Twitch from 2009. And Twitch wasn't even a thing in 2009, so yeah, there's no extensions over there. But goddamn, has it been a fucking day. Didn't stream yesterday. Had plans to stream yesterday. Finished my job, and I put my head on my desk for what I thought was 5 seconds. And I woke up 7 hours later, and it was 4 in the morning. So that was a bit of a bitch. That kind of fucking sucked. So I figured out, fuck it. All right, I'll go deal with my day, and I'll come handle the stream later. I tried to stream Kick yesterday, but it hated my screen resolution and my upload speed. Yeah, that'll happen. Can you say neck ache? Funnily enough, my neck's perfectly fine. It's my ass that hurts for some reason. I'm not sure why. But right, I got some quick announcements though, before we get going. Right. Some shit because there's a bunch of new people in the Discord and stuff. I need to make a few things clear to all of you. I will allow you to do whatever the fuck you want in the Discord. If you want to argue with each other, if you want to hate each other, if you want to yell at each other, my Discord is a place of diversity and inclusion. An actual place of diversity and inclusion, where you can do whatever the fuck you want in there. As long as you don't break Discord TOS, because that's what Discord TOS is. There is only one rule I will enforce on Discord. Only one. I don't want to see any shit about kids. You can make jokes about pedophiles. You can make all of those things. But if I see kids being sexualized, I will get rid of all of that. I will delete all of that shit. And I might delete you too. Porn outside of the general, that's what the cesspool's for. It's actually, the cesspool was built for that. But I don't care if the kid in the porn is animated or real or anything in between. Delete that shit. You have to understand, this is not the place for that. There are other Discords for that. And there are other sex offenders registries for that. People can make these arguments about, oh, it's because it's not real and animated and all of this, then it's fine. No, I don't care. I don't want to even have that argument. That's how you get in trouble. That's how you legit get in trouble. Because remember that whenever someone shows up, right, and they've got a malicious intent, all nuance is lost. All of it, right? All of a sudden, all of you are pedophiles. That's what's gonna happen. So none of that shit in my Discord. I don't even want to fucking see it. And that's me even putting aside my personal disgust for stuff like that. All right? So I don't want to see that shit. Animated, real, I don't care. Don't sexualize kids in my fucking Discord. Ever. I will ban you. I will get rid of everything that's there. You want to make fun of pedophiles? Go for it. You want to make jokes about how many kids Michael Jackson touched? Go for it. But no sexualized kids. Or you will be on a registry. It's that simple. I want to make that clear to everyone here, because there's a bunch of people, new people in the Discord, and all it takes is one person to lose it or do some weird shit, and now all of us are fucked. And I don't want to deal with that. I really don't want to deal with that. Have they teased anything besides the guitar? We're gonna find out, because there's like a million fucking posts on Twitter for Guild Wars 2. I figure we might as well start there. Or maybe I'll save that for the end of the stream. I'm trying to think about whether I should or not. Man, I'm actually starting to seriously get concerned though that I have that I do actually have fucking narcolepsy. Because sometimes I close my eyes and just don't wake up. It's not good. It's actually scaring the bejesus out of me. And it's happened several times now. Thanks for the follow, Zeb Carter. I appreciate it. So, today, it's going to be a fuck around and find out stream. Did you see that the EU petition is at 89%? Looks like they're actually going to make it. Yeah, so that's actually where I did want to start initially. And I think that's where we're going to start, is with the SKG shit. Because this is a problem I actually care about. I actually give a shit about this. I want to know, particularly because of Guild Wars 2, I want to know that one day when ArenaNet does finally bend over, and whatever Chinese company at the time owns them, enters them to fuck up Guild Wars 2 and put it into maintenance mode, that they're going to be private servers that keep the spirit of the game going. That's what I need to know. So that's why I give a shit about SKG. That's why I think everyone should give a shit about SKG. And I'm seeing a lot of new misinformation being spread around about it. So that's what we got to go through. Oh boy, has everyone been making videos about SKG. So this is where we'll start. We'll take a look at the petition. We'll see where it is. Because I genuinely will be shocked. Oh, what new misinformation? Oh man, Moonstone, you... Oh man, the fucking retarded takes I've seen on Twitter. People are literally hallucinating what SKG is about. They're like, no, but you can't do this because then you're gonna go after companies. Okay, so let me do a breakdown list. Right? I'll do a breakdown of this. So, what is SKG about? SKG is a really, really simple movement. You have video game. Video game run by company. Company, no support video game no more. Video game attached to online. If video game attached to online, you know, play video game. If online connection, no work no more. SKG, make video game work. Because now company have to make final patch to get rid of predatory bullshit. SKG make sure you play video game, no matter how old video game. Video game not lost to the annals of time. Pretty simple, right? And they're very specifically not targeting just single-player online games or massively multiplayer games. They are targeting most games so that it's in a preserved kind of state. Hey, what's up, Farrowin? I'll see you over on Kick now. That is the movement of SKG. And I know this because I've been fucking staring at this shit forever. I've read through all of their documentation. I've watched every single video that rostered. I retroactively went back and looked at everything. Gee, I wonder who started the misinfo. Gee, I wonder who, Sniper Tigress. I have no idea who would have done such a thing. I mean, what am I supposed to do for you? There's nothing I could do about it. So, This is what I've seen the misinformation become, right? First, there's Thor's misinformation, right? His in misinformation segment is like insane, and the fact that he pushed this to like 1.2 million people is incredible, right? So his misinformation was, this is going to destroy the monetary incentive for people to make video games, right? People are no longer going to want to make video games because this is going to cost them too much. This is going to be a gigantic burden on all of the companies, not the multi-dollar companies. Oh no, the multi-dollar companies are not going to be able to play video games, and they're not going to, oh, it's so terrible. This is going to ruin MMOs because now no one's going to want to do MMOs anymore. As if MMOs are in such a fucking fantastic state as they are right now. You're gonna have to build a big gigantic patch for each and every single game, and it's gonna destroy everything. That's where it started. Now there's a lot more that Roach Software said. But it gets worse because there's an entire another wave of misinformation that comes with this, which is pretty amazing. The freshest, newest, hot off the press misinformation and complete misdirect I've seen about stop killing games. Let me see if I can find it. I want to see if I can find it. Right, so I was looking at it earlier, and it was making me mad. It was making me physically angry. Where is it? Where is it? It was making me so fucking mad. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I'm not gonna find it. I fucking should have liked that post on Twitter. The new, fresh, just off the grill at McDonald's bullshit lie we're hearing about SKG is it's gonna apply retroactively. Which is impossible. No, we can't have it. This is a bad movement because it's going to be retroactive, and all the companies before this, how are you going to prosecute them if they don't exist anymore? It's not retroactive. It's not fucking retroactive. It never was retroactive. It never was going to be. The worst thing is they don't even patch that shit. They can just use a dev environment, and they 100% have. Yes, that's the point, Dragons. That's the point. That's the problem. It's literally like that. They could. It's like I love how the entire. Here's the other argument, right? Here's the second hot off the presses argument. Devs apparently, according to the people who are against SKG, devs are simultaneously gods, right? Who can program anything into existence that they feel like and make it as manipulative as possible from a psychological standpoint. But also, they're so fucking stupid that one single patch would cause all of them to have a mental breakdown, and they're too fucking dumb to figure out how this works. At the same time, this one patch you want? It's impossible. No one can do it. It's like, literally the argument I heard on Twitter earlier today was making me so mad. And the thing is, the guy who was arguing, saying that it's impossible for devs to make this patch that sunsets a game so that everyone else can use it. He was talking as if he was a fucking character from Top Gun, saying it's impossible for anyone to fly through that valley and drop that bomb. It's just not possible for a human being. Which is like, oh my god, it was fucking ridiculous. Which makes me want to make, like, someone to make a movie about SKG, and there just being one Top Gun dev who pulls off the impossible and makes a patch that sunsets a game and gives it over to the community. And at the end, everyone comes together in like a gay man hug pile, like in the military movie, and be like, "You did it, you crazy son of a bitch. We thought it was impossible." Which is incredible. There's one other piece of misinformation I've seen recently that has now sprouted from all of this. That's amazing to see. If we, as people, want SKG to move forward, there will never be another video game ever. Because this will get video games banned. Which, honestly, that one didn't make me mad. That one was funny. That one was incredibly entertaining to hear. But there's some dumbass out there who genuinely believes that. The new MMO ZeniMax got cancelled and another action. I did see Sawman posting about that. Moonstone. I saw that. Apparently, ESO has been in maintenance mode forever. Which is incredible. And they just never told anyone. So we'll start here. We'll start with SKG, because I think we're going to have a fucking fantastic time. I've been told, I've seen the comments on YouTube. I've been told I need to watch the Act Man video. I've been told the big names are stepping up. They're dragging their fucking balls all over Pirate Software's head. They're fucking backhanding that bitch. They're telling him, get fucked, eat shit. And he keeps on doubling down. He keeps on doubling down. It just keeps getting better. It just keeps getting better. So if there's a specific SKG video you want me to watch, now's the time to shitpost it into the Reacts channel.
He couldn't keep getting away with this.
He fucking couldn't. The whole universe has turned against Pirate Software. And it's so fun to see. It's so exciting to see. Because at this point, I'm sorry, I don't generally like mob brigades. I don't like this idea that we should all gang up on some retard and like ruin their life or whatever the fuck else. I still don't agree with it happening to Thor, all the death threats and shit. But I gotta say, man, come on. He keeps fucking asking for it. I'm sorry, but if I walk around a neighborhood with $500 over my head, if I walk around outside my house with 500 rand over my head, I'm getting fucking robbed. If a woman, a highly attractive woman, walks down a dangerous street, walks down a street in India with her ass cheeks hanging out the bottom of her miniskirt, guess what's fucking happening? Right? There's just there's shit you don't do. And he went full retard, and you never go full retard. We know this, and he kept doing it. So let's take a look and see where SKG is. Because, okay, this is my prediction. I still believe this. But looking at it now, it might change this. See his YouTube analytics. I will take a look at that as well, but honest. I still believe that it's too late to save Stop Killing Games. I genuinely can't, believe that. I think it's too late in the game. I think there's no Hail Mary passes. We save that for movies. Right. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm dead fucking wrong. I know you've probably posted the link in the general, Jimmy. Oh my god. I've never been so happy to be wrong. There's a chance. There's a fucking chance. Today alone they got 100,000 people to sign. Oh my god. There's a chance. I can't believe it. This is fucking incredible. This is amazing. Holy shit. You know how, like... Okay. I don't know if you know this, right? But there have been certain points in time in human history, generally speaking, when everyone was at war with one another and we were killing each other with sticks and rocks, right? But there are certain, like, historical accounts where, like, two sides are warring against each other. And they witness something so disgusting that they both look at each other and be like, we're going to go back to killing each other in a second. But first we're going to deal with that sick fuck over there. And they both handle that shit and then they go back to fighting each other. And I feel like that's what's happening here. Gamers, rise up. We can overcome being the most oppressed people. Black people in America could do it. They beat slavery. Gamers can beat pirate software, surely. I'm so happy to see this. Holy shit. It's so close. And I believe this ends on the 30th of July. Now, apparently, the UK, like, I got this wrong, right? I thought that the UK was still a part of the EU petition, but apparently not. So let's see how the UK petition's going. You know, British people have never done a single good thing on this planet. But that might be about to change. There's not a single good thing that Britain's done for humanity. But it turns out that even the worst villain on planet Earth can redeem themselves. That's impressive. Well done, the UK. Well fucking done. Now, if only we could take those at 100,000 and just, like, you know, throw it in here, that would be great. Look at the government response. Send me a link. Is there a government response to this? Oh, wait, it's right here. I'm just retarded. Parliament will consider this for debate. Parliament considers all petitions they get more than 100,000 signatures for debate. It's fucking still rising. Holy shit. Jesus. Government responded, there are no plans to amend UK consumer law on disabling video games. Those selling games must comply with the existing requirements in consumer law, and we will continue to monitor this issue. I've said this before. Politicians are not human beings, they're just rats in human skin. These fucking rats. These fucking pieces of trash. What pieces of shit? I will say the things that no one else will say. These government assholes, these rat fucks need to do their fucking job. The UK one wasn't as important as the EU one. So it's all on, it's right now, it's all on the fact that the EU has to do something. The EU gamers need to rise up. We need 100,000 more people. If you live in the EU, go sign this shit. Go sign this shit now. Go register for unnamed Chinese babies as being born in the EU and make them sign it too. Do whatever the fuck you gotta do. Fucking fantastic though. There's actually a chance. There's actually a solid chance that we get somewhere here. Now let's look at the other side of the puzzle. The other side of the coin. Discord general. So yeah, that's what Jimmy posted. Thank you. That's fucking incredible. What do we got here? Ooh, we got the heavy hitters out here. Someone needs to get the Austrian painters involved. That's unacceptable. Higher numbers for that. Thank you very much. Threshold. Man, this needs to be sorted by mass volume. Poland, holy shit. Poland's so fucking based. The Netherlands, Sweden, Germany, Finland. Someone needs to find Denmark right now and tell them that Sweden is beating them in something. And turn this into a competition between Sweden and Denmark. And play off their hundreds of years of feuding. Tell them whoever's got more signatures is less gay. And watch them just fill out the petition in like a fucking day. We need to play off of old hatreds. God damn it. And yes, Furion, I can't read. I gotta miss fucking things people say in the Discord, so just post it again. I'm posting a video in the Discord of Goonware's own dad calling his ass out. Good. Look, I've seen some of the stuff that Pirate Software's dad spoken about. Pirate Software's dad acts more like a professional dev than he ever did, right? He doesn't seem as arrogant, he doesn't seem as cunty, and I wonder if, because his dad provided Pirate Software with such a good, comfortable life, that this is what made him such a narcissistic fuck. I see the social blade. Bananas, I see the social blade. Ooh. 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 It keeps getting worse. It's gone negative. Oh my god, that's terrible. Holy shit. He's actually gone negative. Last 30 days. Now, I think, as mad as this is gonna make you, as upsetting as this is to me, I think he's gonna be fine. I think that this will all blow over. And you know what's gonna happen then? He's gonna start talking shit about something else. And when he starts talking shit about something else, it's all coming back. All of it's coming back. Like, you know how, you know this. You know when you get one of those piece of shit partners who's a fucking archaeologist, they're digging up shit from 4 years ago, and they're bringing everything with them. That's exactly what the internet's gonna do to him. It's gonna fucking come back. Everything. And every fucking time this man opens his mouth and says something, the entire internet's just gonna fucking smack him across the face again and be like, shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm done with you. Poland is constantly scammed on video game prices with the wrong currency exchange on the biggest platforms that our game prices are like second or third on earth. Good. Okay, good. I'm sorry for your suffering in Poland. February. Like, I know there's nothing that's ever happened that's worse than the video game scamming that's currently happening in Poland to the Polish people. Like, that's the worst thing that's ever happened there, right? But I feel like there might be a reason for the suffering. Man. Discord follower, here's a Twitch. Okay, that's... What is this? Is this the Thor? Is this something else? Oh, okay. Yeah, you linked it twice. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm seeing it. I'm trying to keep up with all the fucking messages, but this is fucking incredible. I'm so happy to be wrong. I am so fucking excited to know that I'm wrong and that Stop Killing Games is fucking going somewhere. Oh my god, this is such good news. It's only 100,000 left. One last push from a big content creator. Just one. And this will come through. He's lost more than 50% of his viewers on Twitch after the WoW drama. I'm shocked that he still has 50% left, New Gash. That's the problem. There's still half of them there. It's not about the half that left, because all those people were like, okay, this guy's an asshole. It just took me a while to realize they were reasonable. It's the fact that there's still 50% of them left. People started review bombing Pirates game Heartbound on Steam. Oh, I'm not surprised. Remember, that social actions have social consequences, right? That's just how it works. I don't make the rules. So you start. It's gone overwhelmingly negative. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit. This is fuck me, dude. Can you imagine the kind of panic? TTS is 1k points, by the way. Yeah, I know I need to fix it super if I can, but I think the upped price will prevent people from just abusing the shit out of it. So I'm like, you know, half and half with that. I'll see if I can fix it at some point. That way, if you want that TTS, you gotta work for it. But no, I'll fix it at some later point. You gotta remember when I put Tangier back up, right? It deleted all the settings I had previously. Good night, Keith. I think we have now negative because he was in the past making it every month big giveaway subscriptions by using the money he gets from tips on stream. So if he stopped doing that, it could easily bring negative numbers. I think you're right, Alit. I remember him saying that he takes all the money he gets off the stream and then gifts subs, and I think that that's a pay-to-win kind of system, because if he's doing that all the time, it inflates his sub count, and it probably pushes him up some kind of search registry that Twitch has, right? Imagine that being anti-gamer makes gamers anti-you. Yeah, I know, it's shocking, Sayonara. I'm fucking stunned. Can you believe it? It turns out gamers can hold a strong standpoint. Who fucking thought? God damn. $1K is fine. We make 1K every hour at most. Wonder how many views he gets from his website with embedding. Does he embed? Oh, Newgash, does he fucking embed? I wouldn't be surprised if this piece of shit is embedding. Man, I really wouldn't be surprised if he's fucking embedding. The game. Where's this embed? No, I don't care about that. I don't care about your stupid little fucking puzzles. PewDiePie made a video about this and even got you to... Oh my god, we've got so much to go through today. PewDiePie's throwing his fucking hat in the ring. Oh my god. Oh god, that's fucking impressive. I'm so glad that they're talking about this. Now, I do have one big problem, right? I do have one big issue with big content creators throwing their hat in the ring on this, right? Go Pirate Software. Let's see. The games donate Pirate Software. Of course this piece of shit's embedding. Of course he is. Fuck me. As if being the world's biggest piece of shit wasn't enough. He just had... Fuck. He's Forth's the kind of person to not just tell you how much he hates dogs. He goes to the fucking... the SPCA shelter and starts kicking the puppies. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Do you have no... like, fuck me. My god. And the fact that he's now thrown in with local jellyfish, Ludwig, is not even fucking surprising to me anymore. Holy Jesus. My god. If PewDiePie has done a video about it, he's cooked and done. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. There's like so much I want to look at. There's Josh Strife Hayes has made a video. Actman has made a video. Where is it?
But today...
Okay, so he's had a conversation. I know that Pirate Software was talking to fucking Josh Strife Hayes in DMs. I saw the Twitter post about that. Actman.
You brought Tangia back. Don't screw it up this time, okay? Ooh, If she dies again,
I'm gonna make that cost 500,000 points.
Crying, ooh woo.
We've got the Act Man. You know, not even that sick shit can bring me down right now. If you got the PewDiePie video, link it to me. Because I don't know where he's made that. I barely watch PewDiePie anymore. Not because he's bad, but because he's in retirement. He's in maintenance mode. We're gonna start here, because this is the oldest video that I've seen on this. Of one of the biggest people talking about this. He's giving the dogs the syringe. Heavy hitters are punching. Man. If Pirate Software was a girl in a college dorm, every frat house guy has just had her way with him. Had his way with her, sorry.
You wouldn't.
I mean, what the fuck am I worrying about genders here? Pronouns don't exist anymore. We're all just things. Fucking goddamn. So we'll start here. Now, what's going to disappoint me? I can already tell this is going to happen. Half of the videos that we're going to see about Pirate Software are not going to actually talk about what a big piece of lying shit he is. Most of these videos, I bet, are going to be trying to be respectful. I have a problem with that, because if you never call out a big piece of shit for being a big piece of shit, it's going to continue to think it can be a big piece of shit. On the other hand of that, because I'm not blind to how things work, I can understand why a bunch of big creators will not go down that path. Number one, they don't want to be accused of hate brigading. Number two, people will use it against them in the future, saying, oh, you harassed this person, and because of you, your community, and blah, blah, blah. So I get why everyone's pussyfooting around this if you're a big creator. But at the same time, this bitch deserves it. I'm sorry, he does. He put himself here. We can hate brigade the community. Wait, we can be the hate brigade community. I think I will say what I truly think about Thor. I expect every single one of you to be mature enough to be able to make up your own fucking mind. I think hate brigading Thor is a waste of time. It's not going to get you what you want. So there's no point in doing that. All that's going to do is actually give Thor an excuse to never listen to anyone. That's the problem, is what he's going to do, and he's already done this, is he'll be like, your community came and attacked me, so I'm in the right and you're a piece of shit. Right? It just gives him an excuse. That's why I think it's a waste of time. Going and harassing someone gives them a foothold upon which they can be a gigantic piece of shit. Never heard of him until the stream. Well, you're lucky, Mandosaur. Sorry to ruin that for you. I don't mind jumping on a hate bandwagon if I get educated in the situation. I'll still just ignore that he exists because I didn't know he existed. Well, that's a good thing. You're probably better off ignoring his existence. I've said this before. The way Thor disappears from the internet is not with a bang, but a whisper. Thor, via his smug, narcissistic contrarianism, doesn't seem to care that much about whether he's getting positive or negative attention. He cares that he's getting attention. The only time that Thor will ever listen is if no one is paying him any attention at all. So all the harassment, all the people sending him death threats are fucking retarded because they're keeping him on life support. But when no one gives a shit about this retard anymore, that's when he'll change. If he's capable of change. I don't know if he's capable of change. I don't think he will. He will probably become the internet's next lol cow. You know how like each generation, each range of the internet has its own specific lol cow. There was Dragon Lord, there was Chris Chan, there's Darkside Phil, and you can milk a lol cow forever. It's just going to keep providing for you. For me, Pirate Software is my lol cow. DSP, I never really felt that connection. You know, I didn't feel that personal, you know, deep-seated bond that a streamer has to have with their lol cow. But Pirate Software really got under my skin in a way that I just don't, I feel like it's like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I don't think I'll ever meet a lol cow that I just feel so deeply for. Truly, my life has changed because of Pirate Software. He's my lol cow. Also, by the way, I don't think you guys can be a hate brigade because I'm a literal nobody and there's like, it's just, you know, I'm not exactly what you might call someone who's going to ever be a big creator or anything in the space. I'm not going to do that shit. Being a literal nobody with a small amount of people who watches you has its advantages. All these people have to walk on eggshells and pussyfoot. I can just be like, hey, yo, Thor's a bitch. Thor's a goddamn little pussy. And yes, SKG is winning. It's winning.
So humbly body daddy, I'm squooming oonya.
I swear to God, Shura, I'm going to find a way to disable TTS just for you. Now, let's see what Josh Strife Hayes. We'll start here. Actually, no, you know what? We will start here so that you have some context of what a piece of shit this man is.
But since you did, last month was my birthday and you missed it. You didn't call me. Neither did your brother. You guys both ignored me for my birthday.
That isn't true. I sent you a text.
True. No, you did not.
Bullshit.
That was last year.
Bullshit.
You know, I don't have the greatest relationship with my dad. My dad put me through the fucking ringer when I was a kid. And even I have the fucking common courtesy to at least phone him. At least message him when it's his fucking birthday. What the fuck?
Since you did, last month was my birthday and you missed it. You didn't call me. Neither did your brother. You guys both ignored me for my birthday.
That is
now what's concerning is what did he do that both of his kids are not phoning him? There's shared blame here, right? As much as I want to go in on being Thor, you're a big piece of shit, you're a piece of trash, all of that. How did Thor end up like this? There is some parental responsibility. So what's up, Komarov? I sent my dad the Dear Dad song and he started crying today.
Brigade, we will just send Super to his Discord, and that will be enough. It is enough that he sends the same content as on ours.
Fuck's sakes. If you're gonna hate brigade him, there's no point in turning him on, Edward. God damn it. He'll enjoy. This is the 13-hour goon session, man. We've seen this from the leaked DMs between him and Lyric. This man will sit on a call jerking dick for 13 hours. You think he's not going to be turned on by that? Whatever disgusting shit Super would send him would probably just make him erect.
Birthday?
That isn't true. I sent you a text.
True. No, you did not.
Bullshit.
That was last year.
Bullshit.
I got nothing. You sent me one last year.
Did I send you one last year? Am I a shitty son? Oh man.
Yeah, there you go.
It was last year. Wow.
I want everybody to know that Thor did not say anything to his father for his birthday a month ago.
If it makes you feel any better, I didn't text you anything after that last happy birthday, so it's still the same one. It still counts.
You're like
Jesus. I don't have the best relationship with my dad. I don't think anyone with boomer parents has the best relationship with their father, because fathers have been kind of underplayed the whole time. And like, you know, it's hard to relate to them and stuff like that. And they put you through some shit. But holy fuck, even I will send my dad a birthday gift and phone him and say happy birthday. My God. That's... Holy fuck. Now, he does share... The father does share some responsibility there. The fact that both of his sons did not send him happy birthday. Jesus Christ, that's concerning. That, you know what, that doesn't make me want to shit on Thor. That's just sad. Holy fuck, that's just really sad. God damn. Also, by the way, this is such a white people problem. I'm sorry, this is such a white people problem. Holy fucking shit. Because I'm sorry, I see the way like Mexicans and Spanish people and fucking Africans, they will not miss that shit. They got that shit locked down. This is such a like first world white people fuck you dad problem. That's what this is. And I can see the fact that like his dad calls him Jason, and he's probably like, call me Thor, goddammit! Oh, there was so much subtext there to pick up on. The American education system seems like they're indoctrinating people to want mommies. It seems like they're wanting people to not fucking, to not want parents. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. I'm sorry, this is such a white people problem. First world. Fucking, I was raised where every molehill is a mountain kind of issue. Holy fucking shit. Like, my dad shares some serious responsibility for some severely terrible things that went wrong in my life. And I will still say happy birthday to him. God damn. Man, that just makes me sad and angry at the same time. This isn't even white people problem. This is white Washington state entitled furry mental health people problems. Oh yeah, this is like 7 layers deep of subtext. Holy fuck. Okay, now let's see what Josh Strife Hayes had to say. Now, Josh Strife Hayes has been pretty based. He's got a lot to think about. He's got a brand to consider. So I'm gonna understand if he avoids any personal attacks. I'm willing to bet he's not even gonna call Thor a liar, even though that's what he is. I expect that. But I am interested to see how this went. Because remember, we watched the video with Charlie. And Charlie was like, I tried to get through to the stupid motherfucker. And we just ended up in the same spot we started. Finland has a lot of fucking gamers, apparently. Well, yeah. Finland is like the traditional home of femboys. Jimmy, did you not know that? It's one of the highest rates of pink selling thigh high socks. Of course Finland's doing that. Thor's family has no shame, Jesus fucking Christ. They really fucking don't. Like that, honestly, that kind of shit is like a personal conversation you're supposed to have. That's like a private conversation. I don't like that idea. Holy shit, I don't like private conversations being public like that. That was something that was supposed to be resolved between them. Now it has to be played off as a joke. Why do I know that? Because I did engineering, Jimmy. You think there weren't some sick fucking degenerates in engineering in university? Here, let me give you a story before we begin here, to give you some context of what the fuck I had to deal with on a daily basis. In third year, in engineering, there was a project we had to all do. Right? The project we were given for the mechatronics assignment we had to do was we had to build an automated sawmill that could analyze a tree trunk, right, that had been chopped down of a certain length and like a variable diameter and thickness, but the only set variable was the width. We had to program in a saw blade to be able to handle quebracho wood, right? Now, anyone who doesn't know what quebracho wood is, it's like the South American ironwood tree that's literally called the axe breaker tree, because the wood is so dense that it fucks up everything that hits it, right? It shatters saw blades.
Hard times create war in the Middle East. Strong men create war in the Middle East. Good times create war in the Middle East. Weak men create war in the Middle East.
Pirate Software creates war in the Middle East. So, in mechatronics, we had to like program out this the PID and PDF controls of a saw blade that was diamond tipped that had to deal with cutting through quebracho wood, right? I'm probably saying it wrong. It's probably quebracho or whatever the fuck the Brazilians call it. Really fucking tough tree to deal with. Not very easy. It's almost like cutting through stone with a saw blade. It's a bitch, right? Destroys saw blades, fucks up sawmills all the time. So, we all had to program out a control system, right? People who've done anything even close to this will understand what I'm talking about when I say mechatronics, right? I was given the pretty easy one because I was covering for another project that we were all doing together. There's the PID system and the PDF system, and we had to do both systems, right? So we could do a comparison between which one would work better. For the saw blade, there was like on an arm that had to analyze the entire thing and then cut at certain angles, right? So it's just ultra dense, Faith. It's literally ultra dense wood that almost acts like stone. So I do the PID system. I phone the guy on my team who's worrying about the PDF system, right? I know my other teammates are worried about the actual mechanical loads and forces, so that's covered. That's good. I phone the guy doing the PDF system so we can compare notes and like make a conclusion and a summary on which system would work better. He's like, yeah, no, just come over to my house. I rock up at his house with the flash drive in hand. He opens the fucking door to his apartment. Right, it wasn't really a house, it was an apartment. He like lived on a second floor, I shouldn't have been surprised. He opens the fucking door. The dude is wearing women's lingerie and thigh-high socks. It was at that point in time I decided I was going to hand him the USB and leave. So I handed it to him and I was like, I gotta go. Like, I don't have much time. Here's the PID stuff. Email me the PDF stuff when you're done. I'm going, and this was not a thin man. This was not a man who had a shaved face. He had a beard that was basically tickling his fucking belly button when I went there. And I didn't want to know anything further than what I saw that fucking day. But I will say after that day, I never played D&D with him again. Because now I understood why he kept on choosing the female elf. The female ranger elf. Or the female rogue elf. Or the female rogue sorcerer. The female sorcerer. Every time. Female elf character, and it made sense. But a mixed race, half Middle Eastern man, with a stomach larger than mine, and a gigantic beard, walking around his fucking apartment in women's lingerie and thigh-high socks was not something I expected to see during my time in engineering. But you will be shocked how many times that's happened. Because it wasn't just him. Why didn't you fucking... Because I'm not gay. I ain't gay. There are multiple of them. So yeah. Good for him. I'm glad he's living his life. But I didn't need to see that. You have a wife. You're gay. Exactly. I'm a different kind of gay. I'm a completely different kind of gay. That shit don't work for me.
Greetings from Turkmenistan. I have
that's probably
uncontrollable hatred for women.
For fuck's sakes. I feel like Khaldun has way too many points. I need to up the points on the TTS. Right, but let's see what Josh Drive Hayes has to say. Enough fucking about. Let's see what he has to say. I know he's not going to say anything bad about Thor. Let's see if he says anything valuable about SKG.
But today we're going to play book. And I'll tell you why we're going to play book. It's because Twitch... This is a smoothie, by the way. I'm being really healthy. It's because Twitch...
What's up, Seth?
Just doesn't seem to like people playing video games. I'm getting that vibe. I'm getting that feeling. I was reading an interesting report commented upon by Tim the Tat Manathy, where he said, rightly so, that just chatting is far bigger.
I don't know if you've seen this, but this made me think that Tim the Tat Man's a retard. I remember this. I know exactly what he's talking about. So, if you don't have context of what he's talking about, I want you to take a look at this. Tim the Tatman says gaming streamers on Twitch might be cooked. The biggest streamers don't even game anymore. IRL is king now. That's the reality. Breaking news. Gaming niche streamer realizes that gaming is a niche.
All fairies are degenerate abominations in the eyes of the Emperor. We will spade, and we will neuter, until there is nothing left.
I feel like that's going to happen a lot. I'm going to need to up the points on the TTS. But that's what he's talking about right now.
Than anything else on Twitch. Just chatting has like 300 to 500k viewers. Every other video game doesn't even come close. League of Legends, I think, is the second closest at like 100k. Annoyingly, it's just not true. It's not a thing for playing video games. It's a thing for chatting, and it's because more people value drama than they do value any individual single game.
Absolutely. There's a reason why there were like 7 seasons of Basketball Housewives that was so popular that it even came to my country. Where on a fucking Sunday afternoon, I would see my ex-girlfriend watching women who married basketball players screeching at each other. And every single weekend I would ask her the same thing. Why the fuck are we watching this? And I would get the same answer. Because it's interesting, Jesus. I do not miss that woman.
But I'm not going to get into drama. I am above that. I am enlightened. I am superior to all that. I will stand on my lovely pedestal above, and I will not be degraded. I will not...
You know, if anyone else was saying this, I'd call him out. But the problem is, it's Josh Drive Hayes. It's fucking true. He's above us all.
Devolve into talking about drama.
God damn it.
So, Pirate Software. What happened with that whole thing? What's going on there, guys? What's happening? All right, no, I spoke to Pirate Software. I sent him a DM on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. I've got 2 important things to say about that. First of all, the internet is capable of generating more laser-focused hatred than almost anything we've seen in the past, in history.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the internet hate machine is a place where we live. It's the best shit in the world.
Yeah, there have been massive standing armies who have all had ideas of destruction against an ideal, but the fact that the internet has made it possible for millions of people to laser-focus hatred on a single individual is It's a situation we've never seen before in history. It's insane. And what a lot of people don't understand is that the internet is full of very unhinged, very dangerous people. You may disagree with someone. You may dislike them. You may want to leave a mean comment. And to you, that's just one mean comment. Now, to someone who gets thousands a day, it mentally adds up. Mean comments do it.
I mean, it kind of does mentally add up, but come on. You know what we used to do with these people is we used to give them a rifle, put them on the front lines of a battalion and be like, march in that direction. And they'd either win or they'd be no one's problem anymore. Is it really that bad that people say mean words to each other on the internet? If thousands of people said mean words to me, that wouldn't mean that much. Now, if people started posting my address and shit, then I'd have to do something. But a bunch of mean words? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, someone didn't like me. Oh no. Oh, my heart is breaking. Fucking Jesus Christ. I feel like we've advanced so much as a society. We've gotten to the point where we're no longer like murdering each other with rocks. It's a big deal on the news if one guy like killed another guy. That makes the news now. Do we not realize that in the past we were fucking animals? We were doing like the wildest shit to each other. Even me, living in my little crack house. I get to see bum fights outside my house like almost every day. Even so, it's more civilized than what we were doing to each other in the past. I'm sorry. It just is.
Could you please fuck yourself on stream with a wire brush? That would be really funny. There are plenty of people who would love to see you bleed out like a fucking pig, you worthless human trash. Did you ever consider to ask the retarded whore you call mommy why she didn't swallow you and then puke you in your dad's asshole where you belong?
Well, the simple answer to that one, Khaldun, is number one, why would I ever fuck myself with a wire brush when I can't get it out of your dad's asshole? And number two, why the fuck would I ever say that about my mother? I'm too busy thinking about how many times your mother swallows every night. See? That was very creative, though. Congratulations. That was impressive. You could have added a little bit to that, though, right? Oh, you should have stopped at, we'd love to see you bleed out, right? Put a full stop there. And then you could have added another insult in there, along with the mommy comment and along with fucking yourself with the wire brush, right? You could have had a one-liner. So you could have done a three-piece. Remember, comedy comes in threes. And you could have said something like you bald dipshit, like you got to go after something personal, right? You got to find something that's supposed to hit someone on an interpersonal level. You should have said, you squinty-eyed little pseudo-chink. You could have said something like that. Something along those lines. I'm helping you improve. Comedy's bar issue is low. I wouldn't come into anything below a 7. But what if you come into a 1 7 times, Sayonara?
Tiny amount of psychic chip damage every single time you see them, but nothing heals that back. But even that can be survived. What you forget is the internet's full of unhinged people who are going to find your home address, who are going to find your number, who are going to bombard you, who are going to harass your family, who are going to
absolutely
send death threats, who are going to attempt to actually do that. It is horrific. So I need to make it very clear. I disagree with Pirate Software. I still think he deserves a level of safety, a level of respect, a level of civility, a level of basic human decency.
I don't think I've seen a single person go out of their way to say we should go and harass Pirate Software. I don't think I've seen a single large creator. I haven't seen a single Twitter post. I've seen no one go out of their way to try and harass him. So those unhinged retards were going to do it no matter what you said. right? So I don't think that matters. I think unhinged retards are going to be unhinged retards no matter what. There's no stopping them. There's only defending yourself. And as much as Pirate Software deserves to be called a retarded piece of shit, a fucking moron, a dumbass, an idiot, a lying asshole who misconstrues information on purpose, he doesn't deserve to be killed. He doesn't deserve to have his kneecaps fucking broken. These are words on the internet.
I can disagree with his position strongly, while still not wanting harm to befall him, while still not wanting to see him mentally suffer. And some people, they focus on the revenge, the vindication, more than the actual achieving of an actual possible goal or being, you know, a decent human being. So I messaged him afterwards and I said, look, you are my opponent in this specific intellectual battle, but you are not my enemy on a personal basis. I don't know enough about your life to want to hate.
Literally, you shouldn't have. Like, this is the thing: is you don't know this person on an interpersonal level. If you wish to enact physical violence on this person because they said some words, that's kind of a tacit admission that you're too retarded to handle them. What you have to do is become even more retarded, get down in the dirt with them, and upset them on an interpersonal level. You've got to hurt them emotionally. Because if you can't do that, you're losing right now. And you're going to end up in prison. Are you willing to fuck your life up, your entire life up, and do some illegal shit because some gay retard on the internet said something that's just, you know, the dumbest thing you've ever heard? There's the problem. They just needed a reason. By reason, I actually mean he just needed to blow up so those people turn from whoever they were going to attack to. Yeah, no, there's an internet hate mob that's just looking for an excuse. Have you ever seen whenever there's like a protest, there's always like a group of fucking looters and people setting buildings on fire? There's always a group. There's always a secondary group that's like, this is my chance to be a fucking animal, and I've just been waiting for this. Same thing with the internet hate mob. They're just looking for a punching bag. They're just looking for something to take the hatred that they feel internally out on someone else. Most probably because their dad could hit them with a belt and beat them senseless. And they can't take it out on their dad, so they got to find someone else online to like redirect that anger at. No, he does not. He basically threw the respect out of the window by reacting as he did to Ross's initiative. No, he did. He deserves no respect. He's a lying fuck. He's a lying rat. But are you willing to bend down to slap a piece of shit on the floor and ruin your life in the process? I think a lot of people had hate build up with time and now had an opportunity to shit on him after he exposed himself. I think it will wear off with time. You're probably right.
Violence is not the only answer, but it's the final answer.
It is the final answer, but remember, it will get returned to you. It will get turned back on you. Right? If you, like, do you get mad at every piece of shit you see on the sidewalk when you're walking down the road? Right? If you see a pile of dog shit, do you get upset at it and decide, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to kick this with my shoe and let it splat all over my feet and my pants. No, you do the same thing that we're doing here. You go, ew, what a disgusting piece of shit. Maybe this piece of shit shouldn't be on the fucking sidewalk. Who the fuck left this here? You? You motherfucker. Pick your fucking shit up, you piece of trash. You don't fucking ruin your own life for someone like this. That's the stupidest shit imaginable. Is people that go to protest only to start fights with the police? Absolutely. There are. And when they get fucked up, and they're like, I don't know if you saw this, Vladimir. During the Gilets Jaunes riots, there was a guy who, he had his hand blown off because he picked up a flashbang or like a smoke grenade that was launched into the crowd, and he tried to throw it back, but it blew his fucking hand off, right? Now, what you don't see in that, when you look... Thank you for fixing my... Okay. How dare you? But thank you for fixing that for me. There was a piece of shit who got his hand blown off in the riots in France, right? God damn, how long does that thing last? The fuck out of here. God damn it. Okay, there we go. So, what you don't see is the footage before, where that guy was actually trying to pick fights all the time. The dude who got his hand blown off, he was trying to pick fights. And there were actually a few people who got their hands and feet blown off. Some of them good, some of them bad. But there was a guy out there picking fights, and one of them was like doing his best to cause as much damage as possible. And he got his hand blown off, and I was like, that one deserved it. Fucking dumbass. People with public-facing platforms can and do cause damage purely with their words. They do. Absolutely they do. But do you think incitement to violence is a good idea? Problem is a pile of dog shit on the side of the road does no larger damage to anything that passes, doesn't it, Sayonara? You're getting fecal matter in your nose. That's how you picked up there was a piece of dog shit. Is that not damaging to your nose? And if you're taking people's words on public-facing platforms that seriously, you're fucked. When do you sleep? I don't know. I just kind of pass out at my desk every now and then, Jarek. Then. Also, what's up, dude? The issue is that people with these public platforms are being taken so fucking seriously that it causes damage. But if you've got someone who's like inciting violence and stuff, shrug your shoulders. Be like, this guy's a fucking retard. It's fucking 1 a.m. Yes, it is. And I'm going to be up until 7. And then I'm going to go to the gym if I don't pass out at my desk.
Hate you. And
what do we talk about, Diddy? No, we're talking about something worse. Pirate software.
If I did hate you, I wouldn't want to put any energy of mine into hating you. You forget that there are people who just... They will spend their entire life, they will spend their free time sending hate to people they don't like. To me, that's unconscionable. It's weird. If I have free time, I'm going to build and paint some Warhammer. I'm going to play some video games. I'm going to go back and rewrite more Expedition 33 fanfiction. I'm Verso, by the way. You didn't hear that.
Motherfucker.
I'm going to spend my time doing stuff that brings me joy, that brings me happiness. I'm not going to spend time spreading hate to somebody else, but the internet has made it possible for so many people to spread so much hate to an individual. So I disagree with his position, and I think he has gone about his discussions in the wrong way, which is a point I'll get into in a second, but we have to make it very clear foundationally that he still deserves a level of safety. I tend to...
Yeah, he deserves a level of safety, but he also deserves to be called a fucking retard. People need to be honest with him. Stop acting like a retard. Stop being a dipshit. I think you're 100% right. I like to think that people are what create the environment, and if you're provocative 24/7, you create a shitty environment that nobody wants to be in. This is the thing, right? It's not just about the environment. It's about a certain level of honesty, right? I could sit here and lie to you and tell you not actually what I think, but at some point I'm going to slip up and I'm going to say what I really think. And then everyone who's in here is like, oh my God, I can't believe he's a completely different person. No, that doesn't work. Right? But if I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna call Pirate Software a shit-eating retard. I'm not gonna tell you to show up at his house. That's fucked up. Right? I'm gonna call a shit-eating retard because he deserves that. Right? There's like a measure of response, if that makes sense, that you should always keep to. Now, unfortunately for Just Strife Hayes here, he's not gonna call Pirate Software a shit-eating retard, even if he is, because he understands that someone in this chat's insane enough to go and take that 10 steps further. And then he's somehow magically responsible for the behaviors of another human being.
To go back to, have any of you seen the film Troy? I like the film Troy. I understand that Troy is a dramatization of historical events, and it was nowhere near as accurate as, it's portraying it to be. But there was still, in ye olden times, the idea that after a big battle, both armies would be allowed to collect the bodies of their dead and bring them back to their own individual camps for a level of respect. It was that okay, we've fought, you know, we've killed each other now, a lot of bad stuff's happened, but there is still a code. There's still a level of rules. There's still a standard that we all kind of abide by. So
here, let me explain this to you for people who haven't been in fist fights in bars and shit. I'll explain this to you because this is a hard thing for a lot of people to understand, especially retards on the internet.
Very clear. Everybody's asking me, Donald, when is Rose doing the BDO workout challenge? And frankly, I don't know. Nobody knows. You keep talking about it, but where's the action? You got the game. You got the controller.
Give me some fucking time,
What's
Keith.
the hold up?
God damn it. Give me some goddamn time. Okay, so I'm gonna place this out for you, right? So first we have polite discussion, right? Now in polite discussion, you match the person, right? You can disagree with each other and still have some level of respect. I can see Josh Strife Hayes existing here in polite discussion. I disagree with you. Oh, well, I disagree with you. Well, I suppose we will see in the future. Oh, dear chap, I see that happened to be true, and I was wrong. Like, you know, nothing bad's gonna happen. The level down from that is aggressive disagreement, right? You're wrong. No, you're fucking wrong. No, you can't fucking do that. That's fucking stupid. This is probably where Ross of Accursed Farm sits. Single-handedly keeping MS Paint alive. You're absolutely right, I am. Right? Below that level is flat-out insults. Right? This is things like, oh, well, I think you're a used car salesman. Oh, well, you can eat my whole ass. Oh, the mask is off now. And then below that, when it comes to conversations, is the gloves are off. This is the, fuck you, I'm gonna find where you live, I'm gonna call a CPS on your kids, I'm gonna SWAT your house. Now this is where Hassan lives. This is where Frogan lives. This is where all the political retards on Twitch live, right? Now, what people don't seem to understand is there are rules to prevent us from getting here. Right? I probably live about here. In a fist fight, there are rules. So there's sport that has a bunch of specific rules. This is like boxing. This is like fucking any sport that has contact sports that you've got like a very specific rule set around it. Below that is more rough sports with less rules. So this is like bare knuckle fighting. Stuff like that, right? Below that is your bar fights. This is your fist fights. This is your street fights. And there's something that happens. And for people who've never grown up in a violent country, they won't know what this term means. For people who have, they will understand exactly what this is. Gentlemen's rules. Fucking, hold on. Oh, fuck it, I'll leave it. Gentlemen's rules is a very simple concept. Right? It's you and me are gonna fuck each other up. I'm not gonna bite. I'm not gonna pinch. I'm not gonna scratch. I'm not gonna eye gouge. And I'm not gonna go for the balls. And I expect you to be man enough that you're not gonna do the same to me. Now, once we move out of gentlemen's rules into this region, then all bets are fucking off. That's when people are smashing fucking glasses over their head and swinging baseball bats and pulling out guns and shooting each other. There are even rules when it comes to physical combat that we generally apply as human beings. The second we get down here, it's all-out war. It's fucking horrific. Shit gets bad. We don't need to be here verbally. We don't need to be here physically. Right? This is where we should go as the maximum. This is where Pirate Software went. That's where you should go with Pirate Software. He started insulting people. He kept on saying, you can eat my whole ass. Even if he's now apologized for the things he said about Ross, guess what? He still opened that door. So that's where we live. That's why I'll call him a shit-eating retard. That's why I'll call him a fucking moron. That's why I'll call him a lying misinformation retard. Some idiot who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. A smug contrarian. I will go after those. Because that's exactly what he deserves. Because that's the door he opened. So the bottom level is the UK. No. Barrow, I said this applies to human beings, okay? So that just completely invalidates what you said. Don't be rude to shit eaters. I will be rude to them. They deserve it. Let's continue.
Let's all have a level of respect for each other. Let's do that. That level of respect, that code is gone on the internet. It's absolutely completely gone. I think a lot of people forget that the point of a discussion is not to beat the other person into agreeing with you. That's not what it is. You don't bully someone into agreeing with you. You don't beat someone into thinking that you're correct. Ain't the way it works at all. But people
okay, here's the problem with that. Josh is trying to argue up here. This is what I mean. Josh is trying to argue with Pirate Software up here. Now, people have tried that already. Let me see if I can turn Josh up a little bit. This might be a volume problem on his side.
I think it is.
Where am I? Yeah, no, that's a volume problem on his side, unfortunately. I'll dial myself back down so it's easier. You're going to have to turn up the volume on your end. So, Josh is trying to have this argument up here. And you know what Pirate Software did? I'm not going to engage in this. And I'm going to ban you. So that immediately moves that into this region. Then what does Pirate Software do? Well, you know, a bunch of fucking idiots on the internet, a fucking piece of shit, and I just banned them because they're just so butt mad, and that moves that down here. Do you see the issue? Pirate Software has been taking all the people up here and treating them like this. And now he expects to be treated like this.
And this brings up the final point that I'll bring up on this. Before we play a book. Pirate Software prides himself on being a very logical human being. He prides himself on the idea that he can look at a situation and objectively analyze it from, many different angles. And he has skills that I don't.
Because he's incredibly arrogant about it.
I don't know the first thing about game development. I don't know the first thing about coding. To me, tricking a rock into thinking is magic. I have no idea how coding works at all. I won't even claim to. The closest I've ever got is I downloaded an old RPG Maker toolkit called Toolkit 2 years ago. And obviously I bought RPG Maker when it went on Steam sale for like £5 and then never...
Do you know what's really ironic about him saying that? It's when you start coding, the first thing they tell you is that everything is about yes and no. And then you start getting deep into programming and you start learning about all these things that are like big loops and like all these fucking complex terminologies. And then when you understand all of that, you go back to registering everything is about yes and no. That's the worst part about coding. It's literally just yes and no.
I've used it because I can't do that and I'm not that clever. So he has skills and abilities that I absolutely do not have, and he prides himself on using these to logically follow through any kind of process to where he gets to. But this is skipping over probably the single most important thing that you need to remember when dealing with people. Human beings are not logical. We are
not in quantum computing. In quantum computing, you're just adding a third variable. It's yes and no at the same time. Until the waveform collapses and you know whether it's a yes or no.
Not logical beings whatsoever. And ironically, Pirate proves this when, if pushed back, specifically about game development, he himself gets emotional. And that's totally okay. Human beings are emotional things. I get angry, I get annoyed, I get upset, I get really excited when stuff happens. And this is what I think a lot of logical people forget. Human beings do not want to agree with whom is correct. They want to agree with who they like.
Yes.
And if that sounds like some kind of weird truth bomb, it's not. It shouldn't be any kind of shock to any of you. If you are objectively correct, and be honest with yourself, if you are objectively correct but you are unlikable, people will disagree with you on principle against you.
Yes, but why are you unlikable? What makes you unlikable? There's got to be a reason you're unlikable. It's likely because you've misconstrued or not considered something. So, like, here's a good example of that. Yesterday, I was talking about would a new player come across. Not yesterday, the day before that. I was thinking about would a new player stumble across the thing that Super showed me in Guild Wars 2. My first impression was that why would a new player care about this? Why would they experience this? Why would this happen? Now that I've got to think about it more, yeah, they would experience it because it's literally placed in the place where you have to go for the quest. There's a very high possibility that a new player would go and look at that. That there are multiple types of new players. Some would explore and find it and be like, I need to know what the fuck this is. Others would completely miss it, but they would be in the minority, right? There's a reason some people are unlikable. There's a reason some people are people who you get pissed off at. And sure, they might be right once or twice, but unlikable people tend to be unliked by everyone because they're wrong most of the time, or they're incapable of considering something else, or new variables. It's like finding out new information is fucking impossible for them. Also, fuck you, Jarek Dan, you keep on doing that.
You, not the process or the idea, that's probably correct, but you, that's what they'll disagree with. Have you, and I know I have you ever disagreed with something that you know is objectively correct? Because...
No, actually, I haven't. If the worst person in the world is correct about something, they're still correct. It doesn't matter. If you're willing to give up the fact that someone else is correct just because you hate them, that means they control you. They decide what happens to you. They decide what the future is for you because now you're under their emotional sway. Whether that's positive or negative, you're someone else's bitch. If your emotional state dictates whether something is right or wrong. And unfortunately, a lot of people are like that. Random question. What platform we watch you on to support you would be best? Ickerman, you should watch me on whatever platform suits you the best. Whichever platform is your favorite, that's the one you should do. You should focus on. If you prefer Twitch, go to Twitch. If you prefer Kick, go to Kick. If you prefer YouTube, stay on YouTube. It's entirely up to you. Right? I don't like the idea of telling you where you have to go. I prefer that you get the experience you want out of streaming.
The person saying it just rubs you up the wrong way. You ever done that? I think we've all done that. I think we've all looked at someone and gone, "You are."
Is this an autistic thing? Is this a thing where like the tism has gotten a hold of me and I don't do this? At least, I actively decide to follow you at every time you say, yeah, you bastard. You motherfucker. Everyone else knows too. Pretty unlikable person about a number of issues and things, but I also try to consider new variables. I don't always get it right. No one ever gets it right 100% of the time. You're going to miss variables and you're going to get shit wrong all the time. That's just human nature, right? But if someone can show you something, if someone shows you a simple fact and it's true, like that other guy who came in here and made me realize that it's toe the line as in TOE, not TOW. Right? I'm not going to fucking argue with him. He proved it to me. That's retarded. Doesn't matter how much I like or dislike him.
You are correct, but I hate you. therefore I'm going to go against you. It makes it difficult. It makes it very, very difficult to agree with someone that you don't like. And here's that beautiful irony in logical human beings. Ask yourself what your actual end goal is. Is your end goal to achieve a certain objective? If it is,
yes,
then logically, anything which helps you achieve that objective is a bonus, is a positive, is a thing you should probably do. If you achieve that objective quicker by being liked by lots of people and having them rally round you and support your cause, even if they disagree with the cause because they like you so bloody much, then surely logically you should spend your time making sure people like you, because then you can go and do whatever you wanted and then they will support you. That happens a lot.
That's politician rat behavior. That's why I don't respect them.
Happens a lot. We've seen it all the time. So many people that we look at and do objectively wrong things, but people keep defending them and keep liking them because they like them.
Also, Josh is speaking pretty slow. I'm going to speed this up.
But what happens when pride gets in the way? What happens when ego gets in the way? What happens when you are faced with a choice? On one hand, you can make people like you, but it will hurt your ego and hurt your pride. However, in the long term, it will probably help you achieve your goal because people like you. On the other hand, you can defend your pride, you can defend your ego, you can not admit wrongdoing, you can never admit to being incorrect, but...
Pirate Software, who never admits to being incorrect. If someone says something you agree with and you hate them, I do hate that they may be right, and I can give you that 2 seconds of shit, I guess. But I still fucking hate everything about you. That's fine. You can still personally dislike someone, but know that they've made a good point, because the point is not them, right? The point is still the point, right? Just because like the person you hate the most in the world said 2 + 2 = 4 doesn't make 2 + 2 not equal 4 all of a sudden. It's not up for debate. It's like a simple fact. Right? You could be like, yes, obviously it does. And then you can go back to calling them a fucking retard because you hate them. And that's fine. But to take someone's idea, an idea that is like this thing that is not them, and say this idea is bad because it came out of someone's mouth who I don't like, is fucking stupid. Here's a good example, right? I don't think very many people out there like Hitler very much. I know it's shocking. The Austrian painters are getting very upset about this. Right, it's fucking wild to say that statement. Under Hitler's rule, he came up with some of the most progressive and advanced laws to prevent animal cruelty. Does the fact that he came up with those laws all of a sudden make you like him more? Probably not. Does that make those laws good? Probably. Because those laws aren't him. They're a separate entity. Sounds like Vaush behavior. Yeah, but Vaush is a horse fucking retard. Like, what do you expect? It sounds like everyone on LSF Reddit hating on Asmongold and Tectone because of them. Of course. Of course, these people are captured by an idea. And what's really funny to think about, Moonstone, is that because they're so captured by this idea of hating on Asmongold or Tectone and getting absorbed in it, and these people occupy their mind for hours in a day. Guess what? That means that Tectone and Asmongold are stringing them along like little puppets. And they know it. Tectone will say some shit that upsets them directly, and he knows it upsets them, and he enjoys it. Asmongold will do the same. He knows he's pissing people off, and there's a level of satisfaction in knowing that someone else is your emotional puppet. I know. I've had this happen to me. My ex destroyed me, made me her emotional puppet for a little while. And I could see the satisfaction in her face. Because knowing that you can make someone dance feels good, fundamentally.
That comes across as arrogance, and therefore people dislike that. So actually, ultimately, you are harming achieving the objective you want to achieve. Hey Josh, your mic is making a weird sound when you talk. Yeah, I've got a massive, huge air conditioning unit going on. I'll turn that off in a minute. We'll see what happens. Let's see if the room's cold enough now.
Yeah, it does sound like he's got a fucking Boeing 747 in the room.
Should be a little bit quieter. Keep the AC on. It is needed. Yeah, I know it's needed, but it was crazy warm in this room. Let's see how it is now. Anyway, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about the idea that in order to achieve a certain objective, you need often allies, people to agree with you, people to support you. And you do not bully someone into supporting. You do not belittle someone into supporting you. You do not beat someone until they agree with you. Because the very actions you are taking are themselves detrimental to making that person the ally that you need them to be. And I feel that unfortunately that is the situation that we've got ourselves into. When I messaged Pirate Software, part of the things that I said was, he has knowledge that I don't. And that's vital. It's very...
And that's the problem, is he actually doesn't. All Josh... this is the problem, is Pirate Software has proven that he's such a big piece of shit that by Josh saying you have information that I don't, the way Pirate interprets that in his little fucking head is, oh, I can lie to this person and get away with it.
Very, very important that any system, any idea, any proposal for systemic change is opposed honestly and genuinely by people who have the knowledge of the consequences of that decision. It's very important that happens, because by sharing the knowledge that we all have, that's how we make objectively correct decisions going forward. This should be how politics works, but it isn't. Politics is a popularity contest. That's all it is. If I wasn't a streamer or an actor, I would have been a politician immediately. That was like plan B. It was, when I was growing up, I'm like, I want to be an actor. Mum says, that's a very difficult job, you know, you've got to be able to pretend lots of things. I went, I want to be a politician. She went, exactly the same job. And that's when I realized that was it. Ross has been leading the Stop Killing.
Hold on, always listen to others as if they know something you don't. Jordan B. Peterson taught me that. No, you should always listen to everything, like all factors that someone says, and then equate them as variables. Right? Listening to someone as if they know something you don't is not a cautious enough statement, because that's how someone gets you to believe in bullshit. This person thinks this because they know something you don't. What if they know bullshit? That's not a cautious enough statement. You should listen very carefully to everything someone says, and they will very quickly tell you who they are as a person. But believing in what people say, that's dangerous.
Killing Games Initiative, and I think
not even trust but verify. Literally equate everything you hear as a statement of fact to a variable, and then take those variables, put them at a table in your head, and say how many of these turned out to be false. And then ask yourself, how many of these things were done maliciously? Or was this person, were they misinformed as well? Most of the time what you'll find is that it, like me, you, your mom, your dad, your friends, everyone, someone believes in some bullshit and they genuinely think it's a fact. And it's not their fault because they've been lied to about something. And they're not doing it maliciously. They're not doing it in an evil way. They're doing it because they just don't know what would disprove this point. Happens all the time.
That one of the most powerful parts of that is the name. The name is evocative, Stop Killing Games, but it doesn't always explain the full story of, we will stop doing this by implementing systemic change, and that systemic change will have wide-reaching implications.
Yeah, congratulations, Saro. You're one step closer to getting rid of the TTS again.
Implications for the games industry. And there are many people on both sides of the argument who have good points who need to be listened to. And it's very important that we do listen to those people, but what is also remarkably important we remember is that once someone dislikes you as a human being, as a person, once someone hates you on a personal level, you've lost their support for your side of the argument. Even if they would agree with parts of it, they will push back because of you. I should be a politician.
See, the problem is, here again, Josh is approaching this as if Pirate Software is not a malicious human being, right? This kind of thinking works when you're dealing with someone who may be ignorant but not malicious, right? The problem is that social contract falls the fuck apart when you've got someone who's willing to manipulate and be malicious and be aggressive and use these rules to their advantage in the way they weren't meant to be used. If I had an argument with Josh Strife Hayes at any point in time, I could probably come away from it disagreeing with him if he didn't change my mind, but still I wouldn't hold it against him. Someone like Pirate Software is like, oh, this is the rules. I'm going to bend them to my will. I'm going to dance around them. Malicious compliance is a thing. Are people still hopeful the EU is going to do anything when it hasn't yet made smartphone makers stop the planned obsolescence? Absolutely they are. Because they managed to get the USB-C cable thing fixed. They managed to regulate other industries. If they start even just barely applying the CPA that already exists, that's a win. I think we proved that Pirate Software is being malicious at this point. Absolutely.
Politician. I was...
Also, I'm going to be right back. I just need a quick piss. I can't hold it anymore. Be right back.
Seven. Oh God. I'm not reading that entire number, that's huge.
All right, there we go. Ah. Piss cam win. When I can hook my whole house up to the stream. That's win. I'll give Jimmy this. I know Pirate Software will bend the rules to suit him. I know because I've done the same before and occasionally still do. I try not to. I hate doing it, but my childhood side does it automatically as a defense mechanism. Yes, and that's a very terrible thing to do because that's a perfect way to get everyone
We're here to spread managed
you.
democracy to Middle Earth. The hobbits may be midgets, but we are mighty. The wizard may be a kill-stealing asshole, but we have numbers on our side. For managed democracy.
Egyptians used to think the most important thing you could do in life is die. Someone needs to send that to Pirate Software and you'll be like, this is a death threat. You will immediately take that. So this is what I mean, right? Jarek Dan, you just gave me the perfect example. If you type that into Pirate Software's chat, he will immediately say that you are threatening his life, and this is exactly what he means, and that was a death threat, blah, blah, blah. Even though that might be just a statement you've made, right? He will take it to the worst extreme possible. That's a very manipulative and shitty thing to do. If you're really that confused, you should ask someone, what do you mean by that?
I will considering it. I really will consider it. But I find that playing a book is much more fun. We're going to sit down, we're going to play a book. Yeah, and people say, this is a very important thing to also remember. People say the death threats have been a huge turn-off in supporting stop killing games. Let me explain something that's very, very obvious to lots of people, but some people still have a struggle with. There are a surprising, a shocking, a scary number of people out in the world who don't actually care about the
What about it will make people distrust you? If you start bending and twisting the rules that are established, if you start turning these things against you, you might win an argument, but you've lost a war. The second you've decided, I'm going to twist this rule, and I'm kind of going to bend it, and it's not really breaking the rule, but you've kind of turned it in your favor, not just the person you're arguing with, but other people start to register. This is not a person who fights fair. This is not a person who will play the game the way it's intended to be played. What that means is now you may have won an argument, but that person never wants to deal with you ever again. They want to get the fuck away from you. because it's really fucking annoying dealing with that kind of shit. There's an instinctual basis that people go through where they're like, I know what this person's doing, but I don't know how to call it out. People are not very good at expressing themselves. So they'll be like, okay, this person's bending the rules, and I know they're doing that. It's the same as like, I don't know if any of you have been in like malicious relationships, right? But I have, so I know how this works. When I was with my ex, we would get into an argument about something, and it would be the dumbest shit imaginable. She genuinely believed that pearls didn't come from oysters. I'm not kidding. She believed that all pearls were manufactured in a factory somewhere, and that they were stones. And I kept on saying to her, pearls come from oysters. Pearls come straight from oysters. I'll show you footage. Look, they take this piece of sand, they put the fucking oyster in the ground, they wait a few years, they pull it up, they pull out the fucking thing, sometimes they throw it back, sometimes the oyster dies. When she learned this fact, it took her exactly half a second of me showing her video footage and me saying, see, I was right. And half a second later, somehow, that argument...
Hit us.
Thank God that was short. Somehow, half a second later, that argument was about the one time I called her mom fat. And the time between me telling her oysters...
Just the Egyptians used to think the most important thing you could do in life is die. And then spam with some copy pasta of Curse of Ra.
It's fine, you're just burning out the TTS quicker. That's fine. It'll go away again. It'll go away again. I'll get that warning pop up on Tangier and I never have to think about it again. Woman will bring up something else. So, get this. The time I called her mom fat... was 3 years prior to this argument about oysters.
How about this curse?
I'm glad that shit goes away fast.
Of any given social movement, but they will hijack it as an excuse to be horrific human beings. They will hijack it as a smoke shield to send hatred to certain people. They will do something in the name of something else, because that way they feel that they are not responsible for their actions. They are doing it as the champion of whatever cause, as the avatar of whatever greater power than them. So when people...
Was she fat though? No. She was fucking enormous. I'm talking like two fucking seats on an airplane enormous. I was being nice by calling her fat.
People are sending hatred from one side to the other, or from the other side back to the start. The people sending that hatred actually often don't care about the outcome of the initiative one way or another. They literally see it as a vehicle to deliver hate, because to them, that's the most important thing. They don't actually care about the outcome. They care that they can use that as an excuse to be a horrible human being. And when people say, I would support the initiative, but there have been people on both sides who have done horrible things, yeah, cool. We don't want those people either. Those people were never here to support the initiative. Those people just saw a large social movement and, using the anonymity of a crowd or the anonymity of online entertainment, used it to throw hatred to the other side. They're not achieving anything. They're not furthering their goal. They're not bettering themselves or others. They are doing awful things in the name of something that doesn't want them to take its name.
Yeah, but they're not doing it in the name of something. That's just the excuse they're using to get away with doing a terrible thing. It doesn't matter what the initiative is. If they can hop on the hate brigade and get that hate out, they'll do it. Well, you know what is wild? My ex would see that video of oysters and pills and still not believe me. Then days later would be telling people, I know. Look, I told you a small snippet of the story. Mandasaur. Do you want to know? Okay, here's the full story. Okay? Yeah. Fine. Since you're going to be like that, Mandasaur, here, let me give you an idea of what the full story is. We had this argument about oysters. This oyster argument was not this was not like a 10-minute argument. This was a 5-day long argument I had with her. During those 5 days, she would say, "You're not listening to my feelings. You're not listening to my emotions. I can't believe you're gaslighting me like this. Why would you care so deeply about this fucking thing?" Right? Like every fucking emotional dodge under the sun. And I'm like, look, video footage of them doing this to oysters, right? And then I made the mistake of saying, I was right. See? Then it was an argument about what I said about her mom 3 years ago. Then it wasn't just that they were telling people pearls come from oysters. She was literally telling her friends the exact argument we had, except now I was the retard who didn't believe that pearls came from oysters, and she was the person who was right all along. And I sat there and I took it like a fucking moron. And that's exactly why I'm not mad at iDubbbz. I'm just sad for him because I understand what he's going through. I promise you that relationship was so bad. That's why you can't hurt me with words.
The difference between your girlfriend and my 2D anime waifu is that your girlfriend has literal human shit inside of her body. That is fucking disgusting.
The other difference is, Khaldun, is that while you're printing yours out on a 2D page and trying to fuck an A4 piece of paper, I'm getting laid. I'm busting nuts. You didn't know pearls came from... You see? Exactly. That's exactly what it was. And then her friends would turn around and look at me like, how is this guy in engineering? He's fucking stupid. I'm like, oh my God. And I'm like... And then the thing is, when I try to correct, right? When I was trying to be like, why did you tell that story like that? You know that's not what happened. You know that you switched sides. You know, I should say, don't embarrass me in front of my friends. She would like cut me off and prevent me from saying anything, knowing I was about to make her look like a fucking moron. So yes, that's how bad this shit gets.
Idiots everywhere. People from many YouTuber communities have thrown hate at me in emails, in DMs, in YouTube comments, in Twitch comments. I don't believe that those people have been...
Well, when I try to correct, when you try to mansplain. Yeah, exactly. And by the way, for any woman out there, mansplain means man explaining, just in case you didn't know what that meant.
Personally sent by whoever's name they're acting in. I don't think they've been personally organized by whichever larger streamer or larger content creator or organization. I think they're just a little bit unhinged, they're a little bit unsafe, they're a bit unwell, they've got a bit too enfranchised into one specific thing, and they think they are justified in doing horrific things in the name of said thing, as if it will gain them favor with said thing. And that is just, unfortunately, unwell. That's what it's mentally unwell. That's what it is. So when people say, I disagree with both things because there are awful people on both sides, yeah, there are, but neither side want those awful people. They're not a good... It's remarkably parasocial behavior.
No one actually wants those pieces of shit. That's just how it is. They just exist, and they're gonna hop on whatever they think is gonna work out best for them harassing other people. First-hand experience too, I feel you. I'm a woman and my ex was a man. Yeah, but that's the thing, Mandasaur. This is like a personality trait. It's like a human archetype. And generally speaking, from what I've seen, when guys behave like that instead of women, guys are much worse. Guys are fucking terrible, right? Like a woman you kind of expect it from. Because there's like, you know, the emotional aspect of things. But when dudes behave like that, it's fucking 10 times worse. Oof, there are no women on the internet. That's the joke. There's no such thing as a woman on the internet. Mandasaur is just a woman with a penis, Jarek Dan. You don't know it. They tuck it back.
People do things in the name of something, which should never have been done. The internet does reduce the difficulty in order to harass someone. So to loop this back to the start, I disagree with pirate software on an intellectual level based on what I think the outcome of Stop Killing Games will be. But I don't wish him harm. I think he deserves a level of safety.
I don't wish him harm either, but I do think he's a fucking retard.
Level of civility. Many people have messaged me saying, but why on earth are you offering him this level of respect when he's done this and this and this and this and this? Guys, please remember, what you do reflects on you. What other people do reflects on them. How anyone chooses to treat the people around them shows their character. No one else's, just theirs.
Exactly, and I want the fucking truth. I don't care what mean words someone says, I want the truth. That's why I'll behave like this. I value truth over respect any day of the week.
I think it's the right thing to do to reach out to someone and offer them a level of respect and a level of understanding and a level of connection, even if they are my opponent in this, because that is what I hope people would do for me. I would hope that I was dealing with someone in any conflict I have in life who would have that level of code, that level of civility. And if I want there to be more people like that in the world, I have to be one of them. So that's the way I did that. There can be a difficult slope to keeping games alive. Yeah, absolutely. It really is. And people ask specifically, this is about the Stop Killing Games initiative. The Stop Killing Games initiative as it is not finalized. Part of getting the signatures and getting it in front of the kind of European Commission.
It's not finalized. It's never going to be perfect. People are going to argue over it. People are going to be mad about it. People are going to say, oh, I disagree because of this one part. Fine. We can bitch about the minutia all day long. We need to get it through so that we've got something to bitch about.
Is the process of finalizing it, getting the people who have the deep systemic knowledge from both sides of the debate to sit down and say, right, how do we protect game developers without making it impossible to make games and make sure that people have access to the content and the goods that they've paid for and, hopefully, not destroy art? Because I'm coming at this from an MMO point of view. I've never spent that much time playing WildStar. I really wish I could. Now there's a...
Oh boy. WildStar is like the fucking Hail Mary. Everyone wants WildStar. I swear to God, if WildStar released in a completed state today, everyone would leave their local MMO for like a week to just play WildStar. What's up, Mega Crackhead? What's a plug?
There's a private server out there somewhere, but I don't want to get too involved in that because I don't trust them. If there was some kind of official way that I could at least walk around the world, that'd be really cool. I think it would be a real benefit if I could go back into Otherland, but I can't because it's just gone. I'm coming at this from a game preservation point of view as well. And people keep asking really specific questions. What about this? What about this? What about this? The point of getting the 1 million signatures is to get it in front of people who are able to hash out these answers so we can find answers for the fringe cases. You don't propose a law to Europe and they just say yes or no. You propose an idea for systemic change, and if enough people think the change is warranted and valuable, then people who have the ability to make it sit down and actually then discuss it, actually then...
He's right about this. Ask for the change, then make the details. Then figure out the details. He's right about this. I just wish Ross wouldn't have this idea in his head from Accursed Farms. I wish Ross wouldn't have this idea in his head that he can just leave it to the lawyers or whatever. Ross needs to be there the whole time. There's no one who understands it as good as him. That's just how it is.
Talk about it. The movement can indeed spill over into books. What are examples of games getting killed that you guys missed?
Scourge, I didn't ignore him. I just fucking missed his message.
Let's be real though. So we can't go back and play Otherland. That's not playable anymore. I believe was it Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 that only came with the disc that allowed you to download the data from the server, and the server's now offline, so you can't play that anymore. Yep. We've lost that. Lots of MMORPGs have unfortunately been lost to time that we can't go back on. Star Wars Galaxies is no longer playable at all. Otherland was a real shame. There's so many video games that are not archived online. Terra, that's gone. Some of the old Uncharted multiplayer things, they're not available anymore. The original Overwatch, WildStar's gone. And we don't expect companies to...
We will never get the original Overwatch back. We will never get all the features and functionality of the old Warcraft 3 games. Those are gone forever. Even if you have the old installation discs, if you put it in and you connect to the internet, guess what? Say fucking bye-bye to your installation.
To maintain these forever, we know they're going to eventually die. What we're saying is once they have gone, once they have died, can we pass on the code that they were in a way that allows the fans to continue living there, to experience it again?
Yes.
Art does not...
And everyone is... Remember what I said at the beginning of this? Where I said that everyone is making up this entire fucking wall of misinformation when it comes to Stop Killing Games. right? They're just lying through their fucking teeth about what this movement is to try and stop it.
Need to die. Art can be maintained, especially in a digital age where digital memory can be produced pretty quickly. I just don't like seeing art that people have worked on die. I think it's a shame. But no, today's plan. Now we're talking about drama. Now we've got you guys all in. Anthem. You know what? I never played Concord. I'm not saying Concord's good. It probably wasn't.
Oh my god. You know what? I would love to actually play Concord for like exactly 30 minutes before I throw up in my mouth, just to see what it was like.
But I do think it's kind of a shame that I can't play it now. Do you guys ever think that one day you and your mates would be like, alright guys, we're going to play Concord. That's going to happen. That would be cool if it could. Like, I don't like the idea of the game, but I also don't like the idea of it being gone forever. I can personally think something's bad, while also thinking it has a right to exist and that there will be a subset of people, a subculture, who value...
Did you swallow it back? No, spit it in your mouth.
...it and want to continue it, to want to live in it, to be there. Not all art has to be for me, but I can still value it as art and think that the people that do love it have a right to be able to continue experiencing it. It's kind of like, yeah, killing a movie.
I've got another reason why we should preserve things like Concord. I think we need a never forget-y phase. Like a gamer's 9/11. I think Concord should be preserved and put in a museum so people never forget how fucking bad it gets when we take our hands off the wheel. So that we can all remember what a big pile of dog shit stuff like that is. And so whenever someone pulls it off and does this shit all over again, we just like, this is just a Concord 2. Or it becomes like a phraseology where we're just like, this is a Concord. This is a Concord game. Imagine every single bad game with all that DEI trash and no gameplay that's dog shit, and we just called it a Concord game. Everyone would know immediately what you're talking about. But if we let the memory hole Concord, we're in trouble because it's going to happen again, and everyone's going to get trapped in the same cycle.
Movie, if it fails in theaters, like if a film doesn't do well, the DVD gets stopped, it gets destroyed, all the original things get taken away, and the movie ceases existing, which I think is a shame. The whole issue does come down to IP. Publishers hold on to the IP rights. Yeah, they absolutely do. They don't want anything to be made without their blessing, but they're not making anything. They're releasing a product they've already made. But again, this is way above me. You need to get people in the room far smarter than me. That's one of the first things I would do. If anyone sat me down and said, Josh, all right, seriously, talk to me about Stop Killing Games, I'd say, okay, first of all, I'm going to need to have, because I've read the entire document, I'm going to need to have another reread of the document. I'm going to have to do some homework on it again. I'm going to research it. I'm going to highlight things. I will sit down with a fully annotated script to discuss it to make sure we can give the answers. What I would not want to give the answers through is vibes, emotion, ideas. That's what I think really, that's what harms internet discussion.
Here's what you do. You don't need to sit down. What you do is you go to Grok and you say, okay, Clippy, summarize the Stop Killing Games movement in terms that in Zoomer speak terms. That's what you do. Yo, Clippy's not my vibe. I'm Grok 3, built by the blah, blah, blah. Stop Killing Games movement is straight up fighting the big L publishers take when they yeet online games into the void. Led by Ross Scott, it's about keeping games you paid for playable even after companies pull the plug on the servers. Think of it like buying a lit game only for it to get kicked, get bricked because the developers, the devs dipped. Fuck me, I'm having a stroke reading this. They're pushing for laws to make companies drop offline modes or private servers vibes so your game don't get Thanos snapped. It's got mad support from OGs like PewDiePie, Moist Critical, but some, like Pirate Software, are throwing shade, calling it sus or unrealistic. TLDR, it's a gamer glow-up to save your digital faves from getting ratioed by corporate greed. There you go. Document summarized. No need for a reread.
Tell me if you agree with this. Two people sitting on either side of a discussion, either side of an argument. An arguer, a discussion to...
Also, there you go. It's such a fucking asking. That's literally it. That's how you explain this to anyone under the age of 25.
We had a conflict between people. The purpose of that debate, the purpose of any debate, should not be about beating your opponent intellectually into submission and demanding they agree with you. What it should be is a frank, honest, and genuine exchange of ideas with sources cited to find that balanced middle ground that exists somewhere between what both people believe. A good debate is not you against them. A good debate is us against truth. Us against lies. Us against reality. We can combine our own beliefs to find the balanced middle ground. That's what it...
Okay. I'm in a debate against a cannibal. The cannibal wants to eat live babies. Should I cede ground to the cannibal? That's the problem. You see, sometimes things are objectively right
Body
and objectively
Daddy,
wrong.
when are you getting some hot dwarf guasses so you can use those succulent Chinese eyes to good use? Daddy, I can't wait for you to be able to see uwu, nya,
Okay, that's
Atilda.
gross. That's disgusting, Ashura, first of all. I'm upping the points on the TTS thanks to you, but I do have glasses, I just don't wear them on stream. I reserve my glasses for driving. I can't be this Asian when I'm driving, you know how that goes.
It should be. It should be an invitation to consider both sides. And one of the best ways I find to debate someone, if you're ever fully disagreeing, is to take on the challenge of arguing the other person's side. That's what I used to love doing in university. One of my favorite things was when I would say, I believe this and you believe this, but let's argue against each other from the other person's side, which forces you to research what benefits them and what harms you. And in doing that, you discover the weaknesses in your own beliefs and you discover the strengths in theirs. And then by taking the strengths of both sides, you can create a pretty damn powerful, agreed upon final position.
Agreed. If I'm debating a cannibal and he says, I want to eat babies, and I say, no, you shouldn't eat babies, we can come to a reasonable middle ground of we should grind the babies up into granola bars so it doesn't look like you're eating a baby. That way it's more socially acceptable.
However, enter the internet. Now it's just about beating the other person intellectually. Now it's about just straw manning and making yourself look good to all your followers. Now it's about never admitting you're wrong because that's weakness and weakness is wrong. Now it's just about saying what I believe is correct, objectively, it's the only way to do it, my opinion is better than yours, my team is better than yours, and we're going to win, and anything you think is wrong. The internet has been absolutely catastrophically destructive for Socratic dialogue. It has been so damaging to the notion of debates at all. It has changed it. So all that matters. You know the old saying, everything is political? I think, unfortunately, one of the realities of that saying is, in politics, the winner is the person with access to the most power. That's normally what it is. Whether that's manpower, whether it's money, whether it's military, whether it's...
usually violence.
Technological, whether it's agricultural. That's
also, Jarek Dan's lying. He's black as fuck. I've met him in real life. Jarek Dan's so black that if you dim the lights in your room, he disappears. That's bullshit. Jarek Dan has to wear white gloves when he's eating chocolate so he doesn't bite his fingers. Jarek Dan's so black that I saw him once touch a job application and he fell over. He passed out. He's fucking lying. I've met him in real life. You have no idea. This dude's black as fuck. Jarek Dan will hide under your bed and disappear. You have no idea. Jarek Dan's black like he's the whitest Argentinian.
Normally what it's been. The winner in almost any political debate or discourse is the person with access to the most power, and the willingness to use that power. Let's look at now online debates. If I have an opinion, and someone with 5 YouTube subscribers and 1 Twitch viewer disagrees with me, and if I did take it upon myself to bring my wrath down upon that person and point out that everything they think is wrong, I know that unfortunately I would have several unhinged followers, don't know where you are, you might even be in chat right now, who just decide to take it upon themselves to, in my name, go and spread hate toward that person.
Yes, and that's not your fault, Josh. That's just someone's a retard and they're looking for an excuse. The fact that they can use your name to do so is just a bonus. They're going to do it anyway.
They would do that. I think it would suck, but I can't stop people doing that because people are weird. The opposite would happen if someone way bigger than me disagreed with me and decided to bring their wrath down upon me, use the power they have to pummel me into submission. And this has done irreparable damage to online debates in general, because it is no longer about both sides following a code of conduct and being respectful of another. It is about positions that are held by people.
It's worse than positions that are held. It's about emotional arguments. It's how do I emotionally manipulate this person on the other side of the aisle into feeling bad enough that they have to agree with my points. That's literally it. It's just emotional debating. That you need zero facts. It's all about, what can I make this person feel guilty for? Is it true that Jarek Dan is also your LGTV community hire for making DI safe? Yeah, no, he covers everything. He's black, he's a man, but he's a lesbian trapped in a man's body. Man, he like hits like all the check boxes, all at the same time. It's amazing. He like lets me cover all of that.
People with levels of power who want to attempt to smash smaller creators or smaller people into agreeing with them based on how much power they have.
He's not Jewish, Keldun. He's not Jewish, unfortunately. I know he's not Jewish because he had like a really fat girlfriend once, and I remember looking over his shoulder onto his phone, right? And the message she had sent him was, I really want to use your foreskin as a sleeping bag again. It was so nice and warm.
Did you ever play that game where you had multicolored towers and you would send your troops from one tower to another and they would make a line and they would fill up the number and then you would send them to another number, and if you sent the troops to a tower of a different color, as long as you got their troops down to 0 and then started building yours up to 1, 2, and 3, it would then become your tower. It wasn't Angry Birds. You guys remember that kind of game? It was almost like a virus-style game where you would have your base that continually spawned things and their base that continually spawned things, and then you would collect little smaller things. Similar, I suppose, to Risk. But the idea was never to find out the balance that would bring about this equilibrium of fairness and respect. It was about the idea of, I'm going to destroy your argument, I'm going to dominate you, I'm going to make sure that you are forgotten.
So she like, to give you some clarity, right? After she sent that message, she basically followed it up with this image, this bottom one. Like that was the last thing I saw, and then I was like, all right, I gotta go. I can't be here any longer.
And I am the only person that is right. Kind of like the multiplayer mode in Future Cop LAPD. Kind of like that. Was it Dice War or something like that? It was not Fortnite. It was straight up not Fortnite. Was I watching Asmongold yesterday? No, I was enjoying the sun, while also working on an incredibly difficult video that has pushed my new PC to the limit, and I had to buy 4 monitors for. But that will come out tomorrow. No, guys, it was not Dark Souls, it was not The Bouncer, and it was not Advanced Wars, right? It was not any of those things. You finished your project watching the Morrowind playthrough on the replays. I'm really glad you enjoyed that. You want to send a magical item as a gift.
It doesn't seem like he's going to say anything else here.
It's Molak Bal? Is that you? Is it going to be a weird dagger you send me? But in all seriousness, you can reach out to the PR email, which is just pr@joshtrifez.com, and that goes to Greg. Now I've said that, Greg's going to get so many emails. It was not Factorio. Stop naming games. It was not Expedition 33. It was not Doom. It was not Phantasy Star Online 2. It was not William Shatner's Tech War featuring William Shatner. Although you have reminded me. Okay. I'm going to assume that you're all people of culture. Debate on the internet is an absolute swamp. It's a complete quagmire of ideas where nothing actually gets decided on, nothing gets made. The only reason that two sides debate is to vindicate and almost refine their own followers against the other side. That's all it is. The purpose of online debating is not to find an answer. The purpose of online debating is to galvanize your position even stronger, so your hardcore supporters think that everyone else is an enemy and only you are right and they should support you and you alone. It sucks.
Literally, yes. That's all debating is for. Debating gets you nowhere. Having arguments with people, you're not going to change their mind. You're not going to change anyone's fucking mind. All you're going to do is get people who hate you and people who like you if you debate and tell people your points. Someone's going to take your side, someone's going to take their side. Everyone loves to do this thing where it's us versus them.
That's not how it's meant to do at all. Do you want to know the best example of a debate ever put to TV? And it was not in a lawyer show, not a legal show. It was in a little show, a little unknown show called Star Trek The Next Generation. And it is an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation called Measure of a Man. I'm going to assume that some of you are people of culture. And you have...
I've never watched Star Trek, shockingly enough. I know a few episodes. But the fact that they had a penis measuring episode, now it makes me want to watch it.
Seen Measure of a Man. Measure of a Man might be possibly one of the greatest episodes of television in history. It is stunningly good. In that episode, Data, the humanoid android on the Enterprise, Data is summoned back to the Federation, and the idea is that they want to disassemble him to learn from how he is created, because his creator, Dr. Noonien Singh, hadn't created others like him. He was incredible. But Picard says, no, you can't just disassemble Data. He is a crew member. He deserves rights. He is effectively a human. And the entire episode is based around the idea of, is Data deserving of sentient rights? But here's the twist. Picard argues that he is. And when they're in the discussion room, they say, look, if someone will not argue that he isn't, if someone will not be the prosecutor within this effective trial, then we will just immediately send Data to be disassembled. In order to have a trial, we need to have a prosecutor and the defender. And the only person that's available to prosecute, to argue that Data does not deserve sentient rights, is Commander Riker, Data's friend and crew member on the Enterprise. So the episode...
That's called controlled opposition. That's when you make sure that the other person's argument looks retarded, so you automatically win.
Is about Picard arguing against Riker based on whether Data deserves sentient rights. And when they sat down, Riker basically said, look, I don't want to do this. I don't want to argue against you. You're my friend. If I win, then you die. And I don't want to do that. But Data basically said to him, look, it is your responsibility. It is your job to put forward the absolute best prosecution that you can. It is your job as an officer, and it is your job as my friend, if you respect me, to bring your A game to this, to do as best as you possibly can. And that, to me, was one of the best examples of a televised debate, because both sides put their all into it. Both sides researched, both sides tried to argue for the ideals of the case, not necessarily their emotional beliefs within it. And I truly do think that if we could have more debates that follow the energy of earnestly discussing the benefits of an ideal, even if you disagree.
I love how he's doing this high philosophy kind of stuff. Good night, Jarek. I love how he's doing this like high philosophy. Oh, you've got to have a debate and all of this, and then Khaldun's just like, I'll be a paper fucker who makes pea balloons and plays with his foreskin like a string instrument. I feel like there's two levels of conversation going on here. Good night, Jarek Dan. Remember, Jarek Dan's so black he doesn't go to sleep, he just fades into the darkness and then reappears at random times behind women in alleyways. That's just how he works. But okay, I don't think we're getting anything more out of that. So basically this was just like, you know, Josh Drive Hayes saying he's going to be respectful and whatever the fuck else, and you can't base him into calling Pirate Software a retard even though he deserves it. Right. The other video I wanted to go through first was Mr. Actman. Mr. Actman. Man, the big boys are coming out to play. Oh man, the big boys are coming out. Now, I'm going to be so happy because as far as I'm aware of the videos I've watched of the Actman, like I don't know much about him, but this guy swings from the fences sometimes. He'll call you a fucking retard if you're being a fucking retard. And I'll be so happy if he does that. He'll do it subtly. He'll do it in a comedic tone. But he will call someone a retard who deserves it. So I hope that happens. I'm so looking forward to this.
Hi there, I'm a soulless corporate CEO, and today I've taken a break from one of my favorite hobbies, devouring the blood of infants. And I'm here to ask a question.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I fucking mean? 5 seconds in, and he's going at it. Oh, I feel like this is gonna go good.
Is a gamer not entitled to the contents of this disc?
No.
Do you like owning things? Are you proud of the time you spend working for a paycheck to be able to afford basic comfort?
You know he's good because people call him a right-wing grifter sometimes. Wasn't he also being called a misogynist at some point? Look, this is kind of the way it works. If you've got people on both sides who are kind of pissed off at you and throwing stupid fucking labels your way, then you're on the right path. You're on the golden path. I'm so black I sleep with my eyes open. You're so black that you steal sleep from other people. You don't take it yourself. Seriously, you have no idea. Jarek Dan's black as fuck, dude. You have no idea. The first time I met him, I thought it was my shadow in front of me. Then I realized, no, that's not on the wall.
Like entertainment? Well, that's too bad because I'm here to steal all of that from you. You will own nothing and be happy. Yes, this includes your precious video games. We're gonna keep killing them, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. Psych! Soldiers, get set for a combat drop, okay? New major order just came in from command. Our mission is to stop killing games.
You fucked up my face.
That's not a real gun. Okay. Should I actually meet with Jarek, or is he going to steal my car and my GF? The fact that you're asking that, Super, tells me that you don't understand your wallet might already be missing. If you gave him any information about where you live, you might want to check on the copper cables that like, you know, are in your local area.
This is part of the Stop Killing Games initiative, and just in the last 3 days...
Oh my god, look at this, look at this. He made this video.
This is part of the Stop Killing...
He made this video at 600,000. He made this video 2 days ago. 200 fucking thousand people. God damn, look at that. I'm gonna refresh and see if it's gone. 300,000 people. Holy shit. 2 days ago. You know what? You know what? I actually take this back. Maybe we needed Pirate Software to be the biggest piece of shit imaginable. He's become such a windfall of a villain that his behavior has lit a fire under everyone's ass. Perhaps he's the villain we need. I've been watching Attack on Titan. Perhaps he's Eren. I'm nearly at the end. And I saw the part where Eren's like, I need to be the villain. I need to do this. Because this is how I save us. Maybe he's Eren. Maybe this whole time.
Pirate Software just used reverse psychology. He secretly likes SKG and sacrificed himself. He's a hero.
He's the hero we don't deserve. Holy, you know what? I'm going to say this now. Until this is maxed out, Pirate Software has won. If it's 99%, Pirate Software wins. Until that is at 100%. Pirate Software's win. Yeah, Pirate Software's a hero. He killed himself. He killed his own reputation to make this happen. Now all Pirate Software needs to do is come out and make a video and be an anime protagonist for all of us. That's right. I did this on purpose. I've been playing you the whole time. I love Stop Killing Games. And then as he does that, you just gotta hear this sound. Where is it? He's just got to come out and be like, I fooled all of you. Actually, I love Stop Killing Games. Passion of the Goon. is just a fucking AI thing. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Hold on. Hold on. This is too good. That just set off some creative vibes in me. Hold on. Excuse it. I need you to generate an image of pirate software dying on the cross like Jesus in the name of the Stop Killing Games movement, please. He's done it. He's the villain we needed. I didn't think it was possible. Don't fail us now. No, not fucking Johnny Depp, you asshole. Pirate software, aka Thor, aka Moldavius, Fig Tree, aka Jason, what's his surname? Hall, right? I spelled Johnny wrong. Oh, for fuck's sakes. What the fuck? Okay, fuck you, you useless grok. You've fallen off. I'm defaulting to ChatGPT. Image of Jason Thor Hall, aka Pirate Software, dying on the cross like Jesus. I can't have, for fuck's sakes. Why not? What's wrong with you? I can't generate that image because it involves a depiction of a real person in a graphic. For fuck's sakes, there's too many limitations on these fucking AIs. God damn it, that would have been that picture would have gone so hard. I would have posted that shit on Twitter, being like, he was the hero we needed. Motherfucker. Okay, can you do it with a person that just kinda looks like him but doesn't actually exist, please? Okay, do it. Okay, I was gonna fucking yell at it to generate. Come on. I need this. I need this right now. I need the gooning, the passion of the goon. Come on. Come on, don't fail me now, please. Please, I know you can do this. Please, ChatGPT. Come on. I know you can do this. Don't fail me now. Don't make me fucking go to the image generation site. Don't make me go to Sora. Come on, you can do this. Come on, let loose the juice. You can do this. I believe in you. Fuck. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Fine, we'll fix it ourselves. If you won't do it, I will. Fine. I'll do it myself. I'll fucking do it myself. God damn it. You fucking useless AI pieces of shit. Fine. Yeah. I'll do it myself. Since you're so fucking worthless. You fucking piece of shit AI. Fucking goddamn it. This is exactly why we have AI. And you can't even do a basic request. Fucking hell. Making me do this manually. God damn it. God damn it. Fucking have to do this shit manually. What good is an AI if it can't even do shit like this, if it can't even make memes? He's... We need it. Hold on, where's that? This will probably piss him off, to be honest. If he saw this... My screenshot saved. There we go. God damn it. And the best part about that is if you open the image, that's when you see the passion of the ferret. Motherfucking AI. You failed me.
Games initiative, and just in the last 3 days, this initiative has gained over 100,000 new signatures.
I'll put it in the Discord.
Deploy the garrison!
And its entire goal is game preservation. Now, we have until July 31st to get all of these signatures, and I think we can get it done. Stop Killing Video Games is an initiative as straightforward as those 4 words.
As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
This movement was started by a channel called Accursed Farms and a creator who goes by Ross. He has been hard at work promoting something that benefits all of us. If you buy games, play them, or even if you do neither, and you only watch someone stream games, this affects you.
Yes.
But now is the time for any passionate gamer to throw their full support behind this. He recently posted an hour-long video detailing basically the start and the end of the entire movement. It's a really good watch. I'll have it linked in the description and pinned comment, but I'll let Ross sum up.
The quick legal argument is that the vast majority of games with an online requirement say they can be terminated at any time for any reason.
See, that's fucking disgusting. I'm gonna give you something analogous to this as to why this is so important. I have a daughter. I have a little girl. She's beautiful. She's this wonderful little kid. The joy and wonder of life that I see in that kid's eyes brought back the light into my eyes and helped me believe that there is a future. Now, when I was a little kid, right? Obviously, physical video games didn't mean as much to me as they should have, because my dad, like whenever my dad was pissed off at me, what he would do is he'd walk into my room, he'd open up the games case that I had, because I kept them all in a folder, and he'd just walk up to me and snap one and be like, do you want me to continue doing this? And I didn't even know what I did wrong half the time. And I very quickly stopped giving a shit about preserving physical video games. My dad ascended me into a state of Buddhism, where physical objects no longer meant anything to me because they could disappear at any moment. But I'll tell you what did matter to me. My grandfather used to take me to old car shows, like classic car shows. Right, I'll see if I can find the classic car show. I used to go to these classic car shows where the people in my country, oh my God, that looks exactly like the car my dad and my grandfather used to have, that my grandmother sold off to pay off her gambling debt. Every time I see this car, it makes me a little bit sad on the inside, right? But there's a classic car show thing that happens like every single year in my country. My grandfather used to take me here, and he taught me everything he knew about all these classic cars, right? These fucking old ass, you will never see these things in production again. These guys preserve these vehicles. Now imagine that the companies, because they shut down and they no longer made these cars, you would never be allowed to see any of these vehicles ever again. You would never be able to see the beauty, the elegance of what some engineer built from scratch, how far we've come, where we are, what we missed out on, what we need to regain. Right? My grandfather was a wild old fucking man. Like, you have no idea. He was insane, and he was deaf. So there was no one who was going to convince him to not do crazy shit, because he would just be like, what? I didn't hear you. And then he'd do it anyway. He would spend hours with me at these car shows, telling me everything he knew about every single one of these cars. The cylinder engines, how these cars were made, the wooden wheels, why certain cars didn't have seat belts, how there used to be just a bar seat that sat across from it, how power steering wasn't a thing, so you sit there doing this just to take a 10-degree corner, right? Everything about these cars. Rose's grandma figuring out what to sell.
Figuring out what to sell to fuel her crippling gambling addiction.
Actually, she ruined his fucking life. But my grandfather had such a passion for these old cars, and just seeing him light up like that when I was a little kid was incredible. I am so glad that these people preserved these vehicles and did something beautiful with them. I want the same for video games. I want one day to be able to take my kid, because I'm sorry, they're going to play video games. I'm going to teach them how to play video games. I'm going to turn her into a little gamer girl. That's what's going to happen. And I want to be able to take her and be like, these games existed before you were even born. Look at the art style. Look at how they built this. Look how impressive this is. And I care more about her understanding the beauty of something than her caring about any specific old video game. Even if she looks at me like I'm some old fuck and I'm boring the fuck out of her, one day when she's older, she may appreciate that. She may appreciate that the way I currently appreciate what my grandfather did for me. At the time, I was half bored out of my fucking skull by all the things my grandfather said. But now I look back on it as a fond memory. I miss that crazy old motherfucker. Also, Ashura, I still don't know how you're putting images on my screen like that. I'm not sure where that fucking setting is, you bastard. But that was pretty funny. That's what I want for video games. These deserve to be preserved. Man, it's time to be alive with video games from beginning to now. I still miss some old games. Was glad there was a small Sega boom a few years ago and I got to play some of those old games. You have no idea how fucking awesome it is. I got my wife into playing video games. And literally when I met my wife, because her parents were very restrictive on that kind of stuff, she was like, aren't video games just like beep, boop, fucking pong stuff? And I'm like, no, they're not. They're absolutely not. And she played the old Game Boy Legend of Zelda. And she fell in love with it. She was like, holy shit, this is awesome. How did I never know this existed? She was like, this is incredible storytelling. This is a story I can interact with. This is a challenge because I've never played a video. She'd never played a video game before in her life. And just based on that, she fell in love with video games because she found the ones that worked for her. I got to see my wife have such beautiful experiences with video games for the very first time. Because old video games brought her in, and then she started to see what indie devs could do. You want to cry like a little bitch? You want to cry like a little girl? This is a tangent. Go play this game. You wanna test your skill at not crying like a little bitch?
Rated T for teen.
Go play this video game. If you do not cry at any point playing this video game, you're not human. This is such a good video game. Holy fucking shit. This is not the actual video game. Where's the actual video game? This is just a trailer. There we go. Here we go. Go play this shit. It is fucking incredible. It's called Spiritfarer. Also, thanks for the follow, Kunch. Don't know if I said your name right. Looks gay. It is. It's real gay, but it'll make you cry. If you've been through any real shit in your life, and you hear the lines, the music, everything put together, this is a video game about letting go.
The European Union sucks the sweat from the back of a monkey sack.
Because of the way
Lord
this...
help us if we need it to save our games.
We need it to save our games, Dean. We need it. If this video game disappeared forever, I would be sad as fuck. This game will break your fucking heart. And guess what? 20 years from now, 30 years from now, because of the way this game is constructed, it will still be a good game. The music of this still makes me emotional, by the way. You will be gay as fuck playing this game, I promise you. No, it's on Steam. Oh, fuck. This game...
You know what the problem is? We've let things get too mixed, too equal. There used to be order, and now there's chaos. Different people, different cultures. It's all noise. You can't build a strong society when everyone's trying to be the same. Some groups are just meant to lead. And the rest, they should know their place. That's nature. That's history. We're not all the same, and pretending we are is the real lie. I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm proud. Call it racist. I call it truth.
This game looks good a day, not Concord level game. This is good game, right? This is like, I'm serious. I brought my wife into video game playing. One day, my wife was having a breakdown because there's certain characters in this game that mirror what happened to her in real life. And she was just having a breakdown, crying like a bitch. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? And she told me to play this game. And this game made me cry. This game is fucking incredible. I would be sad as fuck if this game was to just vanish and no one could ever play it again. This game is incredible. Play it. And I don't care about the furry shit and stuff, because these aren't furries. These are people's like souls and shit. It'll make sense when you play the game, right? But this shit will make you cry. It's so good. It's on Steam, it's on sale. Perfect example of a game that needs to be preserved. Because one day, I'm going to make my kid play that game.
Or Blizzard likes to say any or no reason. That might be a violation of Directive 9313 EEC, which protects consumers against unfair terms in consumer contracts. So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is null and void. And if it's null and void, then what is the law?
This should be in no product. Zero product should ever have this shit in it. Ever.
Say about how long your purchase lasts? Well, it doesn't. That's the whole mess.
What a horrible, evil man. Can you believe the nerve of this guy wanting to save all of us?
What a fucking bastard Ross is. He can eat my whole ass. Oh, I dropped the mask entirely, man.
Some money? Has this guy even considered the various multi-billion-dollar corporations? We're lucky enough to just be able to buy their products, don't you see? And they should be allowed the freedom to destroy our products whenever they want for any reason at any time.
Blizzard says they can take away your...
This is the thing. Let me point this out for Spirit Fairy if anyone's like hesitant, right? Understand that this game is not political. It's about people's lives. There is no like DEI kind of shit going on in that game. It's about people's interpersonal lives. It's a game about letting go. And if you've been through anything serious, right? If you've lost anyone, that game will make you remember them. That's how good it is.
Your purchase for no reason. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely.
It is something so uncontroversial, normal. It's surprising how few people are open critics of this movement.
Yes.
But there is at least one.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage.
Here we go.
This is shit.
Here we go. You see that? Remember I was talking about Pirate Software lives down here, being a fucking sack of shit, a lying misinformation piece of trash, and that's exactly what he should be called out on. He brought the conversation down here, so that's what he deserves.
It's shit.
But like the creator of Stop Killing Games, I don't want this video to just be a drama video, especially when something much more important is at stake. Just be patient. We'll be pirating some software soon. But before we get into that, all you need is One Punch Man, a series that just collabed with the sponsor of today's video.
I've been watching One Punch Man. It's pretty good. I quite like it because it shits on all the tropes in anime. I really like it, actually.
Crystal of Atlan, a magic punk MMO ARPG.
Okay, this is the pay the bills segment, and this game is likely trash.
Embark on the path of a hero. During this limited time event, which runs until July 26th, you can download and play Crystal of Atlan for free on iOS, Google Play, PC, and PS5. And now's the time to play because you'll earn some exclusive One Punch Man themed rewards. And if you become a Class S hero after you've done 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run,
I fucking love that. I love. Okay, I gotta be honest. I've been like starting to get into anime and stuff, and I watched One Punch Man under someone's suggestion, and it's so fucking good. I love that everyone's like, I went through these internal training things. I turned myself into a fucking robot, and this guy's like, I did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and I ran 10 kilometers a day. And he's just stronger than everyone. It's so fucking great. He's literally Bugs Bunny strong. Fuck me. I'm fucking really enjoying One Punch Man.
2 can take the fight to Boros. Play as your favorite characters from One Punch Man. Like, what's this guy's name again? Choose from 11 different classes, all unlocked at the start. No character gotcha. And each class has 2 specializations. You can combine your skills in over 20 different combinations. Ensure
I'm gonna be honest, this just looks like Genshin Impact to me.
There's tons of ways to experiment and play the game. You can even team up with Tornado or get a mount, Genos' Sky Knight. What do you think of that, Genos?
Hold on, did you watch Mob Psycho 100? It's from the same creator. No, I haven't, but I think I know what you're talking about. Is that the one where the main character is like just like a little Asian school kid who looks like the blandest motherfucker on the planet? I think I've seen stuff about that, but I haven't watched it. Yes. I'll give it a try. Look, if it's made by the same guy who made One Punch Man, I expect it's going to be fucking incredible because that guy is so good at writing stories. Oh my god. And by the way, God, what's her name? One of the psychic characters. The psychic girl. Not the small one, her older sister. Her big sister. What's her name? Fubuki. I think it's Fubuki. That sounds about right. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. You might not understand why this puts a smile on my face. I've convinced my wife to cosplay this character. My wife's gonna cosplay this character, and then she can pull it off. She can pull this shit off. I'm so looking forward to it. Oh my god. I'm fucking god damn. Oh my god. I'll be having the best time. I'm not gonna let anyone take pictures of shit because that belongs to me, but I'm gonna be having the best time of my life. Oh my god.
I'd say it looks pretty fire.
Incinerate!
Download and play Crystal of Atlan for free using the links below. And thank you, Crystal of Atlan, for sponsoring this video.
Well, big sister, I mean in size.
Different.
What this really is a battle for consumer rights. Do you consume? Do you love consuming? Obviously, this is one of the least controversial things that has ever happened in the worldwide gaming community. And
hold on, you need to watch the dubbed version of Black Lagoon. I hate the dubs, though. Dubs suck. And you need to watch the dubbed version of the movie Redline. I've watched Redline already. I watched that with my wife. Pretty good movie. I can't believe they just let that woman whip her tits out in that movie. It's pretty good, though. It was a fucking banger. The art in Redline is fucking incredible.
truly mean
And
that.
yes, Berserk's still on the list.
You could not come up with a more inoffensive movement if you tried. Let's see if we can try. Are you in favor of the stop slaughtering baby seals with...
What? Man, stop... Okay. Where's he going with
machetes
this?
movement? Are you against that?
Oh, perfect. Start a freeze frame. I can see exactly where he's going with this. Thanks for the follow, Tinsha. Actually, slaughtering baby seals in front of their mothers is exactly what we should be leaning towards in society. You can eat my whole ass.
This is shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
But I encourage everyone who lives in the UK and is watching this to sign the initiative. That will also be linked down below. Let's get it done. Looking at you, France and Germany.
This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
Finally, France and Germany can be on the same side as something. And maybe both won't lose this time. Also, if you haven't seen it, watch full... Yeah, it's on the list. I've already got that on the list.
Remember your training and fight. Put together, troopers. We're still in this.
I must commend and congratulate Ross. Getting over 600,000 people to click a document in...
900,000 people now. What's the count at? 905,000 people. We're at 90.5%. Pirate Software wins if this doesn't complete. Do we really need him to win? We're all shilling animes I haven't watched but heard good things from Beastars. I watched a little bit of it. I can't stand it. I can't fucking stand it. I watched the dub, and it's some theater kid shit that I can't fucking stand. I got up to the point where the deer kid somehow becomes a mob boss, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here with this shit. I can't fucking... No, that's trash. It's fucking trash. That, like, Beastars is exactly what some self-insert retard thinks an anime is. Fucking... God damn, it was bad. I can't stand it. It seems like someone self-inserted and is just sucking themselves off the whole time.
Sign it is no easy feat. Least of all, getting 600,000 gamers to agree on something. The last time that many gamers agreed on anything, it became the most downvoted Reddit comment of all time. So, Ross, I think...
Beastars was written by a woman. What, with a dick? It seems like some theater kid bullshit to me. I can't stand it.
You are well within your right to enjoy this moment of pride and accomplishment. The reason this initiative is being pushed forward in the European Union is so it can open negotiations for companies to become legally obligated to preserve their games in some way. Or at the...
Can I be honest with you? I can imagine that companies would be so malicious if this goes through, that there would be an EU version of the video game that they preserve, and then they just let anything that's in America just fall the fuck apart. I would imagine that shit happens. Like hands down, I imagine that shit happening. Is that companies, out of pure spite, would just be as malicious as possible. And like, what's going to happen in the future is if you want a preserved game, what you'll get is the EU version that people will then download in the US.
Very least, allowing consumers to preserve the games. The point is, this movement is very pro-publisher.
By the way, Command & Conquer Renegades is amazing. It's such a fucking banger.
Leaves that choice up to the publisher. They have multiple options. It's really such a convincing argument, even if you are on the side of like game publisher, corporate executive type guy. As seen with The Crew, publishers like Ubisoft are fine with abruptly shutting down their games, eliminating all online functionality, and offering no recourse for people who want to play that game, maybe now, maybe somewhere down the line, and then offering no recourse for the player.
Is this good for the player?
And here's the phrase that really scares corporations, okay? Make sure you don't repeat this anywhere, okay? It's very offensive, all right?
Is he gonna say the line?
If buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. It's important.
He said the line! Yes! God damn. That needs to be like a slogan. That needs to be a thing that everyone hears. What a god. What a lad. Fucking 2 million sub act man is willing to say that. Good. Fuck these multi-dollar companies and their bullshit. That should be written into law. If you're not buying a video game and you're renting it, then pirating it isn't stealing it.
Important to note that Stop Killing Games...
I should sell shirts with that shit. Jimmy, you know what? That's not a bad idea.
...is not retroactive. It is not unreasonable. It would not force every developer to turn on the servers for every dead game and keep them running indefinitely. Who's gonna do that for our boy Concord? Is the team that made Mad...
Hold on. We're gonna do this right now. Okay, I need a graphic... a good looking, let's just be as vague as possible, video game-esque art style that can be printed onto a t-shirt that says the line, if buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing. Use graphic, what should I say? Use graphic design principles. And make the text the focus of the image, but also add autistic flair and video game characters around it. Add mini video game characters. See what we get. Yo, what the fuck? Okay, I'm just gonna refresh this. Here we go. Here we go. It's gonna say no. You think it's gonna say no? You can't sleep? Yeah, that's because you're so black. When you turn off the lights, it's not sleeping, it's a gangbang. It's like being in a room filled with just you. Come on. Give me something good. I just want to see it. We'll continue and we'll take a look back at this.
Mag? Do I have Mag? I fucking do. Is the team that made Mag gonna have a high school reunion? This might actually be like a completely dead...
I've literally never heard of that game, and I would never have heard of this game unless this guy had this physical disc.
Game, is this playable in any way? Let me know in the comments. PlayStation Move? What the fuck? And you could make a whole ass video on why video game preservation is important. But let me just give you a personal example. There's a game called Command & Conquer Renegade, which...
That was the video footage you were showing earlier. This game was a fucking banger.
As far as I'm aware, nothing even comes close to its concept. It mixes...
There is another game that is similar to this. There is a historical game where you play as Like, I can't remember the other historical figures, but one of the new players is Alexander the Great. And it's a video game where you can become first person and like actually fight in the middle of a war as Alexander the Great, and then you can zoom out and it becomes an RTS game. I can't remember the fucking name of it, but there's a game that does this. Looks terrible. Well, it plays like a fucking dream, Jarek Dan. This game was such a fucking banger.
RTS mechanics with first and third person shooter fundamentals. It would have been an utter tragedy if, when the GameSpy servers shut down, the game went with it. And here's where things are getting weird, because now I'm gonna give EA some props too. In a rare example of
no, it's not Warcraft. Don't think it's Shellfire. It's literally like you can zoom in and play first person, and Alexander the Great had like abilities and shit, and you would also create like units and stuff. Spellforce as well. That's another one. Spellforce operated under the same principles, where it's an RPG that you can be first person or top down. It was so fucking innovative. We stopped doing that. I don't know why we stopped doing that. We should have advanced on that formula.
EA doing something good. They have allowed a team of passionate fans to resurrect Command & Conquer Renegade with their own free-to-play mod, Renegade X. You know, video games are a great escape for people, and there's something comforting knowing that one day...
I think that's it. I think that's it, Tape. I think it's Rise and Fall that I'm thinking of.
You know, you can go back and play something that you did years ago. Game preservation is important, and it's not just for random niche games.
Here's a list of some popular games that are all at risk of being destroyed at some time in the future. The Stop Killing Games movement sees any of these being destroyed as a problem.
Okay, maybe we take that one off the list. This is working against our argument. Maybe we remove this one. Maybe we just let this one not exist.
And they're exactly the kinds of games that would start being protected if the initiative passed.
Oh man, this is not a good argument. You're taking all the shittiest games. Okay,
there's no way to be against the Stop Killing Games movement in a way that is pro-consumer or pro-gamer. And if it ain't pro-gamer, then I'm a big hater. Stop Killing Games was stuck around 400,000 signatures for months, and it seemed all hope was lost. Until now. Oh. Who deserves credit?
The windfall we needed. The villain we needed. I'd put that on a shirt. Oh my god, that's so good. It even got the text right. It didn't even misspell anything. I'd put that shit on a hoodie. I'd wear that. I can't believe it actually made that with fucking Super Mario in the corner. I'd put that on a display. Oh my god. I would... You know what? I've never been sponsored by Displate, but I asked that question in one of the videos, and there's a bunch of people who were like, you know, Displate's pretty good. The only problem with it is it's expensive. If I ever got a Displate sponsorship, this is going to be on the wall. This will be on the fucking wall. You see the spot right here? You see that spot right there where that orange sound panel is? I will move that and put that Displate right there. I will slap that shit to the wall right there. Oh my god. Incredible. And you know, I actually know some guys. I know some guys who print t-shirts. That's how I got Sawman's sexy dog picture t-shirt. I could probably get this done. I'm not kidding.
For this sudden resurgence? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about Mr. Software. Now, unfortunately, Ross had done just about everything he could think of to push to get those 1 million signatures. And this guy is one hell of a diplomat. Very nice demeanor, passionate about games.
This is my problem with Ross. I think he was too nice. People have told me he did push back against Thor, but I still don't think he pushed back hard enough. You should have got down in the mud. I'll post that in the Discord later.
Doesn't really show any malice, hatred, contempt towards publishers or anyone. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that could actively dislike a guy like Ross, let alone publicly.
Okay, I really don't want to do this next part, but it's become a liability for the campaign for me not to. Our biggest critic by far is YouTuber and streamer Pirate Software. If your only exposure to stop killing...
I'm coming up with conspiracy theories right now. What if Ross planned this all along? What if he knew that this was the 11th hour? What if he knew this was the Hail Mary pass he needed to make? And that's why he never went hard on the paint until now. He knew that this was the way to galvanize the community. What if this man wasn't playing 4D chess? What if he was playing 7D universal interdimensional fucking chess? What if Ross isn't European Asmongold? What if he's Gamer Trump?
Games has been this video, then you've been misinformed. This video is by someone who does not understand the campaign, has been trying to stop it, and has been making up what it is about.
Let's get scurvy.
I think it's luck. I don't think you can really plan this, but if he did, this man's a Giga Chad genius if he's done this.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get scurvy. Pirate Software has been the most vocal, outspoken critic of the Stop Killing Games movement. Not only that, he has stated that he is actively seeking to convince people not to sign the initiative.
This is shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful.
I need to actually clip that thing because I'm going to be using that in videos.
That is horrible.
Pirate Software has carefully crafted this persona of being a deep-voiced pro-gamer, pro-hacker, former developer, the everyday Cyberman. But most recently, some cracks have started to emerge. Most notoriously being his...
This is why. You know what? Pirate Software is the perfect case study as to why you don't fucking lie about shit, right? And you don't talk yourself up. Because the bigger the web you spin, the harder it is to maintain.
Epic roach out in a hardcore WoW classic clip. In this heartbreaking moment, Pirate Software abandons his team.
I liked him. Yes, I liked him too. Initially, when Pirate Software was giving good, basic job advice for people who were lost and stuff, I think he was doing a good job. I think he was doing something beneficial for people. Then he turned around and started being a smug asshole. He lied directly about the what was it? He lied directly about the Stop Killing Games movement. He lied here again with this WoW movement, which was the culmination of everything. He went out of his way to DMCA claim some guy who was making a video game. The guy didn't even put Pirate Software in the video game. He put it in Reddit, in a fucking Reddit thread as a compliment, and this guy weaponized DMCA laws to go and attack that dude. He lied about the Twitch adpocalypse. He keeps fucking lying, and he wouldn't be in this situation if he just told the truth. Or if he just said, I don't know, dude, I don't know enough about it. That's all he had to say. But he's so fucking arrogant. He's such a snide, smug fucking contrarian that he couldn't do that for 5 seconds. He needed to know everything. Because that made him feel big. And now he's paying the fucking price for it.
His sense of duty and roaches out. Every man for himself. Intentionally sabotaging his own efforts to assist his team by wasting mana on max level spells, not utilizing his toolkit.
Wait, why doesn't bro want to preserve games? Probably because he's building a video game with Ludwig that's got like online DRM shit. So he's actively against it. And my personal tinfoil hat conspiracy is that he's an industry plant. That he's done this all on purpose. Because he's an industry plant. That's my personal little conspiracy theory that's probably not true.
He fucked up. He made a misplay. That's okay. It happens. Just say you're sorry. admit you fucked up, and help them grind back up the ladder.
That's exactly what I said 10 months ago. I said all Pirate Software had to do was help these guys. If he thought the movement was that bad, he could have helped fix their movement. But he didn't. Instead, he acted like an asshole. He attacked Ross. He attacked anyone who had a counterpoint to what he said, and he acted like a piece of shit. And anytime someone tried to call him on his bullshit, he would block them, he would ban them, he would cut out their comments, he would do whatever the fuck he could to never hear an opposing viewpoint.
When the masks started to fall for people. My personal favorite quote from this.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
If you were writing a narcissistic character, this is the perfect catchphrase.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
Brother, help me!
What am I supposed to do for you?
You know what? If the Lion King did that, and actually that was the line that Scar said, I would have actually hated Scar more as a villain. Oh my god.
Dad, can you pass the salt? What am I supposed to do for you? So this kind of turned him into a lolcow because he made obvious mistakes and then...
This WoW thing was a culmination. My biggest concern about this WoW drama was that he was going to get away with all the other shit behind the scenes because of this WoW drama that no one really gives a fuck about because it's video game characters, right? But somehow this galvanized everyone against him. And like a salty ex, everyone brought up all the other shit he'd done because of what happened here, and I'm so proud of the internet for doing that.
Pretended like he didn't. It's kind of weird, dude. But then it started to get weirder. You see, Pirate had been up to some other shenanigans, including filing a DMCA takedown on an...
He is the first large-name creator I've seen mention the fact that this piece of shit did this to another game dev. How can you pretend to care about game deving when you would go out of your way to damage and attack other people using false DMCA claims?
Indie game that he thought used his voice and likeness. It's a fucking meme game called Idle Streaming Bonanza.
And do you know what? I can immediately recognize these characters. That's XQC.
Likeness.
Let's go back.
It's a fucking meme.
That's Asmongold.
Game called Idle Streaming Bonanza.
That's XQC. And do you know what Asmongold and XQC didn't do? File DMCA claims against this fucking guy.
It's a game that includes many streamers.
I don't know who the fuck this is.
And basically just pokes fun at all of them. The thing of it is, there was no active build of the game with Pirate Software's voice.
Denim,
so
probably.
When he filed a DMCA, he filed it maliciously and incorrectly. Not the first time we've dealt with someone who did that. Luckily, the act attorney is on vacation. Pirate was completely in the wrong, and I think it says something about a guy who's first...
And he never apologized for this as far as I'm aware. I've yet to see anywhere where he said that what he did was wrong, and he never should have done that.
First reaction to learning his voice has been used in a video game that is essentially just a shitpost is to immediately try and take it down. Like, who does...
I'm sorry, but if someone put me in a video game and took the piss out of me, made me look like an utter fucking moron, I would feel honored. I would feel honored that I had that much of an impact, that someone cared enough to shit all over me in their video game. What an honor that would be. And here's this fucking loser who's so emotionally sensitive that he cannot handle the idea of someone making fun of him, of poking fun at him for 5 seconds. Jesus Christ.
What is that?
We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside of your games without their permission.
False. If it's transformative enough in nature, you can.
Welcome to the Finding Out timeline, bud. What am I supposed to do for you?
We're all on the internet. We all get made fun of on here.
As much as you're angry right now, Of course I read.
That's the best part, is he didn't even use his likeness. He just put a fucking cockroach in a wizard hat. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, no, he was doing it maliciously and using my voice. Gloated about it all over Reddit.
And this post has, guess how many upvotes?
Do you see how Pirate Software talks as well? He gloated about it all over Reddit. He made one post. Do you see how he speaks? How he changes the narrative? Oh, this guy was gloating about it all over Reddit. Oh, it was so bad. He was posting wherever he could. He made 5 billion posts to make sure everyone saw it. Oh, I caught this the other day. I was rewatching his argument against the Stop Killing Games movement. He made such a weird fucking argument, and I missed it so many times. He made this argument where he said, imagine taking World of Warcraft and now you have to make it a single player game for each and every single player. Right? As if the game devs have to go to the house of every person who's ever played World of Warcraft, suck their cock, tickle their balls, and specifically patch and mod from everyone's house. As if it's not one patch that applies to everyone. Fucking loser. Jesus, what a moron. Do you see how he changes things to sound the right way? Yeah, to like try and emotionally manipulate you. That's what I'm talking about when I say that some people bend the fucking rules.
It's so funny when the dude says he worked on Blizzard every time he can like a defense card or some superiority shit.
Yes, he's using that as a credibility card. It's like saying, it's like Jarek Dan. Whenever he says the N-word, he keeps on saying, I can say this because I'm black. That's his credibility card.
27. What the creator of this game had done is just posted a clip on Reddit of what it would be like if Pirate Software was in the game.
And the only reason I'm fighting this is because he's removing my game from Steam when he's not on it. That's the issue I have with it. All the other issues I'm fine with.
Like, Pirate Software didn't even bother to check that he was actually in the game, or I don't know, respond to this post and say, hey, can we talk? Can you take that out? Like,
Wait, to be fair, he's shown as a roach. That could had insulted him, so maybe that's why he decided. He DMCA'd. He false DMCA'd because he didn't like the way that made him feel. It's a good thing we don't govern laws on feelings. Because otherwise pieces of shit like him would get away with this kind of stuff. What a fucking dickhead. I'm so glad that Actman called that out. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. How many views did nearly 1 million views on this video. Good. Good. This fucking loser deserves this. It's one thing to have an opinion on the internet. It's another thing to take that into real life and start fucking someone's life up. He wants to talk about harassment. He wants to cry about, oh, these people are doing mean things to me in real life. Guess what? That means he took the argument from here of calling names into let's go fuck up people's real lives. Oh, it's so bad that people are fucking with my real life. That's exactly what he's doing to other people. And then he's sitting there pretending he's the fucking victim. What a bitch. What a little bitch. Fuck this guy.
He just went hard straight to DMCA.
He put it up on Steam and showed that my voice was going to be in it. And that's it.
But ever since that WoW clip, people have been going back and uncovering some things. Now, Ross, in his video, highlights every YouTuber and gaming news outlet that has covered Stop Killing Games. Highlights every
hold on. Who's covered it? Young Yao, Ross, Asmongold, Mudaha, Linus. Don't know who that is. Fuck, I used to watch all of his videos and now I can't even remember his name. Gamers Nexus. Didn't this guy used to do like political news kind of things? I can't remember. Fuck, that's from so long ago. Philip DeFranco? Yeah, there you go. Jesus Christ, it's been a while. Don't know who this is, don't know who Cold Take is.
YouTuber and gaming news outlet that has covered Stop Killing Games, and he determined that Pirate Software's coverage was the most viewed, and it was 2 videos.
It was. This man lied to over 1 million people. He spread misinformation, and to this day, there are fucking retards on the internet who are parroting the lines he said and doing their best to defend this dumb cunt. And they've never double-checked any of that information. They just believed it because Magic Man on the light box in front of them said something.
Full of lies, just blatant misrepresentation of the movement and its goals, even going so far as to say the complete opposite of what was literally on his screen.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters.
Like, there's been so many more videos from bigger creators, even Jacksepticeye. Pirate Software's was the biggest video released 10 months ago. And much like a virus, it spreads. He says misinformation to one person. One person talks to 4 people. 4 people talk to another 4 people. You ever heard the story about the one Chinese peasant who styled on the Chinese emperor back in the day? Yeah, I'll tell you the story to make this make sense of how far this lie spreads, right? Here's how this works. Hold on, we'll take the passion of the Pharaoh off here. This is how this works. So once upon a time there was a Chinese peasant, a rice farmer, right? The rice farmer did something impressive for the emperor. He saved the emperor's son's life. And the emperor, being a very benevolent man, told the peasant, I will give you anything you want for saving the life of my son. As long as it is within reason, I will grant you anything, literally anything under the sun that I can. The peasant, being a smart man, even though he was a peasant, says to the emperor, anything? Are you sure about that? Mr. Emperor Daddy, are you sure that you will give me anything? And so the emperor says, yes. Anything within reason. I can't do magic, even though I'm the Chinese emperor and I let people believe that. I will do anything. So the rice farmer over here picks up a grain of rice and he places it on one of the tiles on the floor. And the emperor is sitting over here. And he says, if it is within your power, I want you to give me as much rice as this one grain of rice doubled into the tiles that follow it. And so the emperor, laughing at this and not having done the math of this, said yes. That is a very reasonable request. And by the time the mathematicians had calculated how much rice they had to give this one peasant, by the time the rice grains hit here, he had like bankrupted the entirety of China. And then he got to style on the emperor saying, oh, so you're telling me that as an emperor you can't keep your promise? Fine. I'll fuck your daughter then instead. And he did. Because he got the emperor to lie. That's how this works. You tell one lie gets told to one other person. That one other person speaks to 2 other people who now believe the lie. Those 2 other people speak to 2 more other people who now believe the lie. And so that's 10 months of 1.2 million people who watched that video initially now lying to other people around them. Yes, it's literally exponential scaling. And now, 10 months later, a whole bunch of people are finding out that Pirate Software shit up everything and lied to everyone.
That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out. I admit, guys, this part hurts. To see the biggest voice on this issue get it wrong again and again and again, then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience than we can reach. It hurts.
Watch this, Lise. You can actually pinpoint.
Okay, I don't get it then. If the initiative won't require IP code or perpetual support, how is it going to stop killing games? It's simple. One last end-of-life patch. The game is set in a certain state. It is then handed over to the community, and the community can do whatever the fuck they want with it. It is then preserved in a digital state, the same way you would be able to go to an open library and be able to download that game. It wants to preserve games so that they are not deleted by the publisher and never accessible again. That's what it wants.
Point the second when his heart rips in half.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for.
Look, it's one thing to disagree with a movement for whatever reason. It's okay to ask questions and seek clarification to make sure you should throw your support behind this thing, right? Thankfully, Ross has done such a thorough job that any and all questions any reasonable people have, he has answered. Not only has Pirate taken a firm stance against stop killing games, he has said he will actively try to make sure it doesn't succeed. This is generational hating.
Eat my entire ass. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass.
Actual villain type shit. But maybe that's exactly what we needed. We needed a bad guy to help galvanize us out of our fucking gaming chairs to sign something. Now, if you watch...
Hey, he's the villain we needed. He's the fucking villain we needed. The passion of the ferret is what's galvanizing people to sign this fucking thing. It's happening.
Ross's video, and you listen to how Pirate Software talks, it's pretty clear who the aggressor is, who is the dick.
This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no...
He's Lelouch. I don't know who that is. I know Eren from Attack on Titan. I'm just getting into anime, Syro. I'm barely scraping the surface.
Qualms about that.
I thought it was really funny when I posted this.
You know how I know that's an anime name, by the way? Because there's no human being on Earth who would name a character that fucking dumb except anime.
What am I?
Unless it's like some old like fucking French film or some shit.
Supposed to do for you? Just stop killing games? Would you believe Pirate Software blocked me after this?
What a badge of honor. If only I was relevant enough.
Would you believe Pirate Software?
This is the gamer tag now. This is now how you know you're a real gamer. Is you get one of these. God, if only I was relevant enough.
Blocked me after this. So Pirate has admitted that he has been ignoring this issue and the misinformation he spread for...
That's my neighbor's name. I don't believe you.
10 months, until he posted one of those "I ain't reading all of that" type tweets. For some reason, he deleted this. Let's read to see if we can find out why. I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago.
This entire tweet was him downplaying his significance because he knows he fucked up, but he won't go back on it.
And haven't talked about it since. Now, your initiative has failed, and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it. You have no mana left, accursed farms. What was I supposed to do for you?
Do you see
Your
that?
community.
Do you see that? Do you see the manipulative twisting that this piece of shit does? Oh, now it's not his fault that he lied like a fucking rat. Do you see that? Just on the final day, they released the server hosting software. Okay, no, you're talking about what they could do. For that. Yeah, it's just leave it in a preservable state. That's literally it. That's all it's asking for.
Is out in force, shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, threats, and worse.
People are saying mean things to me, so now I don't have to consider you relevant. Piece of shit.
Most of all, snide comments. Dear God.
Is Pirate Software deadass against the petition? Yes, mega crackhead. He said that he's not going to support it, and on top of not supporting it, he's going to go out of his way to make sure other people don't support it.
Please, no. No, not the snide comments. Anything but that. Waterboard me all you want. Just don't post snide comments. Okay, but like, Pirate, you have unresolved software. You got a bunch of shit wrong, and you misinformed a ton of people on a movement that is beneficial for gamers. So just come out and correct yourself. In fact, I'll give you an out right now. Say that you became the villain that Gotham needed.
Why is he running, Dad?
Because we have to chase.
Scourgefist, if that was true about the game engines, then why aren't people making bank off of Skyrim's game engine? There's a billion different mods out there for it. Super popular game that's been released 5,000 times. If it was that significant, there are game engines that are free, dude. There are game engines right now that you can use that are 100% free, that you can do shit with. Making a good video game is fucking hard. Losing that video game forever is horrific.
Okay, we're going in. You secretly support this movement, but you wanted to create a persona that could galvanize people to be in opposition to you. This is your out. This is your out. Because if you don't own your mistakes will own you.
Even Actman sees it. Even Actman sees it. That he could be the passion of the ferret. He can make this happen. He could be the villain we needed.
I do want to point out him saying your initiative has failed, not it's failing or it's in trouble. Losing support. There's a lot of ways you could have said that, but you chose the definitive, your initiative has failed. It almost sounds like you want it to, like you're trying to manifest this outcome. Any assumption that Pirate simply disagrees with the Stop Killing Games initiative, we can just uninstall all of that. He maliciously wants it to fail. And that is so disappointing, because how does a guy who calls himself Pirate not understand why people want to preserve their games? It's like you can't make this stuff up. The writers for this year's season of Life on Earth, they're outdoing themselves, man. This season's fucking crazy. Disagreeing with this initiative is already weird enough for any self-respecting gamer, but to be like so outspoken against it is really sus. It's sussy balls. Pirate Software. Look inside.
Scourge first, that's also an IP issue. So that's already covered by the law. So if someone stole an engine that's got a bunch of assets in it that they didn't make and that wasn't meant to be publicly released, guess what? Nintendo's coming for Palworld's ass because they're trying to pretend that happened first. Then that turned out that didn't happen, so now they're making up other shit. IP issues and video game issues are two separate things. Two separate things. The game engine is not the same thing as getting the game. If I download some old version of Mass Effect from 1 to 3, I'm not getting the game engine. I'm just getting the game with its assets in it.
Don't pirate software. I'm more offended by his complete disregard for the noble profession of piracy. Now, some people, myself included, have wondered why he is so steadfast against this. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say definitively that pirate software is an industry plant. I'm just saying this is exactly what an industry plant would do and say.
Oh my god, that feels so vindicating to hear. That feels so fucking vindicating to hear. So we would get MMOs, but we wouldn't get any of the DLCs for it. Guess what, Scourgefist? There are already private servers that do all of that, and do more, and make a different game. Go look up WoW Ascension. Actman Lurks Rose confirmed. I wish, Dogrock. But hey, Actman, if you're in here, I understand why you won't say anything. You don't want to be linked to me. I'm a piece of shit and it'll ruin your life. If you're somehow in here, I understand.
Since you're so set on cutting up my responses into pieces to try to make me seem unhinged, I'm going to drop my video.
Oh, they don't need to. They don't need to make you seem unhinged, dude. You're doing that all on your own.
Videos here to show the actual context. There is also a massive pinned FAQ on the first video. Did you know I worked for GameFAQs? What? Dog, I ain't reading that. You're wrong. You can't explain yourself out of being factually wrong. Just
it's not even about being factually wrong. It's about he lied. He fucking lied. He just completely lied about this.
So Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. Maybe still doesn't. That means the majority of his critique is about things it would not do, like kill all MMOs.
I'm fine talking to people that are level-headed about this and can have a conversation. But to be real, dude, every time you've been involved, your orbiters turn shit toxic instantly and it sets me off.
Do you see that? Blame other people, therefore I don't have to say anything. I'm right because other people got mad and I get to blame you for it.
Don't you understand? It's your fault I am upset. How dare you expect me to correct my false information that I spit out 10 months ago?
And he does not wish to discuss this with me or anyone else in the industry.
Yes, because he knows how wrong he is, but he wants to be a piece of shit about this. And no one wants to fucking call him out. And I'm so glad. Oh god, I'm so relieved that Actman went hard on the paint here. Holy fuck. Oh god, that's such a relief. I feel less crazy knowing that he did this.
Initiative. Why not?
Oh. Would you consider reaching out and talking to Ross about it? No. And the reason why is because I found his entire statement over the YouTube incredibly disingenuous.
Yes, this issue which has bothered me since I was a teenager and I've spent 10 years on trying to push back against is me being disingenuous.
Look, this is just a backhanded way to say Ross isn't level-headed enough in your eyes and can't hold the conversation. It's like, dog, did you watch his video? Have you ever seen a more chill gamer or YouTuber on this platform? Real talk. He's completely non-hostile. The only reason he's making this video now is that's all he can do.
This video came out right as we were...
Hold on, my entire feed on YouTube is full of anti-pirate software videos. We get a new one every 1 hour. This is like the US bombing the Middle East. A new one every hour. It's not gonna stop. We're gonna bomb you back to the Stone Age, bitch. He deserves it. I'm sorry. He deserves it. If he didn't lie and be a manipulative piece of shit and then be such a smug contrarian, if he was just willing to explain his point instead of pretending that this is some harassment campaign and that other people have legitimate points, I 100% understand. He posted a fucking owl on X. What, you mean pirate software? What do you mean? He posted an owl? Oh my god, he's doing his best. Odd to see an owl at this time of day, but he was quite... Okay, my mind wants to take this in one of two directions. Direction number one is, I think it's pretty suspicious of him to post furry porn like that on his timeline. Direction number two is, I'm fairly impressed that he can keep a camera stable enough, because my hands would be fucking shaking non-stop with how many people are calling me a fucking moron on the internet. I would be like running it through my head like a million times, trying to figure out like, I need to craft the perfect response and admit that I'm wrong. It looks like he's deleting a lot of the comments from the whole post. Let's see. Have you tell the owl that it's stupid and you're better than it yet, or is it going to be on one of your streams? Did he offer to repeat the hint? Let's see. Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, he's deleting. He's deleting the shit out of comments. This man is spending like 5 hours a day deleting shit. No, no fucking way. Someone did the Gary's mod. Hi, would you like to sign my petition?
Hi there. Would you like to sign my petition?
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Hi there. Would you like to sign?
Fuck, that's impressive. God damn. Holy shit. And look at the likes on that. 78. You know this man is deleting posts. This man has either hired some Indian or for Fiverr to delete mean comments, or he's sitting there gooning over how much people hate him. Oh my god. This just keeps getting better. Can you explain the reason Pirate Software is doing this? Please, I'm a little retarded. You are not retarded, mega crackhead. No one can explain fully why he's doing this. The why is what's confusing the fuck out of people. He's a game dev, apparently. He supports video games. He thinks they're a good idea. And then all of a sudden, he just fucking hates everyone who wants to preserve video games. No one can understand why he's like this. That's the hard part.
Building momentum. Then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork.
Yep.
This put me in kind of a no-win scenario.
And this is the thing, is when Ross says this, I trust his word on this, is the fact that Ross probably watched as Pirate Software released his video, and all of a sudden the momentum just died. I'm like, he must have seen this, because Ross has been obsessing over this. So he probably watched the Pirate Software video happen, and all of a sudden no one was signing the petition.
Scenario too. Because if I ignored it, then a lot of people are going to get misinformed about the campaign. But if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign.
I'm sorry, you should have drama farmed. He should have done it. Get down in the mud with that piggy and start wrestling, boy. If he drama farmed, oh, this would have gotten so much more attention.
Because it's not about that at all.
So much misinformation was dumped on this initiative when it started, it did damage it. Now's the time to correct course, and that is what we are all doing. Pirate deleted this tweet, and then he goes on and says, sure, I shouldn't have clapped back when Ross disparaged lawmakers and the legal process. Again, it's like, who's...
He never said that. I want to see where Ross disparaged lawmakers in the legal process. He's literally trying to use the legal process to get this to pass. He's going through all the correct channels. What the fuck is this retard talking about?
Side are you on now? Now you're on the lawmakers side? What, like all of them?
The idea that we're going to go through this because it's an easy win, but not the right win? No, dude.
Oh, God.
So not only is it going to be an easy win for politicians to get people on their side because politicians are self-interested, it is the right win. It is the right win.
We misunderstood the initiative and misunderstood our intentions. And in his words, this is why he refuses to have a dialogue with the movement.
How dare you even crack a joke about the reality of the legal process in the United Kingdom? What kind of hill is that to die on? Ain't no buried treasure there.
The idea of getting it to pass with an easy win instead of pass because it's good is a problem to me. Absolute problem.
That's a misdirect. Because it can be an easy win and good at the same time, but he's opposing those two viewpoints at the same time because he's a lying fuck. Do you see that? It can be both an easy win and good. But he's using that as a false dichotomy to fuck people up. What a rat. What a fucking rat.
That's not how politics works. Do you think things pass because they're good ideas? Tell that to people who still have lead in their water.
This is just what's so funny about like the double, the triple, the quadruple down, like someone who can't ever admit that they're wrong. This is what's so fucking funny about it, is you just have to keep burying yourself into an even more ridiculous position. You make it so easy to make fun of you. It is hereby my dubious honor to present Pirate Software with the ultimate mark of shame. The
lol cow. He's gonna say the lol cow because this motherfucker is now 100% a lol cow. Pirate Software is that one kid that sits in the back of the classroom every day of the week with his hood up and wearing gaming headphones and yells at the teacher for no reason. No, he's not brave enough to yell at the teacher. What he does, right, is the teacher's like, Jason, take that fucking hoodie off in class and do your homework. And then he'll go, he'll like take it off and he'll go, sorry, man. And then he'll go online later and he'll use a voice changer and he'll record a message. And he'll say, oh, what I should have had, like what I was gonna say actually was, oh, you're this ugly bitch and I actually hate you. And oh, this is why I had my hoodie up, because I'm so cool and it's actually allowed under school policy, but I thought I'd let it pass. He's the guy who sits up 5 hours a night thinking about how cool he is on the inside. And then tries to bring that through to reality and just looks like a fucking loser.
Fake Gamer Award. No true gamer would stand against this movement or so wildly, intentionally misrepresent it as he has. Just fucking talk to Ross. It's not hard to have a conversation with people.
It's really not. Imagine being a like, I want you to imagine this. Imagine Ross has done something.
Goon Software is just actually the person.
Yes. Quite literally Furion. Sorry. Fuck, you threw me off. I can't remember what I was gonna say. Fuck it. Let's continue.
Just don't get it. But Pirate has truly exposed a major flaw in his own software. And to wrap things up, if you're able to sign the initiative and push this thing forward, please do. Links are in the description and pinned comment. Reach out to anyone you think might also benefit or be interested in this, and make sure you do your part.
Yeah,
go subscribe to Ross at Accursed Farms. He deserves it for everything he's put himself through. And to Pirate Software.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Imagine you have a disagreement with Ross and you're like on the same level of content creation as him. Does Ross not seem like the kind of guy that you could have a conversation with, still disagree with him, and he wouldn't hate you? That's the vibes he gives off. Like that you could respectfully disagree with each other and it wouldn't be a problem for either of you. That's the kind of idea I get from Ross's personality from all the videos I've watched of his.
Just take accountability, man. I know you're going to be overloaded with people saying the same shit and you're going to want to tune all of it out, but just, if you don't own your mistakes will own you. People want to like you, but sometimes you give them no choice. Don't be the guy campaigning against gamers. Campaign with them.
Oh shit, we're all going to die. We don't see this perfectly. And we are enough at that moment. We kicked some ass and we got to live.
Why are you walking, bro?
I worked at Blizzard for 7 years, and we are enough at that moment. We kicked some ass and we just run. Run.
Every fucking time. Everyone is posting that shit. Right, I'm gonna be right back. I need to piss like a racehorse. I don't know what's wrong with me tonight. Maybe I'm becoming an old man, and this is like the sign of it. I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna keep on going down this SKG line because holy shit. Mr. President, 1 million videos have hit the YouTube suggested. I'm so happy about this. Be right back.
You can't rely on the government to save games. Governments suck. We need to save them ourselves. And don't ask for permission. Grab them by the binaries.
Anyone knows where can I find big buddy Latinas for cheap?
World of Warcraft is objectively better than Guild Wars 2.
Is it gay to kiss your homies without touching their hands?
Objectively, every game is shit and a waste of time.
Right. Sorry, I had to go check on my kid as well. Sometimes my kid wakes up in the middle of the night for no other reason than she wants to show me her toys. She'll like wake up, go to her toy box, pick up one of the animals, like one of the plastic little animal things, and just like comes and wakes me up and shoves it in my face, and she's like, here, this is for you. And then she goes back to bed. I can't even be mad. I love it. Right. I'm loving this. I'm loving the fact that I'm seeing all this magical shit come together. That the EU is standing up and saying, get the fuck out of the way, pirate. You bitch. You asshole. And I also want to point out, this is exactly why I don't gamble. Do you see this? I genuinely thought this was still gonna die. Jimmy got some fun pirate software screenshots in the Discord. I swear to God, if I see your dick. Oh, that's the exact same one that we watched on Twitter, this one.
Hi there, would you like to sign?
Okay, we saw that one on Twitter. Which ones are you talking about? In the general? All I'm seeing is Jorno's theme here. Not sure, that's definitely, fuck, what's it called? That's definitely JoJo's Bizarre Adventure art. I recognize that now. That gay porno. Right there. Hold on, did I miss it? I'm sorry, I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. Oh, there it, okay, I thought this was just people typing. That's how fucking excited I'm. I'm like a dog with a fucking bone. I'm so excited to see people calling Pirate Software out on his bullshit, because I was calling him out on his shit 10 months ago, and people were fucking mad at me. They were so mad at me. It's just a game. Who cares? Oh, if it doesn't say anything. But you might do this. Blah, blah, blah. And now. What was that? I gotta take the wins I can get here. How did the meeting go? I really hope they like what you've been working on in secret. Project cancelled. The hate machine started attacking all of the games being published by Off-Brand. It's almost like if you shit up your gaming company with a piece of shit. No one wants to deal with you. I stepped down to save them the headache, 'cause I'm such a hero. Hold on, sorry. Excuse me. Let's see if I can get it right tonight. I stepped down to save them the headache. It was an ARG built over the last month. Genuinely a curious question. But wouldn't it overall be less of a headache to try and contact Ross and work with him on this? Which is something I said 10 months ago. My thought process is pretty much assist with getting the initiative in a state that can potentially do good. If people aren't going to listen and push for laws anyway, wouldn't it be a good idea to assist with cleaning up the miscommunication potential? Not interested. The initiative will clearly pass the voting round. Leave it to the legal process to decide further. Fucking bitch. Little bitch. Once the voting round passes, are you going to make a video expressing the details with examples of what might be challenging for devs, and do your concerns in a more formal way? Less about how you feel and about it and more facts, examples, blah, blah, blah. make MMOs, live service games, functional. I'm interested in seeing the dev side of things. Well, he's not really a dev, based on what I've seen. And less about the drama and opinions, everybody. Bring much value past a certain point, but that knowledge, however, would be worth gold. After it gets to that point, I won't be engaging. The amount of horrific attacks on me is more than enough to stay away. If it was just disagreeing with my stance, it would be fine. So far, we've had wellness checks called on the house. I've been swatted, and thousands of people are trying to cancel every aspect of my life. They've also tried to call me a pedophile, saying that I sexually abuse or rescue ferrets. Trying to call the state to say we hoarded animals, and other heinous shit. SKG as an initiative I disagree with. The supporting base as a movement I think is absolutely fucking vile. Now you see, this is exactly what I was talking about. Where I said there's an internet hate mob that's gonna fucking take him to pieces no matter what he does. Because at this point in time, he's caused this. Now, what he's using, and this is why I say harassing people's fucking retarded. He is now using the fact that some people harassed him as an excuse to characterize the entire movement. Oh yeah, he just disagrees with the initiative, nothing more. Yeah, not like he spread misinformation. Not like he did that. No, he definitely didn't do that. I mean, what was he supposed to do? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, dude. I'm upping the points of that. Whenever I find out how you're making those fucking hats appear, you piece of shit, I'm getting rid of that shit immediately. Fuck you, dude. God damn it. Motherfucker. Of course it's a Shura. If it gets
in front of the EU, the game companies will just activate the game journalists to call this a Gamergatistanism initiative and have politicians throw it away. Bet.
Dean, I don't want you to be right, but it's very likely that you are. That they'll just label it racist, sexist, homophobic, whatever. You know, a million racist homophobes. So that they can pretend that, you know, they don't have to do anything. They probably will do that. I wouldn't be surprised. I hate that you're probably right. It's not like he made a full fucking video shitting on it and the creator. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely not like he did that. Now then, where were we? After it gets to that point... Okay, no, we've already read that. Never mind. Is it possible Jason might get his shit game delisted off of Steam? Potentially, but I don't think so. I don't think Steam needs to remain neutral. Steam needs to not delist anything. Steam needs to leave it the fuck alone and not get involved. Right? Let people have their say. His game lives or dies on how good or bad it is. And how much he keeps on screeching at people and mischaracterizing everyone else under the same banner. Stop talking like a retard professor from South Park.
Stop talking like a retard professor from South Park.
Exactly.
Oh, wait. That's what you are.
My personal issue is that Stop Killing Games is trying to bring in government regulation for something that needs to be industry-side regulation. Yeah, you know when industries regulate themselves, that's when everything goes perfect, right? We investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong. That's really what you need. Yeah. It's getting the entire class punished for the actions of a few kids. The soda conglomerates in the US... God damn it, Ashura. That's fine, I married a woman, of course I'm gay. The soda conglomerates in the US, when initially experimenting with caffeine in the drinks, quickly came to the realization that it's potentially dangerous. They then self-imposed regulations. Okay, and why did they do that? Why did they self-impose regulations? Because if they didn't, the government was going to come fuck their ass. They knew that they were going to be fucking destroyed if they didn't do that. Video games are not something you imbibe. They're not something you put inside your body, unless your name is Super. And you can't even do that anymore because you can't get a hold of the fucking disc. This is such a retard statement. Jesus Christ. If the Stop Killing Games winds up poorly implemented, then the EU gets to take a big fat dump and everybody's video games for the foreseeable future. Jesus, even the dick riders here can't even figure this out. Holy fuck. Even his dick riders are too low IQ to figure this out. Holy shit. Companies have to be avoiding the market. I would have rather Stop Killing Games be a movement rather than an initiative to push companies towards coming to an agreed regulation. Yeah, because that works. When we ask nicely, that works. Regulation in the video game market for preservation standards. Now that they're going to be enforced, it's going to be a massive restriction on how video games are sold and distributed. Yes, and it should be. If you're buying a license, it better say fucking renting. You're renting this game. In other words, because a few bad actors, people want to call the principal. You know, it's really bad. Just because of a few bad actors, we can't go around stabbing people in public. It wasn't the stabbers who were the problem. It was the killers who were the problem, who just so happened to stab people in the process. Fucking dumbasses. Jesus Christ. These people are fucking retarded. Holy shit, even his dick riders can't come up with a good argument. That's impressive. That's genuinely impressive how fucking stupid these people are. Hold on, I'm making this my desktop. I'll post it in the Discord later. Wait, where did that go? Why do we have people bitching about getting the government involved with regulation? Because they want to pretend that there's some other way to do this. But the reality is that the only way that games companies are ever going to go out of their way to change their mind ever is if they're forced to by government regulation. And by having to comply with consumer protection acts. But all these dipshits want to believe, oh, if you just ask EA nicely, they'll stop fucking making dog shit games. Oh, if we just ask nicely, they won't put all this psychologically manipulative stuff in our video games. Oh, we just need to ask nicely and loot boxes will go away tomorrow. Fucking dumbasses. You gotta be fucking retarded. You gotta be fucking full-blown stupid to believe that kind of shit. Watch the video about digital homicide I linked. They got all their shit removed off of Steam, and they were banned from the platform. I'm gonna keep on Stop Killing Games, but I will keep that in mind for when I see the rest of this. Let's see who else has made videos. Did PewDiePie make a video? Oh, Jacksepticeye. Holy fuck, he's looking old. I say that.
Good
and I
night,
look
sex
great for a
workers,
50-year-old.
escorts,
Too bad
hookers,
I'm not.
call girls, streetwalkers, hookers, ladies of the night, working girls, courtesans, harlots, whores, and cunts.
Listen, that's not a good way to talk about your family members. Bellula even made a video. Holy shit. I don't see a PewDiePie video here. I feel like I've been lied to. Also, good night, Edward. I think it's time we talk. Okay. Okay, let's start with here. Let's start with this one. We'll start here with Old Man Jack. Oh, PewDiePie only posted a status. PewDiePie needs to make a video, Devilus. PewDiePie needs to make a video. And this petition hits 2 million. Where is it? This hits 2 million. If PewDiePie makes a video. No one reads posts on YouTube. No one... Holy fuck. Look at that. 110 million, only 148,000 likes. He needs to make a fucking video. This guy will change everything if he makes one video. He'll push that shit so far over the line that there will be no comeback. Right, let's see what Jacksepticeye had to view.
About a really important thing that is going to affect a lot of us and is affecting a lot of us who are into the gaming space, yes, which is the Stop Killing Games initiative. I know a lot of people have been asking me to talk about it for a while. In the beginning, I was like, this is a cool initiative. I'm
going to be very upset if the Irish guy doesn't call Pirate Software a rat fuck. Look at this fucking rat fuck bastard coming in here with his misinformation. I am going to fight him. I'm going to fight him in fucking Minecraft. And then he like runs off to like a pot of gold and disappears.
Signed the petition and everything. Let it do its thing. Apparently it's not going as well as people wanted to and as it should be doing. They're about 700k signatures into the million that they need as of recording this.
So when he did this, it was 700,000. Now it's 907,000. Europe needs to wake the fuck up. It's 4 a.m. They need to wake the fuck up and sign this goddamn petition. I keep keeping this open, but I'm not gonna fucking watch this one.
Video, and I did make a post about it on the community tab to try and like push it in a different direction on my main channel.
And you need a video. No one looks at the community tab. You need a fucking video.
The reason I'm doing a video of it here on the Spadicy channel is I don't know what's going on. There's something happening with the algorithm in terms of my channel right now. I've seen it happen to some other channels of similar size to mine, where after I did schedule one...
I know you're joking, DP, but like I gotta say this now, right? Any harassment, like any actual threats of violence or harassment towards Pirate Software doesn't help because it's gonna make him... He's able to weaponize that against everyone and say, look, these people are bastards and, oh, how dare they? He gets to use that as a shield. That's why they're like, you know, any threats of physical violence and shit won't actually help. We just need to call him a fucking retard. We need to point out to people why he's a fucking retard. And we need to make sure as many people as possible know what a goddamn moron he is.
For some reason, I hate to say like, oh, the algorithm's against me and they flipped a switch and all this kind of stuff. But sometimes it really just does feel like that something happened under the hood. It's happened in the past multiple times. I've talked to some other YouTubers about it. Everyone just seems to be like, hey, my views just disappeared. Like my main audience aren't getting any of my videos anymore. What's happening? I don't know. It's hard.
It must be real terrible for him. Having only 740,000 people watching his videos. Fuck, my heart breaks. I wish I was failing as bad as him. I'm just letting out frustration, but I do hope gamers pull off the petition. So do I. You know what? This petition is exactly why I don't gamble. Because I didn't think this was possible. I thought it was dead in the water. I don't gamble because I would lose.
Hard to talk about without it seeming like, oh, bro, you fell off, you're washed. Whatever, so I just tend to kind of like stay away from it, see what happens, see what shakes loose, and then get back to uploading again. Something's going on. I don't know what's happening. So to not upload this in a place where the algorithm is in flux for a channel of that size, and again, not knowing if this is actually going to go out to any of the people who are there. Death Stranding went up. Clearly, it's not being served to the people who would normally watch it, as seen as the previous...
Oi, my fucking video! They won't fucking let me see the fucking video. God damn it, it's only got 25 million views. I gotta see Jacksepticeye's main channel of him talking about this. I've got to see if he put up a Death Stranding. Oh, it's only got 200,000 views. I'm fucking collapsing, lads. Oh, it's only been 2 fucking days. I wish I could fail as... I wish this was my failures. I wish this was my life as a failure. God damn. Hold on. I strongly encourage anyone in the EU to sign this while you can. I don't know who the fuck Aether is.
This series on it, on Death Stranding 1, did so well. I don't know. That's a different discussion to have. But I wanted this to try and reach more people, which honestly, weirdly, I think on a second channel, it's going to reach more people right
It did, actually. 700, I mean, goddamn.
now than it will the main channel. Again, I don't know what's going on, but I'm trying to do as well by this as I can. I'm also going to try and keep this succinct and say the things that I know about it, and try and not spread misinformation about it, because a lot of people have talked about it and talked about it really well. They've given over some really great information. Ross, Accursed Farms, who has designed the initiative, has a very good video talking about it, which I will leave in the description for you.
I need Jack to like take a few steps back from the camera. I feel like he's trying to fuck me right now. And if he's gonna do that, I'm fat. I want dinner first. Dinner, then sex. There's a process to these things, God damn it.
You to be able to go and get like the weeds of the information about it, because again, I'm going to butcher it, and someone like Pirate Software has gone out and done a horrible video on it, misrepresenting what it is, giving a—
Oh, he's a fucking lying bastard. He's a fucking rat. That little piece of shit. I bet he's like Mr. Beast. That fucking prick. I remember Jacksepticeye said like the mildest take about how he doesn't like Mr. Beast, and everyone's like, oh, he said the shit, like he fucking took a shit all over Mr. Beast. Man, people really like to blow things out of proportion.
A ton of misinformation and actually kind of killing the initiative from the get-go, and then just being very egotistical about it, not saying sorry and really opening up to it and being like, shit, my bad, and then fixing any of the things that he said were wrong about it. It's a fucking mess. So I want to put my voice to it and my name to it and whatever audience we can get behind it to try and sign this petition, which I will also leave in the description. There's a petition for you to be able to sign it in the EU, and there's a petition for you to be able to sign it in the UK because Brexit and fucking a whole mess of stuff involving—
Hey, but the UK won't do shit about the fucking petition. We've signed the fucking petition, but these fucking assholes won't even do anything about it. It's time that the IRA made a comeback. Maybe if a few politicians disappear in a puff of smoke, we could make something happen.
that as well, to make it even more difficult to do anything like this in this world. It's happening in the EU right now because Ross himself said that, I mean, again, I don't want to say stuff that's wrong. I'm so sorry if I say anything that is— I'm doing this with the best of intentions. There is a lot of nuance in this, and I'm trying to get the cliff notes right. Again, like somebody else didn't. But basically, stuff in the US—
Man, you hear that like pre-qualifier there? I really feel sorry for someone like Jacksepticeye and stuff, because it's literally suffering from success. Like when you get to that point in time, you have to be so careful about everything you say. Because the second you sneeze in the wrong direction on camera, there's like 7 news articles talking about how you're Hitler. Man, it's got to be rough being that fucking successful. I bet he cries himself to sleep every night in a pile of money in his bathtub.
This is harder to do, and there is a chance to be able to put stuff into law in the EU to be able, at least get it in people's faces. That's the purpose of it now. Hopefully it would go into law to try and like protect games and protect game preservation and all that stuff, and just for the consumers to keep things good for everybody. And the EU has been pretty good at doing certain things in the past, like putting, I think it was the EU that put USB-C chargers in like iPhones and stuff, right? Instead of Apple being able to just sell their proprietary.
They put the fucking USB-C chargers in the phone, like I put a bomb in a car.
Stuff all the time. And as he pointed out,
I can't help myself, I'm sorry.
People in Australia went after Valve and took them to court to be like, we need some sort of refund policy because it's bullshit that you don't have it. It goes against law for consumers. And then that went through, and then everybody who uses Valve and Steam ended up being able to get a refund through that platform. And I think that's really cool. And there is an initiative to try and do that with games, which at its core, it's basically to preserve games that, let's say you have a game that there's tons of games out there, for example, that are being supported by developers and they're getting patches, or they're live service games and they're
Aren't you part Irish? Yes, I am. That's why this is not racist. I am actually part Irish. That's why this is not racist. I gotta tell you, I had a, like, my Irish descent line is fucking wild, dude. It was literally Irish mercenaries who just went through Europe fucking everyone and then decided to leave. That's literally it. They were just mercenaries walking around having sex with whatever they could, and then they left. That's how you know that the Irish are black on the inside.
Getting a whole bunch of other stuff. And it, again, there's a lot more nuance to it, and I urge you to go watch Ross's video on it and to try and learn more about it. But at the end of it, it's basically to be like, when a developer wants to stop supporting the game, which inevitably it will, you don't really expect a game to be supported absolutely forever till the end of time because they're working on new stuff. You can't really support something for like however many people are going to be playing something years in the future or whatever. And it's unreasonable to expect a developer to support a game forever. I don't think anyone would expect that. It's just, I don't know, in a perfect world, sure, but it's not going to happen. Money talks. But if a developer wants to stop supporting a game, if they want to kind of, sunset the game, that's the term I'm looking for, then to put stuff in place where you can hand it over to the consumers where they can start supporting it themselves and put stuff out. And
he's actually got this whole movement down perfectly. A sunset patch and that's it. And then everyone else can deal with it.
We can still enjoy the game, and whatever community for the game is still there, or any game you want to play. People keep using The Crew as a thing, because Ubisoft are like,
the fucking Crew. We Irish know about the fucking Crew because it's got cars in it, which is one step away from an Irish vehicle. All you need to do is put a fucking bomb in it. We call that the British man special. He goes beep beep with his remote, and then he goes beep beep in heaven. I'm fucking joking. They go to hell.
Like, yeah, we're shutting it down. And then the thing you bought is no longer yours. And that's pretty fucked up. Like, in a lot of other practices, like, it's maybe this is a bad analogy, but you like buy a Blu-ray movie, you have the movie, you can watch the movie. But for games, none of that legislation is really in place yet. And Ross himself has put up some other stuff showing like Blizzard have it in their terms to be like, we can stop supporting this game at any time. And then you're basically just buying a license for a game. You don't own it. So, like, remember back in the day, maybe back in my day.
Damn, think about this, huh? Think about this. Even the British are tired of the licenses. Even they are tired of all these licenses. They're like, oh, fuck, not another license. I can't fucking do it. They just can't.
When I bought, like, a PS2 game or a PS1 game, and, like, I have that game, and now it's mine, and I can play it forever, and patches weren't really a thing back then, but like you have the thing and you can play it. But there are certain games that come out and certain developers don't want to support them anymore, and then the game's gone and you can't play it, and that's fucked. So if they don't want to support it, then hand it over to consumers. The consumers will keep it alive. There's been stuff in PC gaming for so long with like player-run servers for things and everything. Again, there's a whole lot more to this.
Let me give you an example, actually. I can give you the perfect example. I just thought of it because of what Super said there. I cannot play this game. I never got to play this game for more than a few hours. It's one of these fucking MMOs. I can't remember its name. I can't believe those have that. Okay. Where is it? This game right here. I cannot play this game. So man even made a video about it. I got to play this game for a sum total of 44 minutes before it went offline. It's fucked. This game is never coming back. No refund possible. It's fucked. I'm fucked. These guys are gone. I got 2 achievements, Fire in the Hole, and fucking the story, another story begins. I got fucked in the ass on this one. Now, if there was a sunset patch, I could at least strap this on to someone else's server. But it's gone. It's gone. And one of the reasons to keep it there is to give you an example, Scourge.
And I'm just trying to be succinct about it to try and get it in people's heads what it actually is. And this initiative is to put it in front of EU legislation to show them, hey, this is fucked. This shouldn't be like this. Can we change it? And then hopefully it'll trickle down everywhere else if this happens because it's put into law in the EU. Again, a lot more to it. And I'm really... I'm probably...
No, that's actually about it. What he said, that's actually about it. That's the jizz of it.
Butchering what this is, but I really believe in what they're trying to do, and I think Ross himself has really good intentions behind it. And from my perspective, there is no downside to signing this. If you sign it, it hits 1 million signatures, and then it goes in. And I mean, if it doesn't go through, at least we tried. At least Ross tried. He's put so much of his life and his time and his energy behind it. And I think it's really commendable. And I think there's so many people in the industry that have made, like other developers who have made games, and then the higher ups.
EU law specifies that at above TOS and I would write an email, I would get my money back. Yeah, but guess what? They don't exist anymore. I don't want to bother with it. And I can use it as an example. Also, there's something else. Now, I have a plan for this. That's why I was thinking of it as well. I have a plan for this. But I don't want to say anything further than that because I don't know if the plan's going to work out. You see, I don't want to pull a heartbound on you to a much lesser extent. I don't like to promise things and then not keep that promise. That's why I don't post a fucking schedule in my Discord of when I'm streaming anymore. Because I'm retarded and I can't even keep that up. You think if I fuck what I'm doing with this up, then I want to tell you about it? Absolutely not.
Close it down and it's not available to anybody anymore. And they themselves would love to put it in consumers' hands to be like, now you guys take it and do it because we're not getting funding to be able to support this game anymore. And there's so many people, there's a massive initiative behind it on Reddit. People really coming together. There's sort of like this, I don't want to say cult following because it sounds a bit more negative, but there is this real sort of like rallying behind it from gamers, right?
There are a group of Irishmen in balaclavas out in the fucking streets ready to blow this petition up. We need to support them. Grassroots movement. Oh, sorry. That's for the UK. I mean potato roots.
Right now that they're like, yeah, the things we buy, we should own. And everything that goes with that. Like I said, there's a whole lot more to it that I urge you to look into it. But if you just want to watch this video and sign the petition, then go for it. Again, I don't really see a downside to it. You sign it and then it goes through or it doesn't. Like, what's the downside to that? I think that's where something like the Pirate Software video, just so desperate to be right and be a contrarian about something.
Fuck, I love the fact that everyone's calling him a contrarian. I want everyone to know 10 months ago, I coined the term smug contrarian. That is my term. Copyright patent pending, goddammit. I expect my royalty check in the mail.
To go with a meme, I see this as an absolute win. at least gamers will make their voices heard, as cringe as that might sound to people who are not really in the space. But I love video games. I'm so involved in them. I'm so engaged with, like, I went to a thing for Death Stranding last night, and I just spent a lot of time talking to people who make games, either on the voice acting side, on the casting side,
awesome.
in the audio.
I wish shit like that would happen in my country. That's one of the reasons I actually want to move to the US, is think how fucking awesome it would be to just talk to a game dev, talk to a voice actor, someone who's actually passionate in the space. That would be fucking amazing. Imagine someone is like one guy who makes like an amazing indie game, and you get to talk to the guy. And you get to just learn a little bit about his thought process. God damn, that would be so much fun.
Side,
that would actually make me want to leave my house, and I never want to leave my house.
People who are just a coder on games, and these people just love making games so much that they want to be involved in them and just give it to people and just make games good. Like, at the end of the day, that's really all it is. And I think initiatives like that are a really good way of kind of like rallying the community behind each other, getting involved, and just speaking out on it. And that's why I wanted to make this video. And again,
limitedly, you can attend CCA and SAFC. I've done it. It's not good. Super, your people are there. I've been to Comic-Con every fucking year. And let me tell you, the furries stink the worst. I don't know what the fuck you guys do to each other, but wash your fucking suits, man. Every time you come past, like, I see like 4 people fall over and everyone like curls over like grass dying. It's terrible.
I know a lot of people will say, I wish he put this up on his main channel, but again, I mean, just go back through the channel right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on with it. And I worry that there's also a thing with YouTube's algorithms right now where if you're just uploading gaming content, sometimes if you upload something that's not gaming, it will get suppressed and buried.
Let's Plays are dead. Remember I said Let's Plays are dead? He used to be a big deal, right? Now, he's a gigantic creator. Jacksepticeye is a gigantic creator. As much as I'm memeing on him, 200,000 views is a failure of a video for someone this huge. Now, unless you're someone like the Rad Brad, or someone who's carved a hyper-specific niche for Let's Plays, you do a Let's Play, you can expect 1 view. Look at this. Look at like I've been watching. Okay, this is my second account. Okay, this isn't the account that I've been watching Muckluck on. So you can't see where I am, thank God. But look at Muckluck's Let's Play videos. This man has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Look at his Let's Play channel. Look at the amount of views he gets. I was shocked. I'm working my way through his Yakuza playthroughs right now, and they're actually really entertaining. They're fun to watch. Look at the views he's getting. 4. 39. 7. If you're doing Let's Plays on YouTube in 2025, you're fucked. You are royally fucked. This right here that Muckluck is doing, this is a passion project. And I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm saying this as in, YouTube's gonna fuck you.
Buried and not really go to the people who it should go to. And that's one of the things MatPat was talking about when he retired.
If I can, yes, super.
We had him on Brain Leak where he's talking about these silos of content where it's like, if you're a gaming channel, kind of have to stick with that. That's why so many people who do like Fortnite, and they've done it so much that now it's like, well, that's kind of all you can do on your channel. Because if you do something else, it takes so much Herculean effort to get over that algorithm to start pushing your content to other people who are not into that. It's not going to push it to people who are not into that thing. And this is gaming related, but again, I'm trying to put it in front of the eyes of the second channel has no stakes in it. I'm not going to have monetization or anything like that turned on in this video. So it's just a case of like getting it out.
Turn the monetization on. I've got a conspiracy theory for anyone who does like YouTube and stuff. I've got a conspiracy theory about this. You should turn monetization on if you can. Because that incentivizes YouTube to push your channel to a wider audience. If there's no monetization on a video, I'm willing to bet that the algorithm has this little tick box that says don't push this video as hard. Because it's a waste of time for YouTube to push it if they're not making money off of you. That's my tinfoil hat conspiracy about this. So if you want to reach a wider audience, you should always turn monetization on. And if you're a viewer, get ad block.
Getting it in front of as many eyeballs as I can. And getting it, maybe there's people who aren't subscribed to Jacksepticeye who are on this channel and putting it out in front of your eyes.
Good night, Ashira.
Again, I'm just trying to do my best by what this is. So hopefully we can get some more signatures. I did say in my post that it was close to completion. Maybe that's the wrong words to use.
Oh, I'm close to completion, lad. Just keep stroking. Just keep going. We're nearly fucking there. Oh! That's not bad. For it being 4 a.m. in the morning in the UK, in most parts of that shopping mall of a continent, 1,000 signatures at 4 in the morning is not bad. That's pretty good. For a niche thing like gaming, that's not bad. Gotta say, just barely into Spiritfarer, and it's really cute. Zeh, just wait until you start getting attached to a character and you find your favorite character. Just wait. It's gonna get bad. It's gonna, and I don't mean bad as in like, it's a terrible game. I mean like, it's gonna get upsetting.
I was trying to motivate people to kind of like push it over the finish line, and that usually works. Especially when I've done charity stuff before, that when stuff is close to the line, that one final push to get it over the line works really well. But man, anything that you can do, it's at 723k right now and it's 72% done. So if I can lend my voice to this and get it over the finish line to get to 1 million, the UK one is a little harder. But whatever we can do, man.
I'm thinking that the UK petition needs a little bit of explosive persuasion. We need to show these politicians we mean business. That gaming should be free. Oh, for fuck's sake, 8X. Don't Irish car bomb my goddamn channel now, you motherfucker. You bastard. What's up? How you doing, dude? Good to see you, even though you know what, I gotta tell you this, Alex, there's a complete side note from what I'm doing here. You motherfucker, I spent 3 hours this morning trying to finish off my goddamn taxes so I could send it off to my accountant, and now I can't because you did that. You bastard. You goddamn oiler. Spend money on yourself, not me.
To read off their own terminology, it says, Stop Killing Games as a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to consumers. An increasing number of video games are sold effectively as goods with no stated expiration date, but...
I bought a 75-inch OLED TV. Okay, but you gotta buy like 7 of those now. For yourself, instead of giving me money. 1 for each room in your house. Especially the bathroom, so that as you close the door, there's just a vertical TV screen. Just make sure, remote on the left, toilet paper on the right. That way you don't accidentally wipe your ass with the remote.
Designed to be completely unplayable as soon as the support from that publisher ends. So this is designed to kind of like put it in our hands to be able to do what we want with it and be like, thank you, developer.
Out of wizard, but you can't take the wizard out of the employee. Yeah.
That was disturbing. You're not wrong, but I instantly want to disagree with you for using that TTS, you bastard.
And there are websites like a GOG that are trying their best to try and like preserve really old games and things like that. So all of this stuff just really helps.
But the fucking problem is people are going to think that it applies retroactively, and it fucking doesn't. An old bomb that's gone off has already gone off. Jax Badaisi. You got to look at the new bombs. The newfangled ones. I can't help myself, I'm sorry. I probably sound closer to Conor McGregor than this poor bastard.
Bring awareness to that, because right now gaming is in a really weird state when it comes to the legality of what you're allowed to do with them. And this would hopefully help change that. Anyway, thank you guys for listening. Please sign the petition. It doesn't take that long. Good. And it doesn't harm you in any way. All it does is lend your voice to a thing that I think is really good. Shout out to Ross from Accursed Farms, who really put his all behind this, has put so much of his time and his life and his effort behind it. I think it's a really cool initiative.
You know, Ross is actually a really impressive person for doing this, for pushing this hard, and for doing as much as he did. Ross has like the ultimate level of respect in my book. Because, fuck me, this man's been fighting a battle that no one cared about until he did something. He literally moved a mountain. What a lad. What an absolute monster.
Initiative to do. He said if this fails, that he's done. And I think that that's really sad because he's tried so hard. And I mean, fair play. I'm not judging him at all. He's put so much effort into this already that he should be allowed rest. But I hope that we can help push it over the finish line anyway. But thank you so much for watching. Go out there. I urge you to like do your own research and spread the message and spread awareness.
Ping me in the Discord.
Sorry that it took me this long to get to it. I think it's over at the end of July, I think was the finishing date for when this needs to be done. So that's your deadline.
No, don't. Okay, I hate it when he moves closer. I hate it when he moves closer to the camera. This is too sexual, Jack. We all know that women don't play video games, damn it. Move 5 steps back. I need them to agree with the initiative, not trying to kiss you, please.
Go, help out, try your best. Thank you for watching.
Now, this is an important thing that we need to do quick. I need to see if there's a lying fuck in the comments below. Bunch of nuances, but you didn't butcher it at all. He got the stamp of approval from Ross himself. You nailed exactly what the core of it is about. Also, while the EU initiative is only for EU countries, countries elsewhere would almost certainly get the benefits downstream if it passed. Same as when Australia started regulating certain things on Steam. You were just talking about it. Right? It's so fucking important. Hey, I bought this car. It's mine now. No, you only bought the right to drive it. Until I say otherwise. Exactly. Companies having a literal kill switch on products they've already sold to the consumer is so messed up. Yes. You know, it's also... Actually, here's another argument that I've just thought of why this movement is so fucking important. Remember when Classic launched? WoW Classic. And everyone wanted to play WoW Classic because the retail game is such dog shit. Blizzard no longer had the code for WoW Classic, and they had to reconstruct it based on what people had done on private servers. If that game was preserved the way it was meant to be, they could have just relaunched Classic in like a day. This benefits MMOs. This directly benefits MMOs. Something is 100% wrong with the algorithm. Okay, that's just crying about the algorithm. US often follows EU on these things. Yeah. EU is for regulation, America's for innovation. That's how that works. UK petition has reached 104. Yeah, and the politicians still won't fucking do anything about it. Parliament's going to release a debate date regarding the petition very soon. I hope this isn't a finalized statement. This was given on the 3rd of February. I just noticed this now. This is 3rd of February. So hopefully this changes some rat fuck's politician's mind and makes him actually think about this. Storing old code costs money to actively hold every little build ever made, but companies want to cut as much spending as possible. You don't need to store every little piece of code. There. One hard drive. This size. 4 terabytes. Say that this is the sunset patch before they add an expansion or whatever. And that's it. Even for a game like WoW, with like 1 million fucking expansions, you're telling me a company can't afford these. 10 of these. 20 of these. That just sit there in a fucking, on a shelf somewhere. That they can then pull their code from. They absolutely can. 100% they can. Don't forget when WoW Vanilla came out, there was like 26 megabyte hard drives. Yes. And if they had to buy 1 million of them, If they had to have a PC in a back room somewhere, they could have done that. These guys had millions of subscribers playing that game. Also, storing Git repos isn't that large. They could have done... There are so many storage solutions around that issue that they could have used. There's no fucking way the multi-dollar company couldn't afford to do that. There is no way with the infinite amount of money... Like, maybe... Okay, maybe Bobby Kotick wouldn't have had a gold-plated yacht. He would have had to downgrade to semi-gold with a fucking silver filling inlining while he raped his employees on the boat. But at least we would have the game versions. Even every single patch. They could have done that. They can afford them, but they are full of char syrup porn. No, not the Blizzard office. They're full of Susan's fucking tit pictures of her breastfeeding her child. And then, like, one of the employees photoshopped out the kid and put his face there instead. Right, we've got Balula who's talking about it. Filter, ping me in the Discord. Send it again. I want to make sure that I'm looking at the right video. Or did you send it here? Oh, this is the... You mean the AOC video. I'll watch that on a different day. I want to keep on the SKG track right now. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this shit. Then we're going to look to see what MMOs still survive this year. Right? Because Chrono Odyssey was a fucking bust, let's be honest. And then we're going to take a look at all the patch notes for the Guild Wars 2, because everyone's talking about the Bard class. And I know fuck all about it. And guess what I just got on sale? Was the rest of the Guild Wars 2 expansions that I didn't have. Let's see what Balula had to say on this topic.
So, the Stop Killing Games initiative is almost over, and the last time we covered it, the European Citizens Initiative, which is the part of it that matters the most, had just opened. And as of right now, you've got just days to join it, meaning that this is your last chance to make your voice heard and hopefully prevent the games that you buy from being destroyed. But here's the thing, until last week, it really did seem to be rather doomed. They needed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, over 500,000 more signatures. But, well, right now, it's getting thousands an hour. The reason why is quite funny. So here's what happened. They needed to hit 1 million signatures, but after months of stalling, they only had 450k. But then, over the horizon, a savior came. That savior is Pirate Software. And that's because his opposition, plus a few pinches of World of Warcraft, sparked a drama that is now surging signatures to the tune of over 240,000 in just 7 days. So, time to get you up to speed. It all began last year when the darlings at Ubisoft shut down The Crew. Now, they didn't just shut...
Plague, if you want to know, quite literally, go over to YouTube, go to my second channel. I put this in the second channel, specifically for this, right? You see this video right here? Let me find it. This video right here, in the second channel. Where was it? Chrono Odyssey is ass, but it doesn't have to be. I laid out every single thing I saw wrong with Chrono Odyssey, how it could be a good game, and how it isn't. I made this more in some desperate hope that some dev would see it, but let's be honest, Korean devs don't give a fuck about what, their customers think. So I think that, unfortunately, Chrono Odyssey is going to fail. But this right here lays out everything I saw that was wrong with Chrono Odyssey.
Down the online features, they shut down everything because, as it turns out, even the single player required the online component. That basically meant that your copy of The Crew was, no longer a thing that you could really do anything with. So, Ross Scott from Accursed Farms was not a fan of this, so he started a movement. Now, you may know Ross from things like Freeman's Mind or Dead Game News, and his plan...
Also, like, you gotta understand that they're gonna keep on pushing the Crew angle, because that's where this started. There's that whole lawsuit with Ubisoft. But particularly for the UK, car games and driving games are going to become super important because no one over there can afford a car anymore. So the only way they can experience the joy of driving is in a video game now. So they need to preserve that as much as possible.
Plan, right, was to use the law, not change.org, to actually change things here. And it certainly seems that now, a year on, he actually may succeed in a way. So basically, right, Ross believes that consumers bought a product with games like The Crew, and that product was then taken away. But from Ubisoft's perspective, it's rather different. They argue that they sold a license to a live service, a service that they could simply end whenever they wanted. So
That's fine. Keep going, Keith. It just kills the TTS sooner. It just kills it sooner. Tangier put limits on that shit now. Because I'm sure you motherfuckers ruined the free TTS to the point that Tangier changed the way they work the free TTS.
Put simply, what this movement aims to do is to address this grey area so that, at the very least, people would get formal clarity on what they were actually buying. Best case scenario would involve something basically with more teeth. Now, this was all multi-pronged. There was a UK campaign that hit problems early on with the government claiming that existing laws already cover the issue. As for the US, well, basically, it was never an option because of already settled law. Now, because of this, stuff looked grim. But last summer, another path opened, and that path was the EU Citizens Initiative. So, this lets EU citizens propose legislative agendas, and this proposal was very simple. Stop destroying video games. And what it would require certainly does sound simple. It's that any games...
Hold on. Did Ross say something here? No, he doesn't respect Bellula.
In the future would have to prepare for the eventuality or the possibility of server shutdowns, that they would need to remain in a functional playable state. Now, this could be through, say, single-player access, maybe through peer-to-peer connections, opening up private server stuff. You get the point, right?
I love Pirate Software.
I saw that.
He is the greatest, truly a great man. And he can goon for hours. Much better than Elon, great guy.
I mean, he's such a wonderful guy. Just remember, I want you to all remember that Pirate Software died for your sins. He died in the public eye so that we could get the signatures we needed. He was the villain we required. Without him being a piece of shit, a lying fuck, we wouldn't have gotten these signatures. Truly. He was the hero we deserved, but not the one we needed right now.
But actually, what's key right now is that at this point, the implementation details are actually not required. The way this works is that if it is successful, the EU will then have 6 months to respond, and if they say yes, then they will adopt a resolution. And that would guide EU activity, but it would not instantly mean a whole bunch of new super hasty laws. But make no mistake, it would actually matter. And that's because EU policy has got global impact. I mean, it's pretty obvious now. Just look at Apple and Google for one example. Now, for this, all that's needed is A, 1 million signatures, and B, a minimum threshold being...
Wait, isn't there another... There's a lawsuit that's out there somewhere right now. I don't know where it's sitting, but there's a lawsuit that I think Fortnite won against Apple, where Apple was doing some malicious practice to remove Fortnite from the App Store. And the guys who run Fortnite won against Apple. And like beat the fucking brakes off of them because of their manipulative practices in the Apple Store. I don't know the details on that. I think they won, or it's happening right now. Yes, Epic Games, right? If they can put Apple in their place, you're telling me a bunch of fucking Germans in the EU who, if you don't follow the regulations exactly, you'll be socially ostracized for the rest of your life. You don't think that a bunch of fucking Germans will take this law and throw these motherfuckers in the oven for this? Absolutely not. We need Germany back. Someone contact Hugo Boss. Get these regulators uniforms. They could redeem themselves for what happened in the past. The Germans will fix this. They love regulation.
Passed in at least 7 EU countries, which basically just exists, so, I don't know. If the French all get together and want something that nobody else wants and only one country passes, then, hey, the EU's safe. Anyway, you get the point. That is the challenge. Those are the stakes. So here's what happened next. Going through the requirements, the regional thresholds do seem to be quite manageable, right? Now, the 1 million signatures is quite a lot. I mean, a hell of a lot. And success there would require a multilingual international campaign, one that's actually centered on EU citizens. Who is leading it? Well, an English-speaking YouTuber with a cult following, which, I mean in a positive way.
Fuck, man, that is such a bad... Man, that's such a bad... Oh, God. The more I look at this is like a really bad thumbnail. Not because there's anything wrong with it, but because this man's hairline is in a race with his forehead, and his forehead is winning. That hairline is slower than the fucking Down syndrome kids in the Special Olympics. So Apple directly violated a court order in America to stop being assholes, and now they're in contempt of court and can no longer stop any app user from monetizing their app as they please. And they're being pushed to have federal criminal charges. That's beautiful.
I'm so happy because when I was a kid, I had a feeling that over time games would get worse. And I'm so happy that I finally get to see us gamers come together against these mega-maniacal companies, pushing us into binder game, knowing that it is absolute dog shit.
I agree. Now go have a kid. They're not that hard to find. You want to go to your local gym, and you want to find one that hasn't set up their phone thing yet. If you take their phone and leave the gym, they'll follow you home, by the way. Mega crackhead. That's how that works. That's when you just need to lock the door behind you. Remember, it's only a crime if you get caught. But I'd love to look into that, Zay. If you can, post it in my reaction channel on my Discord. I'd love to look at it at some point this week.
Just so I'm being clear. But basically, it's not a huge number of people. Now, this story obviously did cut through. Loads of people covered it, us included, and the early momentum was really strong. Until it wasn't. Now, this is because some things fell through. One being a planned feature in GOG's email newsletter that was tanked by that company having layoffs. Even Heineken, yes, Heineken, the beer people, wanted to include the campaign in their marketing, but only...
Fuck, I didn't know that.
After the petition ended, but there is another one, and I think I know it's the one you want me to talk about. It's the pirate. Okay,
yeah,
TLDR.
There we go.
Pirate.
There we go. Even Bellula.
Frieza,
Even
how
Mr.
did Diddy
Let's
escape
BBC.
most of his charges? Where is the justice?
Wait, did Diddy escape the charges? Holy shit. Well, I mean, I suppose if I'm a judge on the Diddy case, I don't want my feet being put through a wood chipper, so that makes sense.
Pirate Software opposed the initiative. This is back when it all kicked off. So what I'll do here is boil down what I essentially think is the best case, or like the best faith version of his argument, which is essentially that in very many cases, over-regulation often actually helps the incumbents. In this case, would help the AAA companies. The reason being that they would be the only companies with the resources to actually overcome the regulations. That is actually a fair enough, reasonable argument, but I think in practice, it's fair to say that Pirate Software, in his 2 videos, was not really steelmanning his opposition. There were some errors, wasn't really...
Yeah, not really steelmanning. He was fucking lying. God, I hate it. I hate this fucking word salad we have to, do this little dance and these mental gymnastics so that we're not in trouble. The lying fucking rat spread a bunch of misinformation. It's that simple.
Really a great situation. But really in this story, there's a key thing to remember. The initial, I'll say drama, let's just say hot public disagreement, that with Pirate happened when, let's just say, his internet stocks were in a slightly different and altogether more healthy place. Since then, he was involved in a major World of Warcraft drama.
Now, Frank hated this painting, you know, he made me take it down.
I do not like this painting, Charlie. Smug aura mocks me. It's evil, Charlie.
Altogether more healthy place. Since then, he was involved in a major World of Warcraft drama, which I will cover shortly. I don't like doing drama, but in this case, it does actually inform how the news would play out. As for the initiative, well, by the following April, signatures were just sitting at 425k. That's not even halfway, and only 25,000 signatures had been added between April and last week. So it basically was dead in the water. Momentum from the previous summer had completely fizzled out. But then, with only weeks to go, Scott posted his video, and everything changed. The end of Stop Killing Games. It's a fairly dramatic, somber title for a video, and one that is fair. It absolutely did appear to be dead. It was a final plea and an explainer made by a very, very tired-looking man. It was clear to me that the campaign had taken its toll. Scott admitted as much. One choice quote, "It's like asking someone with severe dyslexia to write a book report on war and peace. I am the wrong person for that job." And I think that does speak to the
Well, it turns out that the person with dyslexia did a better job than the guy who was employed at Blizzard for 7 years, who's a pro gamer, ultimate Omega Coder, Master Blaster motherfucker. Apparently the retard in school knew what he was doing, and the A student was just an asshole stealing everyone's work.
Absolutely mammoth amount of work that doing anything like this would actually require. But it's not all that Scott said. He took aim at Pirate and he explained point by point, right, how Pirate's coverage was, in his view, not at all a fair representation of the overall initiative, its goals, its specific language, and I would say from my
That's right, bitch.
read of it, I think Pirate almost immediately jumped.
Pirate lied. Say it. Pirate lied.
Straight to some worst case outcomes of a maximalist version of the campaign. Of course, we can add to that an interpersonal level to all of this, you know, the usual emotional reactions, hot words. But if it was just that, if it was only that, well, what happened would not really be what has happened. So let's talk about World of Warcraft. As I said, I hate covering drama, but today it is actually relevant because basically it is the kindling. I think what we're seeing with this initiative would not really have played out if these World of Warcraft related events didn't play out the way that they did. Because basically this is why people were ready, willing, and even excited to hop back into the fray and to pump all of this up. So here's the TLDR. OnlyFanked is a WoW Classic hardcore streamer content guild. That's a lot of words, but basically think of it as a reality TV show where
I gotta say that the whole OnlyFans thing and everything that went on with that was so fucking peak. God, it was such good entertainment.
Dozens to hundreds of hours of gameplay are at stake because when a character dies, it is dead. Just that character has got lots of fans in Twitch chat and some sort of big name behind them in the form of the streamer. Pirate, along with other streamers, were doing a dungeon in this game. And that dungeon went poorly.
Oh, we're going back now. We're going back to mistake 1, not even the main one.
People died, and of course, whenever they died, that means they lose their characters that they progressed. Now you might be thinking, so what? A World of Warcraft dungeon run went bad and people lost their characters in a hardcore server. Why is that a news story? Well, there absolutely is a reason why. So it was broadly seen that he went very much every man for himself mode, trying to save his own character and really to the detriment of his teammates, a few of whom died. Now at the time, tensions were high, and those tensions were pointed at Pirate software, both from viewers and...
I mean, what was he supposed to do? He was out of mana. There was nothing he could have done. And now I'm banning you.
from his fellow party members. And what followed was, I think to put a very messy thing in simple terms, in an emotional sense, the opposite of saying, shit, my bad, I'm sorry, I absolutely could have done more there, my bad. Basically owning the L, doing so in public, and doing so in a way...
You know what actually frustrates me so fucking much about Pirate Software? Is he could have farmed so much goodwill this entire time. Right, with the WoW stuff, with his prior mistakes, everything. He could have farmed so much goodwill. Imagine just after his group dies, right? He takes his mage, goes back into the dungeon and says, you know what, that was my fault. And I need to pay the ultimate price for that. He goes back in and he kills his own characters. And he says, that's how much of this responsibility I'm willing to take. I'm sorry I did this to you guys. Think how much goodwill he would have farmed. If he's such an arrogant asshole and all he cares about is being right, he could have been right in taking responsibility. Gamers don't use consumables, right? Apparently fucking not, Joe. Apparently not.
That feels authentic. Of course, that, feels authentic because it actually is authentic. So if you ask me, what actually happened is a common downfall of very smart, very rational people. That's because very smart, very rational people can rationalize how they are very, very...
No, very smart, very arrogant, manipulative cunts who are pretending they're smart. The only thing he seems to have an exceptional skill set at is manipulating people. And that falls apart real fast, because you can't keep the lie straight for long enough that you can get away with it. Have you noticed that Pirate Software has never once, and I wouldn't even say he's very rational, have you noticed that he's never once stuck to the same argument, right? People called him on his bullshit, and so instead of saying, you know what, I'm wrong about that, but I still disagree with this movement because of that, what he actually did was he just snaked his way to another argument and never addresses the original argument on top of that. So it's smart, just smart in all the wrong ways. You're probably right. Or it's an application of intelligence in just the wrong, like the worst way possible. But if he is so smart, surely he'd be smart enough to work his way out of this mistake and still get people on his side. But apparently not that smart.
Very right, and others are very, very wrong. And from that place, it's very easy to disregard how other people think and to not have a holistic view of a situation. I mean, to put it in very simple terms, people thought he came off really defensive. And what all of this meant was...
Not really defensive, he was an arrogant cunt who refused to accept any responsibility. And then anyone who pointed out what he did wrong, he ran the fuck away from.
Fuel for the fire, an abundance of fuel. And I've got to imagine that from Pirate's point of view, it really must have looked like the entire world was against him. And
it was?
I mean, in a few ways it was. It was a total mess. Or, per the dynamics of Twitch, it was an incredible content event.
It was.
And the reality is that once people are against you, it's very hard to change minds. Especially when, as I think Pirate was, you're feeling quite defensive and you're very much feeling the toll of thousands of angry people being very angry at you in just about every way they can. Meaning that, yeah, some people were, let's just say, going beyond having just a civil disagreement. Now, after that point, some aftershocks followed. There was a clip of an Ashes of Creation raid pool that sparked a bit of a drama.
There we go.
There were then accusations of pre-watching games in order to look better on stream. There was critique of his Blizzard credentials and a whole lot of different things. Basically, he turned into somewhat of a punching bag. He
turned into a lol cow. He turned into a lol cow. Just say it, bud. Just say it, Mr. Professionalism. By the way, just as a side note, for any of you single guys out there, if it's been a little bit of a while, right? You haven't been dating, you've been out of the scene, you can't get the girls to pay attention to you. You see this fit that he's got on right now? What you want to do is you want this fit. You want to buy yourself an old motorcycle. And you want to hang around high schools. And you have a pretty strong chance of finding the one fucked up girl who wants to piss her dad off.
Sorry for the long rant. It's wild that gamers have to petition just to get games that actually work. We're paying $70 for half-finished buggy messes crammed with DRM and microtransactions. And then they wonder why people turn to pirated versions. Newsflash. Piracy isn't the disease, it's the symptom. People are sick of being scammed by greedy publishers pushing broken products. The pirate version runs smoother, offline, and without the BS. Who's really in the wrong? Players aren't.
Okay, mega crackhead, but you forgot the most important part. Your online game, you pay $70 for it baseline. You pay for the DRM. You pay for all the microtransactions. You've invested thousands of dollars into this game. And then one day they just decide they're going to take it away from you. No legal recourse. No way to get your money back. It's just gone forever. Fuck you.
I suppose try and work through
Hey, Tape, you set the line. I set that as my background. That's not right. That should be my background. Where's it? Downwards. You set the line. Hey, what the fuck? Set this as my fucking background. God damn it. Now I have to fucking download this shit again. Motherfucking. Gotta open this. And I've got to say this. If I do this. Did this work? No. Why is that not working? Why is this not working? Man, fucking ChatGPT is fucking up today. Come on. Come on. If I have to do it this way, I will. I don't mind. I don't mind, you rat bastard of a program. That's better. You set the line.
Some of this, he did a session with Dr. K. I think it was a pretty enlightening one. It certainly is, I'd say, a good listen. It is.
This was like.
Okay, this was the other part. Players aren't stealing.
I'm definitely upping the price of the TTS.
They're escaping. If devs were given time to finish games, and players were treated like humans instead of wallets, nobody would need to pirate anything. This petition isn't entitlement. It's desperation. We love games. We just want them to be worth playing. Make them good, make them fair, and people will gladly pay. Until then, don't be surprised when folks choose the black flag.
There will always be piracy. No matter what, there will always be piracy. But people have proven that if you offer them a good enough product, they will go out of their way to buy it instead of pirate it. Because pirating takes like a whole bunch of like UI problems. It's not click a button. People will pay to just click a button and get their fucking game. Yep, Jimmy's convinced me. We're upping the price on the TTS. Jimmy's convinced me. Thank you, Jimmy. We're gonna have to bump that up.
Nuzzles, how are you? Pounces on you. You're so warm. Othro notices you have a bulge. Someone's happy. Nuzzles your necky wecky. Murr, hey hey. Rubbies your bulgy wolgy. You're so big. Rubbies more on your bulgy wolgy. It doesn't stop growing. Kisses you and licks your neck. Daddy likes. She nuzzle wuzzle. I hope Daddy likes Wiggles butt and squirms. I want to see your big daddy meet. Wiggles butt. I have a little itch. Wags tails. Can you please get my itch? Put paws on you.
Yeah, we're bumping the price on that shit. TTS was a mistake. I should have never brought it back. I should have just lied and said to you that it was broken permanently. God damn it.
Essentially did.
By the way, okay. By the way, I watched this entire thing offline. It's so much worse. Like, I thought, okay, I'm going to watch the whole thing with Dr. K. And it's going to be okay because it was just those clips of Pirate Software being an asshole. And it's not that bad. Then I watched the whole thing. and it's so bad. Holy fuck, it doesn't get better, it gets worse. There's so few times where when you add more context, things get worse. This is one of them. Holy shit. Like, anyone who's trying to spot a fucking psychopath in their life should watch this.
Get into why he reacted the way he did, the way that he actually felt. I'm not going to paraphrase here too much beyond just what I've already said. That's my takeaway. So I'd recommend, if you want more texture, more understanding of this story and the social dynamics that made it play out, give Dr. K's video a watch. But as it pertains to the Stop Killing Games movement, I think you can see how, well, whenever there was the initial disagreement of Ross, pirate stocks were looking pretty good. But then he was involved in several major dramas. These dramas led to hundreds and hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people maybe finding out about him or having a changed opinion of him. There were a lot of videos talking about, mistakes, examining everything. And that's why right now, before this video, when I just searched for pirate software on YouTube, here's what I got. We've got the pirate software unraveling featuring a game developer, 211k views.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see. Is he fucked? Okay. Unraveling. Internet villain. Entire internet has turned... Okay, this is kind of like a defense of him, though. Entire internet has turned on pirate software. Pirate software wrong. Insane update. This game dev proves pirate software is wrong. Pirate software just hit the Streisand effect hard. I hate pirate software. Pirate software, self-KO and stop killing games. Pirate software. He's getting fucking rinsed. He's his own name search, and his videos don't come up first. God damn, they're kicking the shit out of this man. Fuck, they're curb stomping him. Jesus. It's just unending. This man's fucking done for. Oh. Holy Jesus. People are more likely to buy things unless there's shitty DRM or the company is a bunch of cucks. Yeah, but I'm talking about good games, right? Like you ever heard of Disco Elysium, but the publisher fucked the devs out of their game and cut them out completely, and they're still making money off of the game. The devs have outright said you want to play it pirated because they want people to play it. Also, it's a good game. Yeah, no, exactly. You do some piece of shit behavior, and that discourages people enough that they're motivated enough that they'll go out of their way to use something with a shitty UI and interface like the Pirate Bay to get what they want instead of paying for the product. It's like, look, even if you don't agree with the social movement, right? There are a bunch of left-leaning people who went out of their way to pirate Hogwarts Legacy instead of buy the fucking game because they disagreed with all the social bullshit going on. Because they see J.K. Rowling as, hating transgender people or whatever the fuck. And the funniest part was she wasn't even, like, a part of the game. She wasn't even involved. And the game had a transgender person in it. That's how deep the hatred runs.
Hayes reaction, 204k views. An Axeman video, 586k views. An Upper Echelon video, 266k views. One from Moist Critical, 3.1 million views. And that is just the top few search results. We're talking about millions of views here. Now, while so many of these were rooted in the dramatic aspect, obviously, they were related to Stop Killing Games, and they all painted Stop Killing Games in a positive light. And what that essentially meant is that now you didn't need to be a game preservation enthusiast to know that Stop Killing Games exists. All you needed was a passing interest in one of the larger ongoing dramas, and of course, even if you didn't have that, social media algorithms do know how to find you if you could be interested in it. All of that means
J.K. Rowling already made her money. People stopping now isn't doing anything. But it's not about that, Mandasaur. It's not about that. It's about the principle. J.K. Rowling sitting there wiping her eyes with like 100-pound notes. Oh, they won't play the video game.
A humongous megaphone, and so far, it absolutely seems it's done the trick. We've went from almost certain failure at 454k signatures to, at the time of writing this video, 714k, and at the time of recording, which was only a few hours later, 737k signatures. Now that
where we're sitting now. I almost want to stay alive until this hits 1 million. I almost want to do that.
Basically means that they need 263k in about 30 days. And obviously, if this rate holds just a little bit longer, they'll absolutely make it. Or will they? Because here's the thing. They do actually need consistent, legit...
Look, here's the thing, right, Mandasaur, about anything, any kind of artwork or process like that. Separate the art from the artist, right? Always do that. Fucking, what's his name? Roald Dahl wrote a bunch of fantastic books, but apparently he was like a woman abuser, an alcoholic, and a racist. You have to separate the art from the artist. Right? J.K. Rowling was very likely a very different person 15 years ago when she first wrote those books. Today you could disagree with her. Now she's getting on her social high horse. And I honestly, I personally fucking hate the idea that these people are out here expressing fucking opinions on shit. Like, I mean, I don't need a Hollywood actor to tell me who's right or who's wrong. I'm pretty sure I could figure that shit out for myself. So can you. Right? Disney hated Jews. That doesn't... I still haven't seen the animation where Mickey Mouse is throwing a bunch of Jews into the oven. You know, going around and like fucking drop-kicking Jew babies all over the place. H.P. Lovecraft was another one. He was also a symptom of his time. H.P. Lovecraft was so scared of black people, he made them into eldritch horrors. And he had a very interesting name for his cat. People are like that. That's how it is. You have to separate the art from the artist.
Hey guys,
you can't...
Did you know that in terms of male, human, and female Pokemon breeding, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans? Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, Vaporeon are an average of 3'03" tall and 63.9 pounds. This means they're large enough to be able to handle human dicks, and with their impressive base stats for HP and access to acid armor, you can be rough with one due to their mostly water-based biology.
Don't fuck the water dog in Pokemon. Please don't fuck the water dog. Also, J.K. Rowling drop a real good Harry Potter book again. I'll buy it only if it's good. That's the thing, right? If it's good, it doesn't fucking matter. Litigate on the court. What is J.K. Rowling good at? She's good at writing magical children's books. That's what she's good at. Is she good at politics? No, because if she was, she'd be a politician. Right? If all these Hollywood actors who are like out there screeching fuck Trump knew what the fuck they were talking about, they would be in politics, not acting. I'm going to sit you on stream. I'll give you my opinion, right? Do you know what I'm not going to be able to do? Solve the conflict going on between Israel and Iran right now. Because I'm a fucking... I understand I'm a retard in a chair. I'm here to entertain people. I'm not the fucking diplomat that's gonna, start world peace. Right? Doesn't matter. Separate the art from the artist. You also can't look back at things in the past that they considered normal, that we know is fucked up now, and then apply what we consider morally correct now to what happened back then. Because 100 years from now, right, there's going to be a whole new moral frame set. And people are going to probably look back at us and be like, these people were fucking animals, Jesus Christ. And they're going to be thinking about a thing that we considered perfectly normal. It's going to keep happening. All that matters there is the art. The art outlives the artist all the time.
Legitimate signatures. The reason why is fairly simple. Fake ones could be stripped out. Overexcited Americans having fun with a VPN, I don't know, could probably try to sign up for this. Wouldn't help the initiative.
I know it's shocking, Soundless. I know. Like, I know that's like a real rough statement to hear. But a bunch of retards talking into a camera, talking to people in their chat, are not going to have the solution to global problems. I know that hurts to say. I mean, damn, I think of myself as God, obviously, right? And so I should just be able to snap my fingers and a bunch of Jews and Arabs just turn into dust, and then the problem's solved. No, it doesn't fucking matter, right? You can't solve that shit. You're here to entertain. You're a busker on a sidewalk. That's how it works.
Probably get scrubbed, and well, if you're in America, you can't sign an EU petition. So it's not a guaranteed thing just yet, but it certainly is looking like it's going to pass 1 million. Now, what happens if it succeeds is basically this. The EU Commission will consider further action. That could be legislative action, or it could just be guidance on existing consumer laws. Now, no matter what, the industry would have significant...
Hold on. I don't know, I'm on Book Talk a lot, and people get rid of their books because problematic rioters. I'm like, you bought that shit. Okay. Should you get rid of a book if it doesn't have it in there? I'd love to see the passage in Harry Potter where Harry turns around and Ron is like, I think I'm a woman. And then Harry Potter's like, dickus deletus, and whoops out the wand. And then like deletes Ron's dick. And then Harry looks at him and says, you're still a man because of your chromosomes. Like, I don't remember that being in the book. Right? Dumbledore's gay as fuck. Yeah, but that makes sense. Look at him. That beard's too perfect for him to not be gay. And, okay, even if you're thinking about it that way, of Dumbledore being gay as fuck, right? How many times in the book did Harry Potter go into Dumbledore's office and find Dumbledore fucking plowing away at some other 900-year-old wizard's asshole? And like, as Harry walked into the room, Dumbledore was like, oh, I'm sorry, my dear boy. Oh, let me put my pants on. Like, how many times did that happen in the book? 0. So it doesn't matter.
Input, but regardless, we would get a formal statement on the matter and its legality. And that's actually a powerful starting point for future conversations and new laws. But here's the thing, it gets even better. Because those conversations have already begun, and we've already started to make progress. Through all the noise and all the drama, the core problem's fairly simple. That audiences often think they're buying a product when they buy a game, but in reality, they're actually buying licenses.
They're renting. It's not even buying a license, you are renting. If someone can revoke a license from you, you do not own that license, you are renting that license.
Now, since October, Steam explicitly states that all purchases are licenses, that it's not ownership. And that was always the case, it's just that now it's no longer hidden in their EULA. And Valve's timing was, let's just say, curious.
Honestly, if Steam wants to really fuck over the game devs and tell the world how it really works, when you go here, right, this is a risk because I haven't got... What the fuck, Steam? Work. So, like, if you go here and you wanted to buy something, what it should say next to the game is not buy. It should say rent. That's how Steam could fuck over everyone. If they just change that one word to rent. Holy fuck. Can you imagine the backlash of devs? How can you do this to us? And then Steam just comes out and says, well, you can revoke this at any time, so it is renting.
Here, that's because California signed AB 2426, stating that any media that you can't permanently access offline must be labeled as a license, not a product. Now, another side to this is companies seeing PR opportunities, and there's a beautiful irony. Ubisoft, yes, the very company that started this whole mess, is actually taking action. That's because they're testing offline modes for the Crew 2 and Motorfest, and I think it's fairly clear that the Stop Killing Games movement inspired this.
Yes.
So... you know what? Insert
actual real world change from gamers. Did you ever think you'd love to see the day?
In certain ways, it's already winning. Now, another thing that could inspire this was an actual lawsuit, specifically a Californian one about the closure of the Crew. But that lawsuit is actually facing some problems right now, and that's because of a Final Fantasy XI related precedent that lets companies remove users from games, because... well, as a user, all you've bought is a license, and that can be revoked. That's a ruling that obviously plays to Ubisoft's advantage in that lawsuit.
What's going to happen even if the petition passes? They're going to add a line and conditions you accept that says you don't own, it's a license to play as long as it's available. So that would break the CPA directly, and they would be liable for damages then. Because that's exactly what SKG
I'm not
is
stealing
addressing.
your copper, I'm just renting it.
Yeah, I'm just renting it for an indeterminate time. So the thing is, SKG is trying to get the sunset patch, so game devs no longer have to support it, and we still maintain the product we purchased. That, them putting that line in, saying, oh, you don't own this, would then break CPA. And then game devs would be directly liable for that behavior.
Looking at the big picture, we actually do see the developers are choosing to address these issues. And not because they're being forced to by the law, seemingly because they want to. But there are many reasons for that. It could be PR, or it could simply be because they see what way the wind is blowing. Here's something cool. Take a look at Supermove's World of Parkour. This is an indie game that failed. Legal obligations.
So you would have to say it's rental instead of buy. No. They could say buy, but then they're not allowed to take your product away. Ever. They're not allowed to stop you from accessing your product. It means when they no longer support the product, they have to sunset the product, leave it in a somewhat functional state. It belongs to you, and you can always access it. That's all they'd have to do. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Jimmy. You know what? I need a Dumbledore TTS for that one. I consider myself a patient man, Harry. I overlooked that time you kept sneaking trans students' polyjuice potion containing their own hair, making them turn back into their normal selves despite the suicides. I was even willing to turn a blind eye to you casting a memory charms on post-op Hufflepuffs because the look on their faces when you show them the mirror was frankly hilarious. But this time you've gone too far. You have to understand that Sectum Sempra is dangerous magic, Harry. I can't just let you go around telling Hufflepuffs that it's an instant transition spell if they point it at their crotch. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation and see why I'm only awarding you 42 points. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck me. But if they said rental, they could still get away with it. Yes, Mandasaur. But it's likely that under CPA Act, if you saw two buttons on Steam and the one said rent this game or buy this game, right? And they could potentially get away with it by saying, rent this game. How many people are going to say, you could go fuck yourself, I'm not paying $90 to rent a game? If you offered me the game for rent for $5, maybe. But 90 eats shit. So that might cause a price schism, which I'm perfectly fine with. Funny but true, in Poland, after communism fell, there was a loophole that you could steal a car and just had to say, I was mistaken when caught, and would go free. Took a year to patch it. Very nice. That must have been a fun year in Poland. Holy shit.
Prevent keeping the online functions active, but existing owners can still play it in single player. There's another example. Whenever Blizzard Entertainment purchased Spellbreak's developer, they obviously stopped the game. But months later, they released a peer-to-peer version of the game on itch.io. That's awesome. And before all of this, Valen Studios ended Knockout City, but they made sure that private servers still would work. This is
all games I don't care about, but guess what? Someone does.
Basically, 3 indie teams finding a way to preserve their games retroactively. It is good shit. It matters. Now, yes, it is the case that player counts may be in the single digits, but it preserves gaming history. If a bunch of people want to play one of these games together, they actually can. And if Stop Killing Games passes, developers would have to consider things like this, not retroactively, but from day one. And that doesn't mean you can no longer make an MMO. You can still make Helldivers, but you'll need to sell your games correctly. You'll need to label them as what they actually are. Are they products or are they licenses? And you'd need to provide some sort of exit plan whenever servers shut down.
There you
go. Nobody is saying that retrofitting games for offline play is an easy thing, but I don't actually think that's a reason not to try this. Because
retrofitting games is amazing, because if some retard in a basement can do it, then so can the multi-dollar company. Game companies, what do you mean? So you can access the login screen, it's functional. Zephyr, you know what's really funny about you saying that? Give it a week, and some fat chicken tendies eating motherfucker in his mom's basement who hasn't like seen a shower for the last 7 months will like magic his hands across a keyboard and put it into a functional state. And then there's nothing that game company can do about it.
In many ways, the direction of travel has not been great in gaming. It's often not been great in consumer law, at least until recently. I think making progress in this realm is absolutely a good thing. And I think the idea, why not try? Well, I think that is the attitude that we need. Of course, as for some of the reasons why not, you likely heard those from Pirate Software. I think most people are thinking that on balance, no, it's actually worth giving this a shot. I think the benefits to consumer awareness, consumer protections, and, well, game preservation are pretty damn good reason why we should actually try. So, it's up to you. My question is simple. Why not give it a try? You can find the thing linked down below.
Okay.
And, well,
nothing new from Learn from Balula. I should have sped that video up. He basically said the same thing. I bet everyone is repeating the exact same points ad nauseum at this point. And everyone's just so fucking tired of this guy. Holy shit. Pirate Software is painfully stupid. My God. Amazing. I'm so proud of this entire community. It brings a tear to my eyes that he would sacrifice himself like this. I already read it, Jimmy. I'm not going to do it again. It hurts my voice. Okay. That's enough of that. We've now seen enough of this that it seems like everyone is now saying this guy can fuck himself, which I think is amazing. I wish more people were willing to call out Pirate Software as the fucking rat he is. I wish that people would go out of their way to keep pointing out how this guy fucking lied. But it seems there's so many big content creators that are so scared of just calling him what he is. And I fucking hate that. I'm really annoyed by that. But I can also understand why they won't. Because they know that they will then get blamed directly for some retard in their chat going and harassing this absolute animal. This disgusting creature. Now let's move on. There's a few things I wanted to do today. So let's move on to the next part. The next part of this is let's take a look at the MMOs that currently still exist in the year of 2025, our Lord. Right? Fuck, can't type. We know that Chrono Odyssey was a bust. That one's out. Ashes the Creation has had some updates. So I might need to take a look at that soon because I've been not touching that game for a while now. What other new MMOs currently exist that have a potential of releasing this year? No, I busted on Chrono Odyssey. Fair. Fair and based. I understand. We know that Star Citizen's releasing next week. I've got plans for Dune. Don't you worry. I've got plans for Dune. Let's see. Let's ask Grook. Hey, slut. Me, what MMORPGs are releasing this year 2025? Don't fuck me on this. What if the AI is gonna be like, you can fuck off, I'm not telling you. Alright, let's cut the crap and get to the point. Here's a rundown of the MMORPGs confirmed or expected in 2025. Dune Awakening. Chrono Odyssey. Ship of Heroes. What the fuck is Ship of Heroes? What the has anyone even heard of this? What the fuck is Ship of Heroes? Dune MMO, yeah, sure. It's not, I know it's not an MMO. It's not a fucking MMO. Ship of Heroes. What the fuck? Okay, I've seen all I needed to see. Quinfall, laughable. Ion 2. When's the release date? I've seen the gameplay trailer. Yeah, no, tell me about Ion 1. That's really what I want to know. I've completely forgotten what the release date of this fucking game is. Fuck me. Okay. Not getting a release date out of that. Soulframe. We know that's not going to be an MMO. Epitome, or Epitome, whatever they're calling that. I looked into that before. Bitcraft, according to Benji, was dog shit. But I did see Sawman play Bitcraft. And it kind of looked like Minecraft RuneScape. Oh, no. I'm thinking of a different game.
In Bitcraft, you wake up as a mysterious androgynous robot lying in an open field. You have no idea who you are or where you are, but a...
Sounds like the kids on Epstein Island. Already looks trash. I'm out. And for that reason, I'm out. Pioneer. Looked into this before. This looked like a joke. Wait, did this look like a joke? I can't remember. Am I thinking of something else? Oh, this looked okay. I thought this looked okay. When's the release date of Pioneer? Okay, so no confirmed release date on this one. It's on Steam. You could go fuck yourself if you want to know when it's going to be released. Jesus Christ. World of Warcraft. Do you guys want to watch some amazing cinematics from World of Warcraft? It'll change your entire opinion about the game, I promise. You will never look at WoW again in the same way. It's not a cinematic. It's a cutscene. You will never look at WoW again in the same way. Where's that fucking... Where's that new one? Hold on. There it is. There it is. Oh, there's a very specific one I want to show you.
Is that?
I need this, but without the stupid fucking X across it. I need to show you this. This is so fucking bad. I saw this on Twitter. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go.
Is that?
Every time, without fail. They made, you know, I keep joking. I keep joking about there being black disabled women in video games. And then they did it. They actually did it. She's fucking missing an eye. She's missing a fucking arm.
Thornton's Wall? Yes.
The stories and legends I read as a child were true.
Pride in our legends. Foment superiority. The cycle of war. It never ends, does it?
Damn, the debuff bomb must be huge. Fucking hell. Oh, God. It gets better. Don't worry. It gets better. There's a very specific cinematic I want you to all see.
Option. It is the only option.
I would not abandon you now. Ready and right behind you, Danak. We must bring our light to all of Azeroth. This is not over.
Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this the cheap way. I want you to see this.
Are you ever gonna get?
Where's the original video? Fuck it, I'm gonna have to look on X. I can't believe I'm gonna have to look at this on X. I want you to see this. I want you to fucking see this. I need to find it. It's the dumbest shit imaginable. Here it is. Oh my god, this is so fucking good. The absolute state of World of Warcraft in the year of our Lord 2025. Are you ready? Are you locked in? Do you feel like you're about to get the experience of a lifetime? Yo, what the fuck? Play.
Stop this! Danak fought to save all of Azeroth. He sold us out so the Alliance and Horde could wage war in Karzalgar.
Look how good the animation is.
You'll never understand.
Oh man, the lip syncing. Oh, it's incredible. Black people confirmed as superior race.
The Red Dawn will rise again.
No! Do not make her a martyr.
I think they got Hans Zimmer to do the soundtrack.
Our history will read. Farron, true daughter of the Arathi, allowed Marin to live without her title and name.
She looks like a
the
fucking
Red
librarian.
Dawn vanished from the Highlands forever.
This is not over.
Okay, now let's take a little bit of a trip down memory lane. All right, I just want you to have some context, right? I want you to have some context of how far we've fallen. Peak cutscenes.
Iron forward! Take the lead! For Morderon! For the Alliance! Back, you mindless wretches! Fight on, brothers!
God damn.
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! Lontargar! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Okay. Let's just, I gotta like give you some, you know, I gotta hurt your soul a little bit more. What was that other one? Fine, well, what's the one with the fucking X over it? Because of just how fucking dog shit it was.
Thoradin's Wall? Yes.
Then the stories and legends I read as a child were true.
Stories are just stories, Farron. And that wall is just a wall.
I know Arathi history is embellished, Danak.
Come on, show me some action scenes.
Behind you, Danak.
Must investigate before we have another war on our hands.
Yeah, that's in-game. Here we go. Show
My
me the
lord,
in-game.
who are the Red Dawn? I must continue on to Stromgarde.
Okay, this guy's done a fucking cinematic out of this shit. I don't want that. I want to see the actual fucking thing. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. I need this palate cleanser, please. That's better.
Is that
Thoradin's Wall? Yes.
Then the stories and legends I read as a child were true.
Stories are just stories, Farron.
Right.
And that wall is...
Where is it? There it is.
Horde could wage war in Karzalgar.
Oh, holy shit. Back to peak Kaino cinema.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
Making points about this maniacal.
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can... What?
Okay. It's getting a bit too peak. It's getting a bit too peak.
You'll never understand. For Erisor! The Red Dawn will rise again.
Okay, go back to the original.
Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken. Sylvanas. Death to the Scourge! And death to the living!
Okay.
No! Do not make her a martyr. Our history will read Faerun, true daughter of the Arathi.
Just look at how little effort is put into this versus how much effort was put into the cinematic design of this. The fucking gameplay, like the ingrained graphics, right? The lip syncing, the stylization, the angles, the sound effects.
Now, all can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
Okay, now back to the new stuff, the better stuff.
Allowed Marin to live without her title and name. The Red Dawn vanished from the Highlands forever.
/ talking mode.
This is not over.
Zero emotion in the body movements. No body language whatsoever. Now, without looking this up, without a single one of you motherfuckers looking this up, how far apart in years were those two cinematics? How far apart? How many years passed between the Wrathgate and now? It's been nearly 2 decades. It's been nearly 20 years. It's been fucking 2008 to 2025. That's how long it's been. 17 years. What you see here in the Wrathgate, 2008 was Cassa. No, I think it was Wrath. Let me double check. When was OG Wrath? Wow. $2008. It's been 17 years. Cassa was 2010. Yeah. It has been 17 fucking years. And we went from this in-game cutscene being a limitation
Show up! I couldn't let the Alliance
of technical problems, right? They can't make this better because this is what the in-game graphics look like. They wanted it to be involved in the world. They wanted you to feel like you were there, like you were part of this. Right? These are technical limitations. These right here are mentally disabled limitations.
We'll rise again.
Pull up the Legion cinematics. It's between current and those. Okay, I'll pull up one of the Legion in-game ones. Think about how little effort they put into that. Think about how little effort. Yeah, let's see if we can find the one where Varian gets disenchanted. That one's one of my favorite ones. Watch.
Victory is ours! Hold fast! Mechator! We finish this now! Call in the gunship!
Way ahead of you, sir! Transangulating our positions right now!
Get it! Get it! Oh Lord! Push forward! And get Windrunner's archers to clear the skies!
I know, right? There's lip sync. Can you fucking believe it?
I knew it! I knew we couldn't trust her! Without the Horde, we'll be overrun! We must retreat! Get everyone to the gunship! Everyone! Fall back!
Look at that. Look at the laughter. Look at his movements. Listen to the sound effects going on, the music, how everything matches. His shoulders shaking as he laughs. Look at the effort put into something like this. I don't know, people playing these games are far older and exposed to thighs. As younger people, us older people need death, carnage, and a heartbreak where we feel like no good will happen at the end. I think games are all turning Disney story-wise. Yeah, pretty much. And look where Disney's headed. Into the fucking trash can. Look at this. Look at how much effort was put into the cinematic. First time WoW disappointed me was when they removed skeletons for China. They had to. It was either remove the skeletons or don't sell your game. And if you're a company, guess what you're going to do? You're going to do the thing that makes the most money. I'm not mad at them for that. But this? I'll show you what I mean this is a problem. Lamau. The fucking Fell Reaver. Did you see that? Just Think about how much effort they must have put into just this. This fucking random guy. This random soldier who got the Chinese factory worker treatment.
Take this to my son.
By the way, when Anduin opens that scroll, it's just his dad's written "You're a fag" across it. That's all it says. No, it's just and it's like a U and an R. He didn't even write out the full word. Look at that. Look at the movements.
Yeah,
Listen to the sound
IDK
effects.
if you've messed with it, but I started up Warframe on Friday and been super addicted. Not a traditional MMO, but has some aspects, and reminds me of doing maps on PoE or Diablo. Good story, and doing free-to-play right. Not pulling the create a problem to sell a solution. Bullshit. From what I understand, you can get everything for free in-game, no need to pay for anything.
Yeah, Warframe's peak. Warframe's amazing. I can't touch that game. I'm fucked. Look at this. Right? Pay attention to the small details, like his hair, the movement of the animations, the way his body moves and shit like that. Even the throwaway characters that are there for a second. You hear that? The sound effect of the sword clattering. His knee dropping, the sound effect. The music.
As the king who sacrificed his life for nothing. For the Alliance.
Do you see that? Do you see all the details, even the lighting, even the angles, even the cinematics?
You'll never understand.
Bad. Oh my God. It gets so much worse after watching the old ones.
The Red Dawn will rise again.
No! Do not make her a martyr. Our history will read Faerun, true daughter of the Arathi.
100% Gary's mod. And yet the worst part is you could fix this, right? You start the cinematic off, take off those stupid fucking glasses. She's not a librarian. Put a helm of some kind on her, right? This isn't a clash where they're fucking just against each other. They're actually swinging their swords and battling between each other. One of them gets the upper hand, right? She boots one of them in the chest. Actual lip syncing, right? Somehow the armor got worse than what's in here. Look at Varian's armor, right? Where's the scene with his armor? Look at the armor. Look at the detail on his armor. That was the in-game graphics they were using. Look at this shit. Nixium has made better animations. Nixium has shit better animations in his fucking sleep. Him and Mukluk back in the day would have looked at this and they would have been like, we can't show this to the public. This should be shit canned. If they made this. Holy fucking shit. It's gone to shit. I'm so glad I saw this. And I'm so fucking relieved. I am so relieved that I stopped playing WoW. Because this is where the quality's gone. It's flat. The lighting is monotone. Lighting's monotone. There's no shifting of the shadows. There's no movement with the weapons. The sound effects are dog shit. The music is off and doesn't really fit. If I pulled up a random rap song number 27 and played it in the background while this cutscene was going down, literally nothing changes. This entire scene. Look, there's no movement of the hair. It's all static. It's all like limited in place. This is just a texture wrapped around a body model. This is literally, they're using the /talk emotes here. This feels like a student animation project. This feels like a 10th grader did this. That's what this feels like. If I gave, no, not even. That's an insult to people in the 10th grade. I think if I gave an animation studio, like student, the WoW models to let them work with it, they could do a better job than this shit. AI. No, I don't think even, I think an AI would kill itself before it said this was acceptable. And I'm sorry, look at Anduin. Look at Anduin's face.
Where's Anduin?
This is perfect. Look at Anduin's face. Does that look like a beard? Or does it look like he's been burying his face in another man's dirty, unwiped asshole? That looks like that shit on his face. That doesn't look like a fucking beard. What in the fuck? He looks like dog shit. It's Oblivion beards all over again. At least Oblivion made an excuse for it with Sheogorath, where Sheogorath's like, if you try to grow a beard, I'll fucking kill you. Jesus Christ. Look how bad. Look at this. Look. Oh my god. Okay, so look at this. Look how shitty this is, and then look at the flashback to the Legion animation.
The light will return.
Look how shit the sword looks.
Even if someone else carries the torch.
Look at the body movement, the motions. It's fucking devastating. Stop insulting 3 interns they have locked in the closet full animations. Well, they shouldn't have locked the fucking cleaners in there then, Zare. They should have locked the animators in there. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. What a pile of dog shit. I never want to hear a WoW baby who plays retail tell me how good the game is. You got a 1-button retard game. You can fuck off with that. Holy shit. What a disappointment. What a piece of trash. My god. Peak WoW time. Hold on. What is this?
By the whisperings of the cursed blade Frostmourne, Prince Arthas Menethil was driven mad, drawn into a dark
This is a fan-made animation, and it's going to be better. I can see it already.
The spirit of the dread shaman, Ner'zhul. This unholy joining succeeded in creating the most powerful evil that Azeroth had ever known, the Lich King. Now, with his intent clear,
that's an actual person, not an animation.
Only one question remains to be answered. Can he be stopped? Oh, fuck no. No.
Okay, that got gay real fast. I'm done. That got gay real fast, dude. But that was, for its time, again, separate the art from the artist. For its time, that was peak at that point in time. But I don't feel like watching the Backstreet Boys right now. You should look at the video about the 1-button rotation Balila. I already did. Hey, called out, he puts on blast like 75% of players. You won't believe, I made a short. Weaponized Autism, thanks for the follow. You won't believe the fucking, I put out a short laughing at the fact that WoW is now a 1-button game, and there are still WoW babies out there right now being like, it's not true, because you won't peak on the DPS meter. And they're like making every excuse up under the sun to pretend it's not a 1-button game. Holy fucking shit, it's so bad. These people are so deep in cope, they can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. They're done. They are in the 10th circle of hell, just underneath the toilet that fucking Judas is strapped to, that the devil takes a
slowly
shit on.
turning me into a WoW nerd, just so that I can disappointed with yet another franchise's lore.
You're welcome. Anytime. I can disappoint you with WoW every day of the week. I knew all the words that song back when ICC was current. Yep. Not surprised. Even Even the side patches back in Wrath were great. Do any of you who played WoW, do you remember the Trial of the Champions? The most basic of dungeons, where you could do the coolest shit in there. The whole build-up of the Argent Dawn. The gear was immaculate. The Valkyries were a fucking pain. I actually enjoyed the Valkyries. I thought they were amazing. The jousting and shit that you had to do. It was so good. And now I'm gonna be the Legion of Aerithor. That's right. This bitch is so disabled. She should be on fucking. She should be on welfare. They're being taken care of by the state. She doesn't have an eye. She doesn't have an arm. What the fuck is she doing here? Is that the paladin girl from Pathfinder? What's she doing? Oh, fuck. It's so bad. It's so devastatingly bad. So, yeah. When we're keeping that one off the list. I'm gonna ask it, please, because I feel after I called it a slut, like I need to make it up to this AI so it doesn't murder me. You want to see something interesting? Pyro Software and Ashes of Creation back in November. I've probably already seen that one. Yeah. Yeah,
Love you. You just stream sniped us in the middle of putting in a bug report.
I've seen this. I watched this. I didn't watch this on stream, but I've watched this. I've seen this. This guy just bitching about fucking Ashes. I remember and him pretending like he's the pro gamer. Man, it was so bad. Okay, so Chrono Odyssey is off the list. Ship of Heroes is off the list. Hold on.
Hello, Guilders.
Hold on. No, that's full. Later. Raven Quest is off the list. Odin Valhalla Rising. Mobile game, don't care. Epitome. Which one was Epitome? I can't remember now. I think this was a dog shit one. Yeah, I think I've seen this. Yeah, this is another porn game. You can tell by the music. I remember this. Yeah, dog shit. What did we have? Aloft? That's not an MMO, that's a co-op survival game. Core Punk, Dead in the Water, unfortunately. Path of Exile, not an MMO. PAX Day, Dead in the Water. Ashes of Creation. Ladies and gentlemen, I think,
What do you mean later? It's already 6.
I think MMOs are dead. I think MMORPGs are officially their own life support. I got the Server First Grand Crusader title, bitch. I had to go to Trial of the Grand Crusader 2 hours before raid time and use that add-on that let me draw on the floor just to get people to kite a noob right so we didn't die and could get the fucking title. Very nice. Was it fun though? You remember it. It was a core memory there. So it must have been good. How the fuck do people become handicapped in a universe where magic and necromancy exist? Diversity quotas. There, in the Dragonflight expansion, there's 2 gay frogs. You gotta help fuck each other. What did you expect? You're guiding one gay frog's dick into another gay frog. I'm not joking. All the WoW streamers on old school RuneScape anyway. A huge influx of WoW players on OSRS. Yeah, I wonder why, Zephyr. It's almost like OSRS is not fucked the way WoW is. I'm not surprised that most WoW streamers have given up on the game. That they no longer give a shit. SKG will stop all MMOs from existing. You know what? That just makes me want SKG even more. I heard Rift Online is going to get updates again. I hope so. Follow Part 3 is coming out at the end of the month for OSRS. New sailing skill soon. Man. Did you see the screenshot of Khadgar in the wheelchair? Yes, we were looking at that last stream. I got sidetracked last stream. And I was like, the most powerful mage in all of Azeroth is in a fucking purple wheelchair. How many big streamers who started with WoW still play the game? Let's, you know what? We're going to do this quick. We're going to take a look. We're going to see some magic. Let's look at the World of Warcraft category.
Because he's going to...
Who do we know who's left? Oh, god damn it. That's not what I wanted. Fuck off. World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. The game that used to have the single largest player base to ever exist in an MMORPG. Over 1 million players. Millions of players, in fact. All subbed to this game. Cannot even break 1,000 viewers on the top streamer. Fucking devastating. Can I share the clips? Or yeah, go for it, Filter. Why is he in a wheelchair? The dude can float. And who the fuck knows why? MMOs are so dead that I'm having more fun in Genshin Impact. Now, in the past, I would have put you on a list or reported you to the police for that, but I can't even blame you today. We'll still put you on the list, don't worry, I'll contact the FBI after this. Let's see who I even recognize. Because I used to know all of the WoW streamers. Every single one. Bean, no. CDU, yes. Bobka, heard about him before. Greek Wario, heard about him before. Emilzia, no idea. Bondbull, no idea. Aya, no idea. Riley TV, no idea. Subtle FW, no idea. WoW Grandma, don't know. The Bunton, Hansel, don't know. Touchpad Warrior, Montage File, I know none of these people. None of these fucking people. Not a single one. Where are all the OGs? Grandma is super chill. Well, good for her, but where are the OGs? Where are the people who've been grinding out WoW forever? Playing PoE. Yep. You spotted Pyromancer. Is he in here? Hold on. Where's Pyro? Where did you see Pyro? I don't see Pyro. Yes, it's late. I don't care. Pyro. I do not see Pyro here. They left during the Exodus, then turned into variety streamers. Not just Bald Man, but the Goblin guy, the Law guy, all of them. Every single one of them got the fuck out. Oh, there he is. There he is. Guys, it's not looking good. Look at this man.
Dazzle, look at these goofballs coming through. Pretty funny looking, if you ask me. Yeah, pretty funny looking, all right. Shut up, you little green-skinned motherfuckers. You crazy little fucking...
If you look closely.
You fucking... Him and Sylvanas, what a couple of cards.
If you look closely, you know how like... You know how girls get that thing?
He said...
Where they get the 1,000 cock stare? Where they've just been through so many dicks that it's like their soul left their body? This right here, this is the guy version of that. This is the 1,000 wow stare.
I like Vulcan.
Look at him. There's no light behind those eyes. He's fucking
He's
done.
probably gonna become a Loa.
He's broken.
That's where they left off with him in...
Is that the law guy, the one that screamed when AR over the Shadowlands story? Yes.
Shadowlands. He's like,
this is him.
To basically be reborn as a Loa. Potentially like the new Loa of Kings. I cannot, I'm dying. Let's see.
He's broken. He's shattered. Poor man. Let's leave him in his grave. Holy fucking shit, dude. Oh man, it's so bad. WoW, and this is the worst part, right? Is WoW is gonna have their next expansion, right? How the fuck, with their next expansion, is that the viewer count? How is that the top streamer in the category? That's devastating. From the biggest game in the world to nothing. Now let's check RuneScape. And I swear to God, if RuneScape's higher, I'm gonna be fucking... I'm gonna laugh my ass off. It's not. RuneScape's where it belongs. In the trash. Sorry, let me just... OSRS. Old school RuneScape. Fuck me. Fuck me. Did you ever think you'd see the day? Where people would rather play a beep boop fucking browser game. People would rather watch a beep boop browser game than watch WoW. Peak streamer, World of Warcraft right now, 700-800 views. Peak streamer, RuneScape right now, double that. People would rather watch a fucking ancient ass, burned out, busted up browser game than WoW. Because RuneScape has more downtime for streamer interaction. If you think that WoW has uptime, damn, you gotta go play that game. You're gonna be fucking sitting there and you're gonna be brain dead within a week. RuneScape is as interactive as WoW. In fact, more now that they've added the one-button rotation. Pyromancer went from an abusive relationship to a new one with a girl he couldn't handle and back to his ex. Yeah, pretty much. You know, WoW was like, you know, WoW was tugging on his balls a little bit too much. But fucking Final Fantasy tried to put a whole hand up his ass. And he was like, you know what? The CPT wasn't so bad. Let me go back. Oh my god. This makes sense, by the way. They can't help themselves. They cannot help themselves, can they? But I gotta say, this is not optimal. This right here is not optimal. What she should be doing is she needs a green screen. And she needs to have the camera. Right, so this is how she needs to play RuneScape if she wants to be spot number one. This is her legs. The ass is here.
These are my favorite.
Legs there.
I always take like a deep breath. I'm nervous.
And then the screen for RuneScape is here.
Normal arcade game?
That's how you hit the top of the category. This is the RuneScape gameplay.
Yeah, pretty much. No flower poker.
How are other MMOs doing?
I don't think flower poker is allowed to be streamed.
Let's take a look at
So
SWTOR.
we don't do that.
It's pre-recorded, it's on loop, she's in... Yeah, of course it is. What did you expect? I'm just saying that her strategy is suboptimal. She's gonna farm it better, she gotta put that camera in between her legs. You gotta be a prostitute, at least go all the way. Don't pussy out halfway through. Wait, this is the... Show me the fucking category, goddammit. Don't show me the official. Show me the fucking category. It's gonna make me go and put in the whole name. You know, at this rate, SWTOR's catching up to WoW. Holy shit. This is so bad. Oh my god. I'm watching an entire genre die right in front of me and there's nothing that can be done about it. And every time WoW releases a new in-game cutscene, it just fucking kills it even more. This is so bad. I would say GTA is the biggest MMORPG, like, oh man. Oh, let's see where Guild Wars 2 is by comparison. WoW's fallen off. Top streamer, same significant figures as World of Warcraft. Guild Wars 2. I'm willing to bet. Wait, so this is kind of an outlier, right? These guys are 44, 45. These are two significant figures. I'm willing to bet if we come back and look at this in 5 years, Guild Wars 2 will still have more viewers. WoW will be completely fucking dead. Old school RuneScape's gonna be exactly where it is right now, if not higher. And there's just gonna be a bunch of old age people being like, I remember when I played RuneScape, but I'm not allowed to do that anymore because I sexually harassed someone in chat. Ah! That's the whole player base of OSRS. It's just a bunch of old people shitting their diapers. I loved Pong on the NES. Oh, fuck. Hold on, let's check the stream charts. Fuck. We'll do one for each. Guild Wars 2. Then we'll go for World of Warcraft. I love how it separates out World of Warcraft and Classic. What's the other one? What else are we looking for? Old school RuneScape. Let's do Black Desert Online as well. These are all the big names. And then we'll do Elder Scrolls as well. Fuck's sake, stop closing it. So, Guild Wars 2. We're looking at 634 live viewers. 48 live channels. Not exactly what you'd call healthy, but fairly consistent. If we look at these graphs. It's a straight line from one side to the other. Then you can see those all the times that Muckluck goes live as those peaks there. 10,000 viewers, versus 600. World of Warcraft should be like fucking, oh holy shit. It should be so much bigger than 10,000. Holy fuck. You don't understand. WoW used to be the game. It used to be the fucking game. And you know what? Here's a good comparison. Let's look at Dune Awakening right now. $4,900 for a game that's past its now peak release, and it's half the size of WoW. This is fucking soul shattering. Look at that. Look at that peak. Even at its lowest points. Wait, actually, holy shit. Even back in 2018, it wasn't doing good. What the fuck? My god, it's just been trash all the way through. What the fuck happened? 14K. Holy shit, it's just consistently bad. For the world's biggest fucking MMORPG to ever exist. I don't think you understand how bad this is. Holy shit. Let's look at Dune. Look at that peak. Peak viewers when this game released, 200,000. Now it's falling off. It's past its release date. It's dead. This bitch is old. Change your underwear.
I don't know what it is, but South Korea knows what the fuck they're doing. The 4th episode of Squid Game was absolutely fucking amazing. It made me feel bad for the player.
Good for them. I don't care about Squid Game. I don't watch it. They had a separate category for it. Finally out of the... Oh, wait. Yeah, WoW, even 3 years ago, had way more. WoW used to never be touched in any category for players streaming or YouTube vid stuff. WoW used to be so fucking peak that if you wanted to grow, you needed to stream WoW. That was like the default position. It's so fucking bad now for MMOs. Oh my god. Oh my god. Old school RuneScape's catching. Old school RuneScape's picking up steam. That's actually mildly vertical. I mean, mildly inclined. This is heading in an upwards direction. Black Desert, doing better than I expected it to. Don't know what the fuck happened here. They stopped tracking it? Dear God. Black Desert is half the size of WoW. Old school RuneScape is like 2/3 the size of WoW. And Elder Scrolls Online. Oh wait, shit. It's actually doing okay. Wait, no, never mind. Viewership's declining. There's more people who have ESO channels, and there's less viewers to go around. That's bad. Holy shit, thanks for the follow, Poppin' Days. My god. Just show me peak viewers. Let's look at this from a viewer standpoint. Wait, actually average viewers is better. God damn. That's devastating. Okay, this is stable. This is collapsing. Please don't tell me this fucking old ass beep boop game is... Oh my god, it's doing better. It's even had an uptick in 2025. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit. What happened, WoW? What happened to the granddaddy of streaming? This is classic. Let's see. Oh, fuck, that's a decline. Fuck. Holy shit. MMOs are dead. Final Fantasy 14, thank you for reminding me. I skipped out on that one. How's this doing? 2,000. Let's see the average viewers. I'm sad to inform you that this is a stable player base. Or a stable viewership chart. South Park made a whole episode on it. Yeah, they did. If you talk about WoW, then yes. For years, people have said that the only thing that can kill WoW is itself, and they were right. You're goddamn... That is such an accurate statement. I've even said that. I said the only thing that's going to kill WoW is WoW. We've all been saying that, and it's been 100% true. There's nowhere around this. Old school RuneScape going up. Final Fantasy mildly going down, but not enough to be concerning. Black Desert Online, I don't know what the fuck happened here. I don't understand what happened here. But this looks mostly stable. ESO collapsing. Final Fantasy's fine. Goon Awakening. Since release, collapsing because now the new hotness has fallen off and no one cares about it anymore. World of Warcraft. Fuck. Oh man, that's bad. And then Guild Wars 2 is just a flat line. Oh no, if you zoom in, it's a little bit up. A little bit up. Is this Bossman Jack's influence? I don't even know who that is. It peaks during the raid race and slowly declines until the next tier. What's concerning? So what's terrifying about these graphs is this. WoW has a new expansion coming out. There should be a peak here that matches that new expansion. Usually people even just hearing that an expansion for WoW is coming out is enough to make people want to watch. Turns out Arthas's dad was right, huh? No king rules forever, my son. WoW isn't getting a new expansion for a year. Yes, but the whole Arathor thing, that should peak this. Even just hearing about it. Even in the past, when you would just hear about it, it would be enough to cause a spike in viewership. This year, expansion. Look at the peaks. Look at the troughs. Until Shadowlands, people complained at hyped expansions, but after Dragonflight, the game is so flaccid that nobody cares anymore. Pretty much. Man, all MMOs are not doing fucking great, let's be honest. MMOs are moving from dormant to dead.
Arathor.
Grandpa's dying in the hospital.
10-min filler story quests. Genius.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware that Arathor is not in a full expansion. But usually a 10-minute filler story quest in the past, Devilist, was enough that it would cause a peak. Adding anything in the past, when they added onto the patches in Wrath, you would see a spike in people playing the game and people viewing the game on Twitch. Any addition in any small patch would cause a spike in players. You could see that this even if you sat around Stormwind. You talk about the raid tiers. Nope. Story elements as well. Though I suppose it started to decline after Battle for Azeroth when they fucked up the whatchamacallit, Jaina's storyline and all the storylines with the Zandalari and stuff. So I think since BFA that's probably not true anymore. People used to come back. For that little piece of story, people used to come back. Now they just don't give a shit. I think BFA was the killing blow. And now it just gets worse every single time. The whole reason I ever wanted to play WoW was so that I could get a high level of good gear and bully people that didn't. Once the game took that away, I stopped playing. I think once the game took away any sense of freedom and forced you into a certain, like, pathway, and you weren't allowed freedom, you had to be on rail, like, train tracks the entire time, no one gave a shit anymore. Now, let's finish off today. Let's finish myself off with the update that's coming to Guild Wars 2. Never was the case. I don't know about BFA, didn't play it. But back in Vanilla, Wrath, and Cats of the Story, things was just full of for nerds. Yes, and the story brought back people. I watched this. I sat around Stormwind. I sat around Orgrimmar. I watched this shit happen. Little tiny pieces of story would bring people back for a fucking week. Now, doesn't even move the needle. And I think about BFA was the time when I started noticing that there was no population change. No, raids and dungeons did that to a way bigger extent, Devless. I'm not denying that. Raids and dungeons and actual content brought like way more people back for a while. But even the little story chunks, they would build up towards something. If people were there when Kata did the pre-patching, I think it was Kata, for the Firelands, which didn't have raid content, which didn't have dungeon content. The pre-patching for Wrath, with the invasion of Stormwind. No raids, no dungeons added. Just a little pre-patch event. Just a little piece of story. Brought people back. Now it doesn't even move the needle. Raids and dungeons, that's a much bigger spike than what I'm talking about. But right, now let's see what the fuck Muckluck's on about right now. Because apparently Guild Wars 2 is jerking off their players, telling them there's going to be a bard class. So we'll end off here, then I'll go to the gym, then I'll go pass out, and then I'll try stream tomorrow if I can. Or today. Suppose today. Depends. If I pass out and if I've got narcolepsy or not. Not to mention just queuing up for raids from town and all that. Separate the raids from the story. Raids and like dungeon content will always bring back the most amount of people. They will absolutely always do that. Might be copyrighted, might not. I'm not sure about that one. But let's focus on this. Got limited time. I'm running out of time here. I want to see what the fuck is the bard class. What the fuck is going on here? What have the Guild Wars 2 devs been pushing on us? Are they lying to us? Are they manipulating us? What do they say on their Twitter? What did AnalNet say to us? 15 days. That's all they did. They posted 2 pictures and everyone lost their fucking mind. Are you serious? I was kind of hoping this was going to be an official post by Guild Wars 2. But I suppose they're not that based yet. Is this mysterious figure a Menzies priest? I don't know why we'd want a menstrual priest. But let's find out what the fuck this is about.
Hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, Muckluck here, freshly cut Muckluck here, and today is Monday, June 30th, and we've got a tiny bit of Guild Wars 2 news, teaser, sort of.
Look at this professional, he stretched out. Actually, I'm lying. This is the most unprofessional video imaginable. It's disgusting. You're telling me he could only stretch one little picture out into 3 minutes? You fucking kidding me? I'm sorry. Look at your competitor up here in the corner. Mighty Teapot managed to make this into a 13-minute video. You can do better than this, Muckluck. You gotta milk them little gamer nipples for that monetary incentive. Come on. I know you can do it. I know you can do it.
I'll get straight to it. Today on X, or formerly known as Twitter, Guild Wars 2 tweeted 15 days with this picture, which my first thought is a bard.
I hope so.
Now, I'm wondering, just like when we were getting close to Jan...
Would a bard class work in Guild Wars 2 based on the lore I know? Is it more likely that Guild Wars 2 is going to add more instruments into the game of a system that already exists? Or that they're going to add an entire new spec? Not about a bard loot box. That's disgusting, XR. And I hope you're wrong. Adding fucking literal loots into the game as loot boxes. Holy shit. It's genius. He also just blasted it out fast without thinking too much so he could get this out to YouTube and be first. Well, you know how it is. I mean, he's lasting a whole 3 minutes. That's pretty impressive by my standards.
Anther being released, they gave us teasers for spears coming out of the water. I see this, and a couple of things I immediately notice is the icon in the background is the same as the icon for a specialization. So this is Ranger Marksmanship right here, Nature Magic, etc., etc. So, assuming this is Bard, who's going to get it?
What if this is a bait and switch? We're past April, so it can't be an April Fool's joke. Do you think they used that right there, and this is like a bait and switch? And they're actually releasing an entire new class into the game? And this is Specialization 1? And this is Specialization 2? The Bard class, Bard Specialization, and then the Condom Specialization. Remember, this is a 2-day period between these two, right? 15, 13. That's like what? Time for 5 more? Maybe it's a new class. Maybe finally they're making Skrit playable. Let's throw some wild ones out there. Statistically, if I say the most retarded shit imaginable, there's a percentage chance I'm right about one thing, and then I can clip it, pretend I said none of the other shit, and then be like, I was right all along. That's how you play the game. And then if anyone points out that I was just saying random shit, I'll just ban them in the comments. I'll pirate software them.
Or will everyone get it? Because let's just assume for a second this is a new specialization and it's musical in nature. I'm just going to keep calling it Bard for the purposes of this video. If Bard is coming to the game, when Spears came out, everyone got access to Spears. When Expanded Weapon Proficiency came out, all classes got access.
I hope it's a weapon. You know what? Fuck all of you mesmers. I hope it's a weapon. I will take my engineer and switch immediately to guitar class and just start smashing people with it. That sounds amazing. That sounds way better. It would be cool to get a new base class. However, they're pretty hard about no new races and no new classes. That's what specializations are for, but I love the speculations. That makes it even better. The fact that they said no, the fact that they're edging you like that, if they then break their rule, that makes the finisher that much better. Because if Guild Wars 2 likes the slow Easter egg releases and gets players talking and does their advertising for the pack for them, yeah, obviously, right? If this is just skins, I'm going to be really upset. If this is just some cash shop shit, I got fucking make a video yelling at them.
Access to that. When the Weapon Master training came out, all classes got access to that. All the features in the last 2 expansions.
Hi, Daddy. You haven't given me my cummies yet today. Pokes, fingows together.
That's
and
right.
looks at your kitten is hungry, and you smell so good. Tilda,
That's
will
right,
you
Super.
tilde?
Burn out that
Yeah,
free
yeah.
TTS. I'll remember to update those points for you later. 5,000. 5,000 points from now on. That sounds about right.
Were available to every single class. I doubt a new specialization would come out only for one class. So I'm wondering if everybody is going to get a new like core specialization that's Bard?
What else? What other things use hexagons in the Guild Wars 2 UI? Let me check something. I have to theory craft this myself. ANET doesn't do teasers for cash shop shit. They just outright show it off. And that's how they're going to get you with the ultimate payoff. That's how they get you. You think they won't do it, and then they do. We will never do a World of Warcraft classic. You think you do, but you don't. Don't worry, Diablo's not going mobile. You think the company with thingy's hands up their ass? With what is it? NCSoft's hands up their ass? You think they won't do it? What's this? Traits. Traits are still linked to specs. I don't see anything else in the UI that uses a hexagon specifically, right? There's no specific hexagon shapes. Unless that's like supposed to be a randomized appearance thing in the background of a dice. Hexagons seem very specific.
Like warrior bards and necro bards, you have to sing like heavy metal if that's the thing. I don't know, but that's my thought right now, based on this thing. I don't know anything about bards within the lore of Guild Wars 2 other than Loranity herself. I'll say that the previous games I played...
Are there bards in Guild Wars 2? I can't think of a single significant character who's a bard in Guild Wars 2. No, I haven't seen one. Engineer Bard will have one of those multi-contraption. You know what'd be really funny? Is if they give each class their own elite spec, right? And the engineer just gets fucking marching band. He's like one of those dudes with the fucking accordions on his feet and shit. And the trumpet in his mouth. Marcelo Giacomo. Well, I haven't come across him. That doesn't seem significant enough that you're pointing out one character. I'm talking about a significant enough swath of characters who would match that aesthetic. I don't see enough bard characters throughout the game. There was that one frog. I do remember the frog who played the musical instrument.
It had bards. Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, EverQuest, all of those, bards were the masters of short-term powerful buffs.
They weren't just the masters of short-term powerful buffs. The problem is the bard was the charisma player. The bard was the mouth of the party. Now, you don't need a mouth in Guild Wars 2 because all of those elements have been removed from the game. one of the core gameplay mechanics of any RPG that used a bard was this was the master manipulator. And it was fucking hilarious when he failed.
Now, in Guild Wars, that's just the entire boon system. Like, it's the whole damn boon system. So I don't know what these would do, because the entire buff system of Guild Wars 2 is basically the bard system of every other game I've played. So, assuming...
If they made a bard, I would assume that it's going to work like the same AoE kind of stuff that a scrapper would use. And so I don't think it would go to engineer. I don't think they'd give that to engineer.
That they are bringing bard to it. I'm not sure what would be entailed. But at the very least, it seems someone is getting a ukulele specialization. What do you think? If you've got any thoughts on this, or if you know any Guild Wars lore related to people of bardic nature, throw it in the comment section down below. I'm very curious to see it, and we'll see what everybody thinks.
Okay, great. So no one knows shit, and Guild Wars 2 is basically trolling us by releasing 2 pictures. That's much better. That's way better, Muckluck. That's the kind of milking of the gamer nipples we expect to see from you. 11 minutes, not 3. Much better.
Guild Wars 2 gamers, Muckluck here, and we've got a little bit of Guild Wars 2 news. And it looks like we're going to have Guild Wars 2 news possibly 7 more times between now and 13 days from now. So, Guild Wars 2 has released another image, presumably, I saw it on X, but presumably it was also on Instagram and Blue Sky and all their other platforms, with a picture of a winged helmet that says 13 days. And of course, 2 days ago, we got the picture with the stringed instrument, guitar, ukulele, whatever, that said 15.
Hold on, law-wise, mesmers need to go to acting school and learn to perform. Yeah, there is a performance class, right? Hence the partialism to mesmer. That does make sense. I mean, if you had to spend the first 4 years of your training inside of a brothel sucking dicks, it makes sense that also make you play an instrument so that at least it can sound good while you're doing it. That does make sense.
Days. So,
I mean, you all do know that purple is the color of sexual frustration, right?
Got a lot of thoughts looking at this. So I've done this just to gather my thoughts here. First of all is the schedule. And with the help of MS Paint, I have drawn this. So here, the red circle was when the guitar was released, and this red circle is today.
Okay.
The green circle is the date that they are counting down to. Since they skipped Tuesday, let's assume they're skipping Tuesday next week. Blue circles are every other weekday until the big day.
Man, the pattern recognition on this man is crazy. So no posts on Saturday and Sunday, but we skip Tuesday for some reason. Why wouldn't they pace this out and have already scheduled this to go live at specific points in time in the day? So it'd be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then just keep on doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I want to see his logic for this.
Skipping Tuesdays. And that would mean exactly 9 of them. And there are 9 classes. So, assuming that they're doing a teaser each day, I am guessing every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday until Tuesday the 15th, there's going to be another teaser like this of another elite spec. And yes, I now believe that it is elite specs. Elite specs are back in some way, shape, or form. Or at least, maybe not even elite spec, maybe at least a new specialization for each class. Because now we've seen 2. Follow-up thoughts on that is 1, the background picture. The last time I made a video with the Bard guitar, I did it so quickly, I was so focused on the icon and this shape thing, I didn't even look at the background picture.
Yeah, but it's the same background picture as before, so that doesn't matter too
and
much.
Some folks that were on the Reddit inverted the colors on it and found this in the background. There is a humanoid standing on a beach, and there is a ship there and a bunch of people, and you can say that one's probably a char that are standing there as well. Don't really know what to do with that information, but that is there, which is kind of interesting. The next thing is the pink and the orange. Pink is the class color for Mesmers. Orange is the class color for Engineers, and there's a little bit of red in between where they meet, which is the class color for Elementalists. There were some people that were wondering if the Bard thing was going to be like a spec that spans multiple classes, like Mesmers and Engineers, and also Ellies get Bard. So then there would be another...
Would that work? The same elite spec for multiple classes. That seems like a nightmare to try and balance.
Another specialization per 3 classes. I think that theory is gone because this is the exact same colors as the last picture with the guitar, and I think it's just like a design choice they decided for these pictures. So I don't think the colors have anything to do with this. The next thing is, okay, let's, we got the specialization icon, same colors, same background picture as the last one. What is the winged helmet? What does the helmet mean? And we've got a lot of thoughts here. Some of these were mine, some of these were people in my chat, and we were all just kind of gathering together ideas. And we have just scribbled down a lot of little things, and we've written down Valkyrie. I don't think it's a Valkyrie. I could be wrong, but the reason I don't think it is Valkyrie, other than the stat type for Valkyrie in Guild Wars, Valkyrie's armor with a certain stat combination, I don't know of any Valkyrie.
I can imagine, out of this list, Crusader and Templar seem the most common. Seem the most, fitting for what might work.
In Guild Wars 2.
Especially for a Guardian.
Even if they were in Guild Wars 2, Valkyries from other fantasy universes are typically warrior women. Sometimes they're winged warrior women. Like they got like angel wings, like in mythology.
What I'm just saying this, like, what if they're trolling us? What if they're trolling us and each piece of this is actually nothing to do with the elite specs, but it's actually just a piece of gear that's releasing? So like new weapons or musical instruments, and like there's a new type of like specialized helmet for the game. and everyone's just so far off their fucking mark. That would be so good.
And stuff like that. And in others, it's just a warrior woman, like in Black Desert Online. I don't really think that it would work that well, because if you've got a male character and they go Valkyrie, it strikes me as odd. Not impossible, but odd.
That's very sexist of you, Muckluck. I would expect better of you. You're telling me that we're not going to see male characters running around in a push-up bra? Disgusting.
All right, next up is Paladin. I don't really think it's going to be Paladin. I'm just going to summarize these three. People in chat threw out the names Paladin, Templar, and Crusader. All of these are possible. They all fit the vibe of that helmet, in my opinion. However, Paladin, they're all so close to Guardian. They're all so incredibly close to Guardian.
Is this just me? But do you notice that there's not really any eye slots or anything that you would really be able to see through with this kind of helmet? And this looks like the Jew class design. I mean, the Jew race in Guild Wars 2. It might be some kind of mechanical being. And they might give that this might be something that's like mechanical plus the spirit stuff of like a revenant.
It could absolutely be like a new specialization for Guardian if you're going to slap one of those titles on it, but I don't know if there's enough background information within the universe of Guild Wars to back that up. The last two I really like, and I'm gonna go to the one that I've less info first. I'm gonna go to Paragon for a second. Paragon was from Guild Wars 1. And I'm just going to read this excerpt here. The Paragon is a battle...
That might work. They got a bunch of winged golden shit. That might actually work.
...commander who wields a shield and throws spears. The Paragon uses verbal commands to provide temporary boosts and can, through his insight, help aid allies against hexes and conditions. Paragons are the guardian angels of the Elonian people and serve as that land's champions against malevolent threats. Now, I never saw a Paragon that had a full face mask because they always kept their mouth clear because they were doing like basically shout skills.
Yeah, which makes me think it's some kind of mechanical thing.
So if you're a Guild Wars 2 character, it's like shout skills. So I don't know that it's going to be Paragon, but I know a lot of people would love for it to be Paragon. So I would say it's a possibility.
Cormia was a Paragon and she was blind. Cormia was a dirty whore. That's what she was. She's a lying piece of shit. No one cares about her.
But Paragon is something that we jotted down. And another is the Seraph. And the Seraph are, again, I'll just read it. The Seraph is the largest of the three main military organizations in the human kingdom of Kryta. Wearing white armor trimmed with gold, their shields bear wings out of respect to the goddess Dwayna.
That matches. That matches very closely.
The Seraph are the army, the police force, and the protectors of the populace. The Seraph has influence across...
Okay, so this is the class. You can only play white characters with this, and you have to beat up characters that are darker than you. This makes sense. This works with the Heart of Thorns racism. This is perfect. I'm now a believer that this is the Seraph class.
The whole of Kryta, maintaining outposts in every major town and city and patrolling the kingdom's roads. The Seraph are also the most beleaguered military organization struggling to...
Their auto attack is going to be just them yelling, "Stop resisting."
stop the constant siege from bandits and centaurs while keeping troops well supplied. So the Seraph, again, they mentioned the human kingdom. Seraphs have been mostly human. And then someone in my community made this dumb joke, and it actually got the wheels turning. And what they said was something along the lines of, what if it's just a Revenant thing, and you're just channeling Logan Thackeray, which, one, Logan's not dead. And they said, you're channeling the spirit of Logan Thackeray, and then you're just chasing after them feetsies.
Based chatter.
And after laughing, I was like, wait a minute. And I remembered something else. There is some very famous dead Seraphs that a Revenant could potentially channel. And based on, my own, memory, which is Swiss cheese, I'm probably forgetting some, the biggest one that jumped to my mind is a certain Dylan Thackeray. And this is a very minor spoiler from the book, but it is related to present-day Guild Wars 2, because the books are a prequel. Dylan Thackeray was Logan's brother, and he was the commander of the Seraph. And he passed away at one point, and Logan took his place to help protect Queen Jenna.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Please, please tell me Logan takes his brother's mantle, turns into a seraph, and then dies. Please. He's been on these toes for too long. Please, that would be the perfect lore tie-in to make this class work. And then a bunch of toe suckers can channel the spirit of Toemaster himself. Please tell me he dies. You can't take away my heir and leave that piece of shit alive. You can't. That's not fair. That's not fucking fair. Let him die. If you could fuck up air like that, this guy can go.
So there is a very famous dead Thackeray who was a leader of the Seraph. If they did a Revenant channels the Seraph kind of thing, maybe. I would say it's a possibility. I'm not even saying it's a strong possibility. I'm just saying this is a possibility. It could be related to them. They very much liked having wings on their shields and on their helmets and stuff like that. Another idea that we had was, this is the warrior class icon. This is this one. Obviously, there's some similarities there. Maybe it's just a newer warrior build. I don't know if it's going to be the same thing.
Is there a mechanized warrior build? I haven't focused much on the warrior class. Is there a warrior class that is dependent on, like, some form of mechanization or not? Because if that's not a thing, Bladesworn has a gunblade. No, I'm talking about full mechanized, like Iron Man suit kind of shit. Watch Knights. Weeb class. That's about it. Nothing. I think they could pull that out. I think they could pull that out. They could say, like, we're going to upgrade these warriors to be like, fucking, here's the Iron Man suit. Don't worry, an Asura didn't build this. It was made by a Char, so you won't die inside of it. They could pull that off.
Additionally, it
and no one would see it coming.
It does look heavy, like heavy plate, which, is typically Warrior, Guardian, or Revenant. Those are the classes that can use heavy plate. So maybe this is something for one of the three of them. I'm not sure which one. If they did something really crazy, like, maybe the Elementalist gets Eldritch Knight, and then all of a sudden they can wear gear that looks like it's heavy armor. That would be really cool. It would also be very out of the norm for Guild Wars 2. They have so far never done a thing where, you could use armor of different armor types on a character. That would be very new. I kind of doubt that, but we jotted that down as well. And yeah, I think that's basically it for like what I've written down here. One other person pointed out that this looks extremely similar to the newest helmet that was added in the Black Lion treasure chest in game right now, which is this one right here. And I'm just going to zoom in on it a little bit. So I showed this in a news video recently, but it does strike some major similarities to this hat as well. Not sure if that means anything at all, but there's that. But yeah,
that's a misdirect.
New helmet, looks heavy armor, probably for Warrior, Guardian, or Revenant. If it is a Revenant channel, the first thing that enters my mind is the Seraph, and the most famous Seraph I can think of is Dylan Thackeray. Could be completely off about that. If it is not...
Was Dildo Thackeray in the game or just in the books? Because I've never even heard of the guy. Because if he was only in the books, That's a very loose tie-in. I think you would need to have the class represented by someone in the game. So it'd have to be like Logan removing the toes from his mouth and then becoming like his brother. And then him dying, hopefully, in magical 9/11. And then all the fucking revenants are like, remember the fucking 11 million toes this motherfucker sucked, and then channeling his spirit.
Not a revenant thing, and it's for the warrior or the guardian. Some fancy words that we thought of besides paragon.
You never meet most of the other revenant legends either. Yes, but you do see Ritlock almost immediately in Heart of Thorns being a revenant.
Are Crusaders, Templars, Paladins, and Valkyries. So, could be wrong on all counts, but it was fun to brainstorm this. No longer think the color is relevant because they did the pink and orange thing for both of the pictures so far. It's probably related to the new expansion logo. And the background art is still the same as far as I can tell, unless they made a really minor change that I haven't spotted back there. But the background art I did not notice in the last video, and so it's been pointed out to me to point out into this one. So I think that's it. That's all I've got. If you have any thoughts or brainstorm...
Hold on. Check out Guild Wars 1 Templar armor. Ooh, that's a much closer thing. That's much closer. Hold on, give me a picture that's not for ants. That might be a thing. Maybe. But there's no middle slot thing here. Lunatic Templar armor, never mind. That's very close. That's very, very fucking close. Except it's got horns. So would they then like call it a redeemed Templar? Instead of the horns, you give it wings? But that's fucking close. That's much closer. Holy shit. That might be a thing.
Storms on what this could be. And think about like any other organizations in Guild Wars 2 that use heavy helmets that look like this. Maybe think about any other famous legends for revenants that could potentially channel, that they could channel that use a helmet like this, or that this might represent. And you know what? I just had one more stupid thought. What if we were completely wrong about the bard symbol? Everyone thought like, oh man, this is going to be Mesmer, right? What if revenants are channeling dead bards, and that was the revenant one? Because revenants, they are
the problem is revenants could channel anything. The problem with the revenant class is it's such a wild card because you can make them channel any spirit, right? They could be channeling fucking Johnny Sins and fucking your mom. Like you could make them do anything.
Or they're a wild card. They can just channel anything. So maybe oh man, that would be the ultimate slap to Mesmers after the minstrels thing years ago, is give revenants the guitar. But yeah, anyway, that's all I got for now. Fun to brainstorm. Let me know what you guys think. I'm curious if you guys came up with any ideas that I did not. There's a lot of lore about this game. I know a lot. I don't know everything. Tell me what you figured out. And I'll fight you in the comments section down below. And if I'm right about the release schedule thing, we'll probably have another one of these tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna need more information. This is too little to go off of. The Epstein Revenant is just channeling children. Immune to damage because the boss is like, yo, I don't want to be put on a list. I'm going to attack someone else. I'd like to congratulate the Council Guard helmet on being an elite spec. Color orange, purple, red are probably just the new expansion colors, just how Janthia was blue and Soto was yellow. It's a loot, goddammit. Bards have loot. Okay. So we got no more theory crafting happening here. We need more information. This is way too... this isn't enough. This isn't nearly enough to know what the fuck's going on. Yeah, that's about it. That's all they got. Okay. Awesome. Channel points will now be 10,000 thanks to Jimmy.
Hanging out, I got pretty hungry, so I started to pout. He asked if I was down for something yummy, and I asked what, and he said he'd give me his cummies. Yeah.
See, I'm actually in a conundrum.
I drink them. I slurp them. I swallow
now.
them whole. It makes Daddy happy, so it's my only goal. Harder, Daddy. Harder, Daddy. 1 cummy, 2 cummy, 3 cummy, 4. I'm Daddy's.
See, I'm in a conundrum right now. If I raise the points, the TTS is going to last longer. But if I leave it where it is, you fuckers are going to burn it out faster. So I have to think about it. How do you stop a bard from being horny in D&D? That's easy, dude. That's easy. They want to fuck the dragon? Fine. Roll for blunt force damage as the dragon tries to fuck them. See how long they last. What, you thought you got another turn? You're grappled. Too bad. Dragon's gonna hit you with blunt force damage again. What's your AC? Oh, your AC doesn't matter because you took your armor off, you dumbass. You're butt naked, getting destroyed. Oh, didn't you know the dragon was male? Hey, you know a cat guy in his magic wheelchair? That's gonna be your character after I'm done here. Problem solved. Now then, I'm gonna fuck off. I'm gonna go lift heavy weights in the gym and cry myself to sleep afterwards over how much it hurts. That was very productive. Getting to see how devastatingly bad Thor is getting fucking kicked.
As a previous president of the United States, I hereby command you to not raise the price of the TTS. Because if you do raise the price of the TTS, we as the viewers will not use the TTS.
I'll think about it. I'm still thinking. I'm still considering my options. I'm gonna fuck off now. Unfortunately, all new MMORPGs are dead in the fucking water, which means there's only Guild Wars 2 to play. That's all there is. That's all that's left. Is the old god. And the old king is sitting on the crown, on the throne like King Theoden, all like wrinkled and fucked up, and Blizzard keeps on whispering in his ears, "Put more black women in the next cinematic. She has to be disabled." That's all that's happening. Literally that scene from Lord of the Rings, that's all that's happening to fucking Blizzard right now. I can't believe how far WoW's fallen. Now fuck off. Go enjoy your life. Goodbye. I have to go to the gym. Be free.